Hey everybody, it is the Breakfast Club Weekly Jamboree. Just so for anyone who doesn't know, Got That Funk is not hosting tonight because he unfortunately has contracted COVID-19 and he is fighting off the symptoms. He may stop in for a while, he told me, but he's not in the right physical space and mind space to host for any length of time. For a while, but he's not in the right.
That was me.
Oh, it was you. Okay.
No, that was me. Sorry.
Oh, no problem. So yeah, so that's what's going on. So he'll likely stop in and join us for a bit, but don't know for how long. Let me check in the comments here. Here's Mike. Hey, Mike.
Hey.
So I have to say, I was encouraged last week that after getting like putting in timeout and then coming back, that Curious actually contributed in a positive way to the discussion, and one made a comment that was salient and also made a joke that was funny. So I don't know if you're watching yet, Curious, but if you are, that's all it takes. If you do that, you can disagree with us all you want, as long as you don't get into your rants and go down these weird rabbit holes. Then you're welcome to stay and participate. You guys in here. So basically just saying that Got That Funk is under the weather. He's got COVID-19, so he will be most likely be popping in at some point, but he did not feel up to hosting for the full time. So he asked me to take up the mantle again.
Yeah, that's two people that have been surprising me this past week. There's Curious, playing nice, and then there's Paul and his life choices. I don't know that I can, that I can still be as accepting of Paul with these decisions he's made. Being COVID positive, being COVID negative was one of the things I liked about it.
I like people who don't catch COVID. Yeah, I mean the thing is that, and thankfully, he is vaccinated, so he's already on the mend. So his symptoms have largely abated, but he's still going to have to be quarantined for for some time yet. But at least he's headed in the right direction, and so in all likelihood, the vaccine protected him from having a much worse bout. So that's good. Unfortunately, the rest of the country, not so much. But not so much that the vaccine isn't helping. It's just that not enough people are vaccinated, and so it's exploding. And we're actually at pretty much the worst level that it's been at the entire time, as far as new infections.
Not the best level of preparedness or awareness or people being careful. Not the best level of caution out there.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, because basically it goes to show that political decisions don't trump biology. It's just declaring it over and what pisses me off the most. It's bad enough that Republicans are basically keep trying to pretend it's over, so for everybody to go back to work. But when they're actually passing laws to make it difficult for people to take precautions, like Montana, there was the latest state to basically not only did they do it for pass a law that the schools can't have the mask mandate, but private businesses, because here's how they snuck it in. Basically, Montana is the only state in the country where that's not an at-will work state. I'm surprised that it's Montana, but it's not an at-will work state. So, you have to be, if you're fired, you have to be fired for cause. And so what they basically wrote in this legislation, which I don't think will hold up, but basically saying that firing somebody for not being vaccinated is discrimination, which is fucking disgusting misuse of the anti-discrimination laws, because getting vaccinated is not something that's inherent to you. It's not a religion. It's not your it's not your biology. It's not your identity. It's you're just being a prick. So I'm kind of irritated. And the thing is, I mean, I don't think it'll stand up in court, but it might. Oh, there's Paul.
Strange for me is that I got vaccinated because I felt like it was going to help one of my agencies that I work for come back to work. I was like, yeah, I will be like first in line with you guys. We'll reopen this place. And then, just because of precautions, it never really happened. I can't do group therapy with all my clients being half vaccinated, half not.
Right.
Most of the staff have been, but just this week I got an email from that agency saying anybody who isn't vaccinated has to go tell HR the reasons why they can't be vaccinated, and they basically made vaccinations mandatory to work there.
Yeah.
Even telehealth.
Hey, Vegas.
Like I don't see clients face it. This is how I see them, just like this. Maybe I'm sitting up. I don't have my feet propped up, but it's like this.
Yeah, Vegas. It can be a religious thing for some people. I know, like Jehovah's Witnesses and Christian Scientists and stuff like that. But here's the thing, though, with religious exemptions, like the law requires employer. Generally speaking, it varies, by state, somewhat state to state, but based on the federal. The law requires that you make reasonable accommodations for people's religions, but that doesn't mean every accommodation. So you can still, so for instance, years ago, I had an employee who was Muslim. I had to, because during the holidays, we had to, pray at certain times during the day. I had to make an accommodation that he could go pray, in order to meet his requirements to do so. But that would, but if he said, hey, you have to let me pray in the middle of the workspace and kick everybody else out of the room, and while he does this, or make them participate or something like that, the answer is no. One of the things that came up years ago was in California. This is probably more than 20 years ago. There was an issue that Sikhs are supposed to carry a little dagger. It's very small. And that includes children. But of course, you can't be carrying daggers into your school because, it's not a good idea for the children to be walking around with weapons. So the Sikhs fought it on religious grounds. And so basically what the court ruled was that no, that's not a reasonable accommodation to let some people carry weapons and not others. So what the compromise there was that the kids got basically plastic toy daggers, representations. So they were hollow filled, so they couldn't be used as a weapon. And the Sikhs they said, okay, that's good enough as long as we have something to represent our duty to carry this thing around. So that's how. But yeah, so there's that's the thing I get irritated about the last 5 years or so, is that with the Republicans, it's like, oh well, religious exemption. Like, well, their religious exemptions are not boundless.
Thank goodness. Hi guys, how you doing? And Raven, I don't want to do the wrong thing there. Anyway, how's it going, y'all? What's up?
I'm all right. All right. Well, I'm not all right, but that's okay. I'll survive.
I'm not all right either. I'm on my day 6 of COVID. I have to say that I'm not properly here at the moment. I'm in a bit of a fug. So I do apologize if I don't make very much sense. I know that's never happened before, right?
Is a fug a fucking fog?
No.
Or a fucked up fog?
No, but yeah, I am feeling much better today and than yesterday, but still, this is a weird thing that I'm going through. I've never been this kind of sick before, and by that I don't mean to suggest that I've had a severe illness, but I can feel my body fighting it in a particular way, which is kind of hot. Like my skin feels like it's made of peach skin, like a fuzz. I feel, you know, and I have a hard time concentrating over the past 3 or 4 days, harder than normal, and and I did have my when I first came down with symptoms, I had a cough, and then my temperature was literally like up and down every 2 degrees, back and forth, all throughout the day, just up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down, and that wasn't a lot of fun. But compared to what I know a lot of people have gone through, I feel like I got off easy, and I thank the vaccinations for that.
Good. Yeah. So I'm glad it's lighter than it could be.
Certainly. You know, I've got friends who are on Facebook who are also ill with COVID in California, and he said he's having a much worse time than me. So,
Yeah. Well, no, I'm sorry to hear that about your friend. I mean, we were just talking a little bit of just like the way that the GOP seems to be intent on getting their voters killed.
well, I mean, they don't seem to really distinguish. I mean, I know what you're saying about the demographics of where people are getting ill, and I get the point you're making. But at the same time, I mean, I was saying this since the beginning of the pandemic. Donald Trump, in particular, I think wanted people to get sick and die. I think the bigger the number, the bigger he inflated his ego. I really do, you know. And I also think that they don't care. They don't care because there's an awful lot of money being made by different people because of this pandemic that might not have been making the same money otherwise. And that's going to be really hard to undo. And a lot of these people, I think, are sympathetic to, the Republicans. So,
but I mean, what's weird? It's one thing to go out there and declare it over and have everybody go back to work, which obviously is a bad idea. But when you actually get in the way of people wanting to take precautions, like who does that serve? It's just and obviously they think it serves some purpose. Otherwise, they wouldn't do it.
In the case of Rick DeSantis and Governor Abbott, my speculation is that it is serving their prospects for either the top or second to the top place in 2024. They're jockeying. This is not new. This kind of political posturing happens when maybe the obvious candidate they think probably won't really get there. Don't make me say the name. But yeah, and so I think they're either that or they're hoping to be the VP pick and hope that the orange one croaks after he gets reelected. Although, of course, Matt Gaetz was on the TV the other day saying that he's going to get Trump reinstated by making him Speaker of the House. And the not so amusing part of that argument is for Trump to become president as Speaker of the House, they're implying they would have to bump off Harris and Biden at the same time. That's the only way the Speaker of the House ever gets to be president. So they're kind of almost openly professing a murder conspiracy, if you ask me.
Yeah. Yeah, and Matt Gaetz should worry about himself, because if what we've heard so far is true, he's in for a world of hurt. So,
it doesn't necessarily have to be murder, Paul. I mean, they could impeach both of them.
Wow. Well, that's a thought, but you need the Senate for that as well. And as we just witnessed twice in the previous 2 years, they're not going to. There's no way. I mean, they couldn't get the Republicans to turn on Trump. There's no way you're going to get 17 or 18 or whatever it is Democrats in the Senate to turn on Biden. It never ever happened. Right. Never. So, I think they're more focused on the revolution. Really, I think that's their plan A. A political solution is their plan B.
Yeah, which is a sad state of affairs. But I don't think you're wrong.
I might be wrong. It's a speculative.
No, I don't think you're wrong at all. I think you're actually perfectly on. I mean, because they've reached that point where they keep saying the quiet parts out loud. They pretty much let on to what they're doing, and the fact that they've already tried it once. I mean, now we've seen a couple of weeks ago we saw the evidence of coming out. Like, no, this was planned. This is not. It wasn't just a spontaneous thing that happened. This was what they wanted. They failed. Thankfully, but
how did they get you? How do you think they got you with the COVID?
I think I got myself by foolishly getting on an internal flight. I don't know if y'all are aware of this. I know you are, Joe, because you fly. But I mean, internal flights, you don't have to be tested negative before you get on a plane. If you're coming into America from outside or going out of America to a foreign country, you cannot get on that plane unless you tested negative. Now, that's not foolproof, of course. But in America, you don't have to get tested to get on the plane, no matter where you're going and where you're going to. So, or coming from and going to. And, you know, I mean, I'm not the first person to make this point, but I mean, if Florida was a foreign country, you wouldn't be able to fly here from America, from Florida.
Right.
You know?
Right. Well, this is the reason why I'm driving to Chicago next month.
Well, I'm driving back to Colorado after this COVID is over, where I'm not getting on a plane again. Not that I think it's likely that I'll get ill again, but I don't, you know, I'm going to test negative before I leave here. But still, that's a home test. It's not a lab test. And I just feel much more comfortable getting in a car and going back over there, although it's going to create a big hassle because the car has to get back here somehow, right? So, you know, we'll worry about that later.
Well, unless you rent a car one way. I mean,
I thought about that, but it's too expensive.
Yeah, it is. It is pretty. I mean, I've done it a few times. Yeah, the destination charges can be pretty severe. But yeah, in fact, when I did my trip to Austin back in 2019, that's what I did. I rented a car and drove all the way, and then I hopped the plane, and but yeah, the destination charges were like an extra like $700.
Who are you going to get the home test through?
We've already got them.
Okay. You're just waiting to use them?
Yeah. We got several when I started to have symptoms, and I'm glad we did that because now when, we had basically, obviously, we had to test everybody that I came into contact with as well. So riding around in a car with her son, for example, the day before I had symptoms, and so he made sure he got tested, make sure the daughter got tested, and obviously my gal. So now we're just waiting for this to be over. So thankfully, symptoms being mild, it hopefully shouldn't take too long, but I don't really know.
Yeah.
How long does it take to get the results from those home kits?
Well, like 15 to 20 minutes, I think. I don't even remember what kind they are. I don't see a box around here, but I don't see it. It must be in the bathroom or something.
Lab, they just give you like a color?
Yeah, it's like we got one line which is like a control line and one line which is from your sample. And if you get a line on the sample, then you're positive. And the thing is, I had symptoms straight away, and like I said, I've had way worse flus than what I've been going through this week. Way worse flu, but this is also, like I say, I can feel my body fighting something really, really hard, and I've never had any kind of illness where my temperature goes up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down like it has this week. I mean, it was really, really weird. So I'm quite convinced I've got something I've never had before. And hey, there's a pandemic, so I'm okay to assume that it's COVID, especially when the test tells me it is. So I don't want to be too much of a skeptic that I don't believe the test or my body.
Yeah. Well, plus that wouldn't be being a skeptic; that would be being a cynic.
I suppose so. Yeah.
That's one thing. One of my pet peeves I see on ads all the time, particularly on Facebook, where it says, "Well, I used to be a skeptic about this product, but now, I tested it and it really works." Like, well, that doesn't make you not skeptical anymore. That makes you not dubious anymore.
Right.
But skeptical, I mean, as a skeptic, if the evidence proves to be there, then the skeptic goes, "Oh, okay, I will accept that proposition because the evidence supports it." So it's a little linguistic thing. It's kind of like when people say most unique or more unique. That drives my head through a wall.
yeah. Most unique. Yeah.
It's the more uniquest. Yeah, it's like, well, no, it's either fucking unique or it's fucking not unique.
Yeah. But I mean, Michael, these internal flights as well. I mean, the one we were on, that has about 100 people in the flight. But the plane, and so therefore the plane is pretty damn small, and all it takes is like 2 people with COVID to walk on the plane, and 5 people with COVID will walk off the plane. Minimum, right? So.
Well, that's the thing, because even though everyone's got a mask on when they're not eating, once they're eating, and it's
You're not really eating on these internal flights because it's a puddle jumper, isn't it? It's from Denver to St. Louis. That's not much. So you're like, you spend half an hour ascending, half an hour plateau, and half an hour descending. It's sort of the way it is. So you don't have time to eat, but they do give you drinks.
Right, but even there, you lift people take their mask off to drink, and
Yeah.
and someone tried to ask me, well, what's the difference between that and the restaurant? I'm like, well, in a restaurant, the tables are spaced out. You're what, like 4 inches away from the people in front of you and back of you. So,
Right, yeah, pretty much. So I'm pretty sure that, we've been careful throughout this entire pandemic. And so this is one reason why, it is highly annoying to be careful anyway and get the vaccines anyway. And I'm not mad that I got ill because, like I said, I've been traveling around. It's my fault. It's that simple. Because, at home, we don't have to go down unless we want to and into the world, and we can pretty much isolate. And I would really rather this stuff burned itself out, but I think it's not going to burn itself out. And the only way for it to do that is for everyone to lock down for like 4 weeks. And I really, really hate the fact that people are so sick of all this stuff, and I totally understand that. But if everybody stayed home for a month, we could be finished with this shit.
Right. In fact, if that had happened a year ago or a year and a half ago, we'd be like, that COVID thing, would have been like the first SARS outbreak. Oh, nothing really happened. A few people got sick, no big deal. But instead of hundreds of thousands of people dying and millions of people getting sick, it's fucked up. Well, that's one thing I'm on the fence now with my trip. I still planning on going, but the problem is, the route I was planning on taking is I was going to go up to Toronto and see Christine and Andrew, although Andrew's not going to be available because he had a stroke, and Nellie and a few other people, and then drive across to Detroit and then go through Michigan that way. So now they opened up Canada to non-essential travel for Americans. The problem is, in order to get across, you have to submit your documentation and get approved, but you can't do any of that until 72 hours before you show up. So that means I have to I basically have to like almost set off before I know if I can enter the fucking country.
Right. And
then if I can't, I've already worked up an alternate route, but it's really going to fuck my timetable up. If I can't see the Toronto people, it's not the end of the world, but what do I do then? It's going to be a huge pain in the ass. And I don't understand why, why can't I give you this stuff earlier? That should be even better. It gives you more time to look it over. I can understand that you want to test because you have to test negative, and I get that needs to happen closer to the time, but I should at least be able to give you my vaccination records.
Totally.
Change.
Yeah. But I suppose, vaccinated people obviously can carry the disease. So, sure. That being so, I think, both are probably prudent, but it would close down the aviation industry if they made everybody get a negative test before they got on a flight. Either that, or they would have to stop strangling you for $250 a negative test, like the ones we had to get before we went into the UK, which is outrageous because you had to get them they had to be lab tests. You couldn't do obviously home tests, and they had to be like certified with a QR code and everything like that. So they double check that your test, you haven't had your friend email you theirs or something like that,
Right.
So.
Yeah, that's it. We were supposed to go to we were going to go to France in September or October, but that's not happening, obviously.
I wouldn't go to Europe right now, that's for sure. But I also, Michael, to your point, a month or so ago when you went to the baseball game, I was talking to. Used to be Gemma Flipper on YouTube, then with Skid Row Radio. His name is Ben. He's a friend of mine still on Facebook, and we get along okay. And he's a bit of a anti-vaxxer, and what I find amusing about that is not his position so much, but the very famous picture where there's all the people hailing Hitler except for one guy, and then he's got that guy circled. He's like anti-vaxxer or something like that, and like, dude, that's not the same thing.
No,
For one,
some people seem to think.
Let me finish. But I get along with him just fine. And he made a point to me that I found hilarious, because he said something's different about this summer, he says, than last summer. And I'm thinking, yeah, there's baseball games and there's festival. I mean, Lollapalooza and Sturgis, and you know what I mean? I mean, yeah, something's different. People aren't staying home this summer, so there's more infection this summer. Do the freaking math. It's so obvious. I can't even believe it. But since I don't argue with people on Facebook about anything sort of social political, I sort of just ask them not to comment like that on my page, because I don't want to have those types of arguments on my message telling everybody that I'm not too bad. You know what I mean? That's the point of the message, is not to initiate a debate. And with great respect to Ben, he respected that and didn't get into it, although it could have gone the other way.
Yeah, I mean that's like, wow, that's just like, that's mind numbing. Like what's different? Like, yeah, well, I mean, this is the thing, and I've said this before. What I think COVID has damaged us in ways we haven't even calculated yet. It's not just the economic damage, it's not just the deaths. Societally, this has done so much damage, because it really has brought out a lot of ugliness. It's brought out ugliness in the selfish assholes who basically, and again, if someone doesn't want to get the vaccine, I mean, I totally disagree with them. But I'm not for forced vaccinations. Again, if you're, but on the other side, they also aren't willing to take the precautions either. And that I don't have any. There's zero reason for that, and that's why I said I've reached a point in this. I don't like being at this point, but I've reached a point where my compassion for the obstinate is gone. I don't have any at all.
I totally understand that point of view. I don't agree with it, but I totally understand it. My gal's the same. If you're going to be that obstinate, then you basically deserve what you get. I don't really think on those terms. However, Schadenfreude is real, isn't it? I mean, it's just like it's a human condition sometimes.
Well, it's not even Schadenfreude at this point for me. It's literally like now they're in some states like Florida and Texas, where the beds are filling up and they're going to have to start making choices. Yeah, so I had an argument with someone who was a nurse the other day, and she's like, "Oh, you can't think that way." I'm like, "No, you don't understand. It's not a matter of if, it's when. Because there's so many COVID patients, we're going to have to start making choices to who gets seen and who does not." And
they already make those choices because they're letting COVID patients take up ICU beds, and they're suspending like heart operations that aren't, I mean, there's loads of people who are losing their spaces because of hospitals full of COVID.
In the Dallas area, they're turning away people with COVID who are not vaccinated.
Yeah. Right.
There's that. And then there's some insurance companies that are not covering treatment if you weren't vaccinated. So yeah, the choices are already being made. Those decisions are already being made. And if you did not get vaccinated and you have COVID or you end up with COVID, you're fucked.
Yeah. And that's the thing. I mean, because my point is that and the thing is, they have to make choices like that all the time, right? There's always triage and who gets first and who gets second. And so my point to this nurse was that, look, I'm not saying if you have two people, one person has a trivial thing, you're going to put the person with the trivial malady over an unvaccinated COVID patient. But if I got a choice between somebody with something serious and someone with COVID, and that COVID person is not vaccinated, I'm giving that bed to the vaccinated person that's got something serious. I mean, I don't see how you avoid it. So, and for that matter, it's like, because people said, well, what about other personal choices? Like, you know what? I mean, basically, if you're like, well, you're a fat guy, so hey, well, you know what? I'm probably at the back of the line because that's how they think anyway. And I'm also older. So they're going to go for a young, fit person over my ass if we have similar levels of distress. So this is the way it is. They already do that.
Yeah.
I'm really to that kind of fuck 'em point. And I know that's horrible, and I feel horrible that I feel that, but I can't help but feel it.
Yeah, I do understand it. I just, yeah. I just wish, like I say, I think this entire situation has been handled the wrong way from the beginning. And vaccinations are obviously something I'm down with. Otherwise, I wouldn't be vaccinated. But to me, that's not even the rest. Like I say, the conversation is how can we get rid of this stuff? And vaccinations alone won't do it. And that's obvious because it's not working because not everybody's doing it. It will only work if everybody does it.
Right. We need at least 70% of people to be vaccinated. And we need everyone to continue to wear masks and social distance as much as possible. That's just, to Vegas, to your point from before, I would love there to be spacing on flights. I remember when there was way more spacing than there is now. I mean, now it's like, even in first class, I mean, occasionally, like if I usually buy 2 seats, because I don't want to be one, I don't want to be crammed in a seat that I don't fit in, and 2, I don't want to just inconvenience somebody else. But even buying 2 seats anymore is still incredibly uncomfortable a lot of times because there's 0 leg room, and if the person in front of me leans back, they're in my lap. So what I do is if a first class or business class seat is cheaper than 2 coach seats, I'll do that. And even that's not as big as it used to be anymore. A friend of mine posted a meme on Facebook, and I reposted it, where it was showing people probably in the 50s on an airliner, and there's somebody there with the cart and very nice food, and they're like, wow, look how they treat us here. Imagine what it'll be like in the future. And then they show the shitty, thing of cup of soda and some pretzels that you get on flights now. I mean, going on a flight way back in the 50s was luxurious, regardless where in the plane you were sitting.
It wasn't that long ago, actually, when you got a soda on a flight, they gave you the can.
Right.
Now they pour you out like that much in a plastic cup.
Yeah.
What the fuck is this?
Yeah. They've actually gone back to whole cans recently, only because of COVID. Because they don't want to be having a communal thing. So they say, here, give you the whole can. But you're right. In general, they're just giving you, so you're basically getting like half a can of soda at best under normal circumstances. Oh, it's not a good point though. He does this all the time because this is not the problem, I mean, and it's not. And the thing is, he makes this point every fucking week. It's why I stopped watching. Is that, and he goes off about woke every fucking week. He's a no trick pony anymore. It's like, okay, make the point, but you're not going to health your way out of COVID. It just doesn't work that way.
Well, I mean, he's a vegan. I mean, he talks all. Yeah, he's a vegan. He talks all the time to doctors about the way to cure like all diseases is through eating better, and then Americans all eat shit. It's a real big thing of his is diet, and he's always going on and on and on about it. It's like a religious thing for him.
Well, and the funny thing is he's fat. He's carrying an extra 30, 40 pounds. It's not that it's not a problem, but we're not going to health our way out of COVID. That's my problem. That's my thing. Is he seems to think like he's got this magical thinking like, well, if we all like went to the gym, COVID would be over already. That's false. And again, he's not fit. That's what gets me. You look at Bill Maher stuff from like the 80s and 90s and compare his body to now. Like all men he's 60 now or so, or in his early 60s. Dude, he's carrying about 40 pounds extra. Look at what he used to look like in the 80s and the 90s. He's put on at least 40 to 50 pounds. It's well distributed, but he's not at his ideal weight. Believe me. The other thing too, when he goes off about woke and cancel culture, I keep reminding him on Twitter that it wasn't woke people who got him literally canceled off of ABC. You know, I mean, he made a comment that about you know, basically people took it as he was besmirching the heroism of our soldiers, and that's why he got fired. Had nothing to do with woke or any of that crap. It wasn't identity politics that got him fired.
Well, he said something politically incorrect on a show called Politically Incorrect.
Right. Right. But it wasn't left wingers that went after him. It was right wingers.
Right wingers, yeah.
You know, it's just like, you know.
Well, I mean, that's because it's right wing, but that's because the right wing thinks they own the moniker patriot. So
yeah. But it's just like when they go out there and they were burning their Nikes. That's cancel culture. Right? But they don't like to look at it that way. It's only when the left does it that it's wrong. Well, it didn't ruin his life, but the whole point is that it doesn't ruin anybody's life. Louis C.K. is out there now. He's got a new tour. I know because I'm still on his mailing list from from before. So he's got a new tour coming up. All these fucking people, you know. And the thing is, if you get held accountable for things you actually did, it's one thing if you want to say someone's being held accountable for something they didn't do. Fair enough, but that's not what's happening. No one's actually canceled. And for Bill Maher keeps beating the drum of we need to stop paying attention to Twitter. We need to stop paying attention to Twitter. And he says this every fucking week. It's like, well, dude, stop paying attention to Twitter then.
Raven, I noticed that you changed your hair.
yeah. Well, thank you.
Because he doesn't. He just says things in the abstract, and he just keeps saying it over and over and over again. And the thing is, it's like
Excesses of social justice activism. So what he points out the fringe element and then paints the entire left or the entire movement with those examples. That's what he does.
right.
I mean, why is that bad? It's bad because it's bad. It's bad because it's dishonest. It's bad because it's misinformation. It's fake news.
Right. It's like I said before. If someone goes and points to Chanty Binks and uses her as a representative of all feminists, well, then you're being dishonest. Chanty Binks, that's the that Canadian woman, Big Red. Yeah.
Big Red. Okay, Big Red.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
if you point to her and say she's representative of all feminists, well, you're being dishonest.
Right. Or Jigglypuff.
Raven,
Jigglypuff.
these women get names and respect. This is the 21st century. We should respect their names. Her name is Chanty Binks.
I'm sorry.
Who's Jigglypuff?
I don't know what Jigglypuff's real name is. I don't think that she wants us to know.
I'm looking.
And I'm assuming it's she. My bad if not. But
Jigglypuff.
it's been so long. How do I know?
So what? So a question about Jigglypuff. What did she do that everyone was pissed about?
Did you find her picture?
No.
So
she did this thing.
heavy set girl.
Yeah.
Glasses, if I remember correctly, and a very strange haircut. And she threw a temper tantrum. Basically, she was like, and it was caught on video, and it was easy to kind of point and laugh, and so that became a thing.
Right.
And then like saying she is basically representative of all feminists.
Yeah, that or the dice scum trans woman. There was a trans woman.
I know what you're talking about. I don't remember who she is, though.
Yeah, she had very short hair and did this whole video explaining why dice scum wasn't a bad thing to say. And I listened to what she said. I agree with about half of it. Half of it was probably a little extreme, but again, she's one person. But that's the thing. When you have a dishonest interlocutor is the correct term, and that's what Bill Maher is. He's a dishonest interlocutor. And the thing is, right? Quite frankly, okay, yes, point out those things, but he acts like that's bigger than the right wing arming itself and committing treason.
Right.
Like, and he also tries to make it out like that's why we lost. It was all because because we tried to protect trans rights and that's why we lost. I don't think so, because it wasn't us. Right wing are the ones passing anti-trans laws. They did that. They created that wedge issue. So whether we responded to it or not is irrelevant.
That's why it's a wedge.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Raven.
That's why it's a wedge issue. They created it for that purpose. Like a lot of those things are wedges because they were formed that way. They were created that way.
Right.
Has anybody besides me ever noticed that it's always what they're against? They're anti-abortion, they're anti-trans people, they're anti-LGBT in general, LGBT in general for that matter. They're basically anti-women, although they would never admit that. They're anti-black, they're anti you know what? You get my point. It goes on.
And
it's what they're against. It's not what they're for. What the hell are they for? Can anybody say?
And technically speaking, even though they won't admit it, they're anti-Jesus because they don't believe in anything that Jesus actually supposedly taught. Because Jesus was, basically, give the cloak off your back and if that's not enough, give more. Turn the other cheek. Not.
So they're also anti-military.
Right. Well, it's the thing, and they're anti-police unless when the police are supporting white supremacy, because they're always talking about the state. Okay,
so when we talk about like Jigglypuff and Big Red and some of the extreme elements and some of the fringe elements of the left, and when we say that they should not be used as examples for the entire left, right? And then we start talking about the right wing does all this stuff. Vegas will say something like he just did. The right wing versus some handful of idiots. But the right wing isn't just a handful of idiots. When we say the right wing, there are actual things that are written as far as like party platforms and that kind of stuff. And the things that they usually have are evil. They're anti-American. They're anti-person. They're wrong.
Well, again, Lauren Boebert is in Congress. Taylor Greene is in Congress. Yeah. These are elected officials. They're not like fringe people anymore. They're elected officials.
The fucking idiot, the anti-Semitic, the Nazi white supremacists who want to know why white supremacy was a bad thing to be. He was an elected official. Right. Thank God he's gone now. But I mean, all these people, they're all elected officials, and they're all on the right wing. And people on the right want to defend. They want to defend the points of view of these people and say it's just a handful of idiots. But they're okay pointing to Jigglypuff. Difference between Jigglypuff and Boebert is Boebert has power. Jigglypuff does not.
Yeah, right. This is an opera of fascism that's happening right now. I mean, what Brooks said the other day about the terrorist guy, said that he understands his anger. Oh, really? And then he told people to, the Americans had to fight back with everything they have or something like that. In the wake of a guy taking a truck full of explosives to fucking Washington. I mean, where the hell are we right now with this shit? And the fact that Mo Brooks can say some shit like that, and we have 4 years of Trump, and so it's so close to normalized now. It's really disturbing because he should be behind bars just for making those kinds of statements. And people are wondering whether it's criminal that he said these things or not. Is it inflammatory? Gosh, I wonder. It's only inflammatory, I guess, if something actually happens.
So I was talking to Vegas last night, and multiple times I used the phrase Republican violence. And he took exception to that. And I'm just like, seriously? Like, this is something that's hard to comprehend, or you don't think it's fair? There have been 4 bombers. 4 Trump, MAGA world, Republican, GOP bombers. There have been 4 of them. Name a time in history where there is that much political violence with actual fucking people with bombs. Never. Outside of a war zone, never.
And again, they get defended by elected officials. Louis Gohmert, Steve King, Boebert, the whole litany. These are elected. The Ron, what's his name in fucking Ohio. These are elected fucking officials.
Their child God King, when he was running for president. I mean, he himself called for political violence on Hillary Clinton. when he said the Second Amendment people can take care of her.
Mm-hmm.
What else does he mean? Everybody understood it. It's Republican violence. There's like the fucking asshole who blew up the abortion clinic. Republican violence. Like the assholes that took years to do it, but they kept trying, that killed Dr. Tiller. Republican violence. Republicans are a sick and tainted party. It's a cult. There are conservatives that are in the Republican Party that are not insane, but they're not really Republicans. They're just conservatives. And the reason why they're holding the name Republican is because they don't want to be Democrats. But the party is
moments.
Right. And again, when Tiller was killed, a number of elected Republicans came out and effectively defended the person who killed him, made excuses. They basically had made apologetics for him.
Right now, there is a faction of the Republican Party who does not, they do not know what to think, because for the longest time they were against all wars. They're more like the Ron Paul Republicans, the Libertarian Republicans. Right now, they're witnessing Biden actually achieving getting out of Afghanistan. Right, and it's getting painted as like the second coming of the fall of Saigon, but he's actually achieving getting out of Afghanistan and just ending our involvement in that whole thing. And they have 4 years of Trump. He couldn't do it.
Well, I mean, actually, Trump started this train running. And just a couple of weeks ago, he's bragging about it. They couldn't stop what I started. This deal I made that would get our troops out. I mean, he's
take credit for shit, but he's not going to take credit for the shit show that it is in the airport in Kabul.
Here's the thing about that shit show. I don't really care about it. Well, like I care that it's happening. It's a terrible thing. We need to really, kind of tighten shit up and take care of what we got to take care of. But there was no way around it.
Yeah.
You cannot leave a war gracefully as the loser. It's not going to happen. It can't be done. So they're asking Biden to do something that no administration could have ever pulled off.
Which is why it hasn't happened before. Exactly why it hasn't happened before.
Exactly why it hasn't happened. Because no president before him wanted to bite the bullet. So
I feel like
Vegas. Vegas. I don't really give a fuck. There are a lot of left-wing terrorists, but they aren't defended by the party. They aren't members of fucking Congress. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I mean, you can point out fucking examples until you're fucking purple. But how long ago was Bill fucking Ayers? All the examples I gave were within the last couple of fucking years. You got to go back fucking decades and bullshit. Fuck you. Give me a break.
Well, that's the thing, and it's like, yeah, and show me elected officials who made apologetics for Ayers or Rosenberg. I defy it.
That was an interesting double pump on that middle finger.
And that's the thing. But this is also
stupidity. That is stupidity. I have spent hours talking to this man, right? Hours I spent talking. This is a very intelligent individual. This is an individual that I agree with a lot of shit on. That's stupidity. That was stupidity. And I expect better.
Well, it's kind of like, you remember, this was back during when Bush Jr. was president, and there was a whole bunch of Republican Congress people who went to jail, like 12 of them. But the Democrats, they had one, Henry Jefferson. That was the guy that they found with like $90,000 in his freezer. So yeah, he had like 90 grand in his freezer. So okay, he's a corrupt piece of shit. He got arrested. He went to jail. Good riddance, right? So I was talking to somebody about that, and they were trying to do this false equivalence, and they're like, I'm like, well, look at all these, criminals in the Republican Party. I'm like, well, you got Henry Jefferson. I'm like, okay, Bob Dornan. Oh, Henry Jefferson. This guy, Henry Jefferson. Like, if you keep going to the same fucking well, the fact that you keep going to the same dude tells me everything that we need to know. That these are
$90,000 in his freezer.
But there was literally like a dozen on the Republicans, and then there was like one Democrat. I'm like, yeah, this is why the people who the both side people, they're all glad. They're all should be glad that they don't occupy the same space as me because they'd be eating a fist. Because I'm so sick and tired of this bullshit. Again, it's like put the shit on a scale. It's, no one's ever saying that I guess I always said I'm never ever saying that the left is perfect. The left doesn't do anything wrong. The left doesn't have its fucked up people. It does. But when you put them all on the scale, and you go, well, there's a whole bunch of shit here. There's a little bit of shit over here. And again, what did we talked about before? When left-wing violence tends to be against property, because the extreme leftists, the anti-capitalists, so they're against the property holders. Right-wing violence is against fucking people. You can get new property. You can't get a new life. So again, these are not equal violence. Well, right, but the fact that the only thing off the top of your head is something from 3 decades ago speaks volumes.
And Bill Ayers, right? After Bill Ayers, always comes Soros. Always. I mean, he didn't do it, but most of the people that say Bill Ayers, a couple sentences later, they're about to say Soros. So I mean, it's nonsense.
Yeah. The guy who shot the guy who shot the senatorial baseball game. Yeah, that guy was bad. That's like one dude. Literally in the last 2 decades.
Wasn't he a Bernie supporter?
He was a Bernie supporter, yeah. Which is really surprising.
He didn't do what he did because Bernie urged him to do it, or empowered him to do it, or anything even remotely like inspired him to do it. His politics had a figurehead in Bernie Sanders. That's all.
Right.
It wasn't like Bernie was any kind of cheerleader or anything.
That's right. And no Democrat went out there with apologetics for him to try to excuse what he did. Not one.
Okay, I'm sure there's more also, because, that's kind of the way life works. But I mean, when you look at things like presidential administrations and the number of arrests and convictions for corruption and other illegal shit, you'll see that Republican administrations tend to have a lot more convictions.
Oh yeah, there's a great routine that George Carlin did. I was 88 or 89. It was actually one of his a show we did live. It's the name of the show is "What Am I Doing in New Jersey?" And he actually, and he did that actually very close. I was in Hoboken at the time. He was like the next town over. I actually could have got tickets, but I didn't get a chance. I didn't have the money. But anyway, there's a section of it called Ronald Reagan and His Criminal Gang. And he talks about all the special prosecutors, all the convictions. Look under Trump, how, the so-called witch hunt that found a shit ton of witches.
Okay, so Afghanistan, right? Afghanistan. Any president that tried to pull out of Afghanistan would have the same fucking problems. And here's the thing: the collapse of the Afghan army and the Afghan government and the president fleeing was absolute proof. It's absolute proof that Biden did the right thing, because we would have spent tons and tons and tons of money keeping troops there, propping up a government that doesn't even want to exist, for people who apparently didn't really support the government, because the government was pretty corrupt.
Right.
So what would be the point? I mean, if we wanted to do that, we might as well just grant statehood to Afghanistan.
I'm not pushing back exactly against because the government was corrupt, because most governments are corrupt, so I can't really argue the point.
Yeah, but I mean,
however, the implication being that the Taliban somehow are not corrupt, and I just think that's kind of funny.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the Afghan government was actually, for the most part, really bad. I mean, a lot of the money was coming from outside sources, like different countries giving money. The United States, a lot of our money that went into the country went into the pockets of government officials. It was really bad. It was really, really bad. So for a lot of the people on the streets, although they didn't have the Taliban anymore, and they were basically, in essence, free but at a state of war, their life was, undoubtedly and indisputably changed for the better. Everyday life still wasn't very good. You know what I mean? And it was because a lot of what we were sending them never made it to them. So
Yeah, the other thing too is that, and to your point, Paul. Yeah, but government's being corrupt. But the difference is, I mean, what it really comes down to is not that it was corrupt. It's the level of corruption, and also the fact that it basically the government didn't have popular support.
Well, they were in a bubble, weren't they, in
Yeah,
Afghanistan? It was basically Kabul and maybe a few satellite bubbles. But I mean, when the war first started, I learned a lot about the way things worked in Afghanistan with the Taliban, and like and the media like to call them warlords, but I would prefer to call them tribal leaders or whatever who also had weapons, because in that part of the world, you know that's that if you're going to be controlling your opium fields, for Christ's sake, you're not going to do that with daisies, right? You need guns, for example. Okay.
Here's
And when I read Plan of Attack by Bob Woodward back in the day, when the Gulf War was brand new, it starts off talking about what happened in Afghanistan, and apparently Dick Cheney, I can't remember if it was like 2001 or 2002, but he authorized $5 billion in cash to go to Afghanistan to pay off basically warlords and blah 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 to get their cooperation. So we are partly responsible for this culture of corruption. Here, we'll give you money, do what we say.
right.
You
The other thing, there's two other things that go along with it. One was something that I saw that Bo of the Fifth Column had said. He made the point, it's like, well, people are wondering, well, why the army collapsed so quickly. A big part of the problem is people are like, well, we trained them. Like, well, we trained them, yes, but we basically did all the heavy lifting. So a lot of these people had no actual combat experience. So, and basically when it comes down to it, combat experience trumps training, 99 times out of 100.
yes,
well,
but I mean,
also, it's my understanding that Afghanistan never had an air force to speak of, and most of the military operations that they trained with had air support. So, what are you going to do when you know that's going away?
Right.
So they actually lost the Afghan army lost a lot of troops. So I mean, some of them did see combat. There was a lot of death. They lost a lot of people, and a lot of those folks that stepped up and went through the training. I mean, you can't take away from them that they were brave to do so, especially considering where they are. So, but I think they collapsed the way they did was because they didn't have confidence in their government.
Well, that's part of it. I mean, you don't want to die for something you don't believe it. Yeah, you don't want to die for something.
If you think one side is pretty surely going to win in the end, let's bring the end with as less bloodshed as possible. They're going to win anyway. So I don't want to be the guy that gets killed by you. And that's not cowardice either. That's pragmatism.
But there's a couple of problems, though. I mean, the Afghan army had 350,000 troops. The Taliban had 75,000 troops. So they were severely majorly outnumbered the Taliban. There's no reason why that the Taliban should have been able to sweep through the country the way they did, unless people got paid off. Some people were just disgusted. Some people were afraid because the U.S. was leaving, and they just stepped out of the way. But also, our press, and I know Vegas is going to agree with this. Our press sucks. Because there are certain things like the Afghan government did not completely collapse. The Afghan leaders didn't all just leave the country. The president did, but the vice president didn't. And he is still alive and he's still fighting. And he is now calling himself the acting president of Afghanistan. And there's nobody in the West that is actually agreeing with that's who he is. You know what I mean? They're not supporting the fact that this man is the next person in the line of succession who is now legally the president of Afghanistan. And they're just saying the government's gone. The government, and this guy's in the wilderness going, no, I'm here.
Well, the other that's an important thing. The other thing too is that it kind of goes hand. A couple things that go hand in hand. One is that when we knock over a country, so effectively went in Afghanistan, effectively took over. So the thing is, the army is really good at the military is really good at conquering places. But
is it? Show me the evidence.
Well, no, let
You mean blowing the shit out of them? Is that what you mean by conquering them, or do you mean like? I'm not sure what context you mean.
Defeating military opposition, but if you,
Okay.
I'm trying to build to the next point. But then what happens is when we try to do nation building, we leave it to the military. That's not their fucking job. And I've heard people right, left, and center say this for 3 decades now. Is their job is to kill people and break shit, and their job is not to nation build. They can provide security for that, but that's not what they do. And so what ends up always happening is that we end up setting these places up as protectorates, not as independent nations. We set up protectorates. And if they're going to be protectorates, then they're going to be protectorates forever. And we always seem to do it for our own, because here's the problem. It's kind of like what happened with Egypt. Now, we didn't go into Egypt, but think about what happened with Egypt. So, Mubarak gets overthrown. Military kicks him out. And then they have probably the first fair elections in a long time. Who'd they elect? They elected the Muslim Brotherhood. Well, we didn't like that, because sometimes when you allow the people to vote, they don't always vote the way you want. So we basically create a protectorate who's really not capable of standing on their own, because we don't really want them to be on their own. We want them to be a protectorate for our own purposes. And so what ends up happening is these puppet governments that we prop up, the soldiers don't believe in them, and why would they? It's just like in Vietnam, the South Vietnamese government there's several, they just kept falling apart, but all those governments we propped up were just corrupt, and the people didn't believe in those governments because they didn't care.
Egypt is interesting. Egypt is interesting because the military runs the country. And there's a government and everything, but they don't really. It's the military that runs the country, and it's been that way for a long time. So if they don't like the president, they're gone. I mean, they'll just remove them. But it's like everything you do in an everyday life is regulated by the military. And if you want to buy a new refrigerator, you have to get permission from the military to do it. My sister's boyfriend actually is Egyptian, and she just came back from there. Egypt is a really strange place. I don't know if there's another government quite like theirs, but they are literally really ran by the military.
The funny thing about them is, even though the Muslim Brotherhood took over, they still cooperate with us when it comes to military exercises and all that, and they still cooperate with Israel.
Because the military is who's in charge, not so much the Muslim Brotherhood. I mean, that's like a figurehead kind of a thing. But the military, they will allow whoever's running the country as far as, political, to do it as long as they are happy as the military. As soon as they fuck up, they're out, because the military will take them out. True. Because nothing in Egypt, even like I said, individual people in your everyday life, nothing happens without the military's okay. If you want to buy a fridge, you have to ask the military.
Sure, Sadat was taken out by the military.
I thought Sadat was taken out by the PLO.
No. Nope.
Muslim Brothers gone now. Military's back in charge. Military's always in charge in Egypt. Military's always in charge. I don't know how long it's been that way, but that's the way it is now. The military is in charge.
Yasser Arafat certainly implied in an interview that I read fucking decades ago now that the PLO was at least partly responsible for Sadat being assassinated, because in Yasser Arafat's own words, Sadat betrayed them. Whatever that meant in the context, I'm not sure.
Well, he made peace with Israel.
Okay, so let's go back to Afghanistan.
No, I'm cool with just an exit, and however messy it is.
So the other morning I was watching Morning Joe. Not because I like Morning Joe, I really don't. And not because I was interested in what he had to say, because I really wasn't. Morning Joe is a fucking asshole. Morning Joe's a piece of shit. He really is. And I don't know why MSNBC employs him, because he's a piece of shit. But he was going on and on and on about how this is so terrible that Biden is doing what he's doing and pulling the troops out. And he said, we've got 35,000 troops in Germany, and we've got, whatever it is, 50,000 troops in South Korea. What's wrong with having 3,000 troops in Afghanistan? And it's just like, number one, if you can't see the difference between an active war zone, for a war that can't be won, that we don't belong in, right? And having troops peacefully stationed in friendly countries, that are there for things like Vegas and I were talking tonight, right? Keeping Russia in check, which, by the way, I think they can draw down a lot of those troops. I don't think we need them. But anyway, so Morning Joe is going on and on and on about, why they should remove the troops, because we have all those troops all over the world. Bring them home too. Like, I don't understand this whole hard-on for having troops in every fucking country.
I could not agree more.
Well, I'll tell you what it is, and I coined the phrase, and unfortunately, I have not gotten it to catch on. Hopefully, I can continue to spread the word. I call it Maginot Line thinking. Maginot Line thinking. So if you think about World War One, after World War One, the French built the Maginot Line. So they built a series of pillboxes and defenses and walls all along the Franco-German border. The idea is that, well, if we got to fight the Germans again, we got all these defenses. Because, of course, they were thinking about the war they just fought, which was trench warfare and a lot of fixed defenses and all this kind of stuff. That was not built for the war that would come, which was a war of maneuver and aircraft and tanks and things like that. Now, to be fair, they knew that they expected that the Germans would go around, but they did not expect some of the maneuver that the Germans were able to pull off, because again, they still had this old mindset. So a lot of times, if you think about it, all those forces in Europe are there. We're still fighting the Cold War in our head. The war, something that ended 2.5 decades ago. We're still fighting that, and we don't need to defend. There's those Eastern Bloc hordes don't exist anymore. Those armies are rusting in place.
Right, but there still does need to be. I do agree that there still needs to be a check on Russia, because Putin has shown time and time again he does have expansionist aspirations.
Crimea is in their hands right now, and it's been like that for 6 years. And the USA is kind of impotent to do anything significant to get them out.
Like to rebuild the Iron Curtain. I think he would very much like to do that. His actions seem to be pretty clear on that.
I just wanted to make a point before we got too far away from it, from our previous discussion about, you were saying about the media and how it kind of sucks in regards to this Afghanistan topic. And I couldn't agree more. And I found it interesting this week, because I'm always frustrated when I see anyone who considers themselves to be a liberal sort of advocating for lengthening war or getting us into a new war or anything like that. And I've been particularly annoyed with MSNBC when Trump was president and he was wanting to get out of Afghanistan. They were saying it's the worst thing in the world, blah, blah, blah. And then now that we're out or getting out on MSNBC, what I found very interesting is this, and it is something I haven't witnessed on corporate media since I've been back in America until this week. You say you watch Nicole Wallace in the afternoon. It's very much, should we really be doing this? Should we really be doing this? You watch Joy Reid, it's a little bit more, should we be really doing this? Whatever, blah, blah, blah. Mehdi Hassan was in for Chris this week, and Chris Evans. And Mehdi was like, it is about time we get the freaking hell out. And then Ari Melber was saying the same sort of thing. So the fact that the different hosts, and Rachel was saying, are we doing this the right thing at the right time, blah, blah, blah. So I find it interesting that each announcer is allowed to have their own. The station isn't necessarily have a consistent narrative because the announcers can bring their own perspective to it. That's something I didn't know existed on MSNBC, because they seem to be very much narrative driven most of the time on almost every other subject.
No, that's the way they always are, though. I mean, a lot of times they do kind of speak in unison, but not because, like the Fox News, they're told basically, except for like the straight news guys, like Shep used to be before they canned him. Outside of that, for the most part, they're all told this is what the position is. This is what you're going to say, and they sell it. That's why they all echo each other. But like MSNBC, Rachel has her own style. She has her own opinions, and she tells you this is my opinion. And Nicole Wallace is kind of a right winger, and I still like her because I mean you can tell this is my honest feelings. This isn't the station telling me what to say. This is how I feel about this. Morning Joe, I don't like him for the same reason.
but see, and that's why he's there, though, because basically they're trying to have a site that's not an echo chamber.
Right. And then you get like Lawrence O'Donnell drives me up the fucking wall, and I don't know why he has a job.
Yeah. But the thing too about we're talking a minute ago about all those troops in Europe. I mean, the funny thing about it is, those of you who are ex-military, you're probably familiar with this already. POMKIS. Okay, so I'm surprised you didn't know. Okay, so POMKIS stands for Prepositioning of Material Configured in Unit Sets, and that's been there since the 60s. Basically,
only certain MOSs would be familiar with that.
Okay, well, it was general knowledge, but basically what it is that we knew that we could, if the back when the Warsaw Pact was at its largest, we knew that if they suddenly made a dash across the German border, that there wasn't enough forces in country to completely stop them, and that we would take too long by ship to deploy all the tanks and air helicopters and all that. So what we did was we basically built 3 divisions worth of stuff and placed it in different bases in basically dry storage. And the idea was that, and it was always maintained and kept up. And the idea was that if the balloon goes up, all you got to do is grab the people in aircraft, and you can do that in a day or two, ship them over, say a week, really, realistically. But you grab them all up and you drop them in. They pick up their equipment and they roll out to the front. So
there was a time when aircraft had to be, especially aircraft, had to be kept in Europe. There was no way that you were going to be able to get from the United States, to wherever the target was going to be, most likely in the area of the Soviet Union. But we don't need that anymore. I mean, modern airplanes can go around the globe and they refuel in the air. I mean, we don't need to have the kind of presence that we have, because even if something happens, we can still respond like that.
Right. Exactly.
I wanted to address Merely a Fan, because what's happening on the ground in Afghanistan, according to the news media, is not all that different than what the president's saying. My issue with the news is that they're not actually reporting things that are actually real on the ground. They're really not. Like they said that the government of Afghanistan has collapsed and the leaders fled. The president fled. Not all of the leaders did flee. And the vice president has assumed command of the country, even though nobody is acknowledging that he did. Because why? Because our media is very, very powerful. And they can invent reality just by ignoring something or by saying it. Right. So it isn't Biden is such a failure and the news is questioning him. No, Biden's actually done a pretty good job with this pullout. There's no way you can leave a country from a war that you just lost and everything be okie dokie. And by the way, a lot of the issues they're having pulling people out was because the Trump administration intentionally broke the SIV program that was supposed to get our allies, getting them the fuck out of the country. So,
right. Yeah, that's the Stephen Miller project.
Yeah. And the other thing too is that, like, so with the media, see, this is the thing. This is why when everyone talk about the so-called liberal media, I always roll my eyes, because basically the media likes conflict, and they love when they can draw an inference between one situation and another. So for them, comparing it to the fall of Saigon is good copy. That's why for them it's like, oh, it's like Saigon. Whether it is or not, they're going to say that because it makes ratings.
Listen, I'm going to make my move, guys. I'm feeling a bit weary. So I want to thank you guys. Maybe I'll pop back in later if you're still there. I don't know. But hopefully Kazoo will show up and fill up the screen. So let me put it back to the friendly size. There we go. And I'll see you guys anon.
All right. Take care, Paul. Feel better. Well, I'm not saying that we don't need any capabilities, Vegas. My point is that we don't need as much as we have, because we can effectively use the POMKIS setup to keep material there. So basically, if you took, if we can store enough for 3 divisions, so if you had like 3 active divisions with like 1 brigade each, and then you ship over the 2 other brigades that the division needs. So if we got 9, so actually we could support 4 divisions that way, and then like 1 independent brigade.
So something feels off about Biden to me. Yeah, you don't like him. It's clear that that's what it is. You don't like him. Saying the buck stops here doesn't really work when we're blaming Trump and the Afghani army 5 minutes later. When a president takes office, everything in the world doesn't reset for that president. Like the things that happened before he took office are still things that happened, and they still affect the real world. And you, as president or as anything else, don't have complete and total power over everything that happens in the world, as much as some would like that. That's just not the way reality works. So, yeah, the Trump administration did break the process that was being used to remove our allies, the SIV program. And yes, it was a Stephen Miller project.
Yeah.
He tinkered with that and he fucked that and he broke it on purpose. It was broken on purpose. And the administration, the outgoing administration, knew it. And now that we need to bring people home, there's problems. Well, yeah, but you know what? Whatever. Whatever. Thing that the thinking that a president is somehow, a king that can just wave his hand and make things okay.
Well, the other thing about it too, if you think about it, if we had stuck to Trump's plan, we would have left in May. So imagine how, as fucked up as it is now, imagine how fucked up would have been 4 months ago, with even less time to prepare. See, this is the thing, and this is I was talking to somebody, and again, I don't tend to, give too much credence to conspiratorial thought, but somebody pointed out to me that so Trump basically does this just before he leaves. And as he sticks a situation that can't possibly go well for Biden, no matter even if he did something better than what was done, it still was going to be bad. Well, if you think about Bush the first, what does he do? He goes into Somalia 2 months before his term ends and sticks Clinton with it. So and that's the thing. So it's like, it made me start to think, is there a certain amount of, hey, let's fuck over the next guy by, creating a situation where they can't possibly do well,
Well, it absolutely is. Absolutely.
I do believe that is the case, that presidents do fuck over the next president with a lot of things that they do if they know that they're going to lose. But I'm not convinced that if we had pulled out earlier in the year, that it wouldn't have gone better, because it also gave the Taliban time to arrange their response to us leaving, and they got better and better plans as far as, let's take it all over like right away.
Are you thinking? Yeah, but see, you're thinking that they didn't have that plan already to begin with. That's the one thing that we have to remember.
Other boxers are getting a little bit more of a rest because the ref wants to get a cut checked. Well, it gives the other boxer a rest too. So
I get what you're saying.
Because they don't want the other guy to get through.
Right, but again, you got to remember, other cultures are not the same as ours. These people play the long game, so it didn't matter whether. So if we just say we stayed another year, I think the outcome would have been literally the exact same, because basically they already know what they're going to do. Yeah, and the situations on the ground that made this possible were still going to be there a year from now or 6 months ago.
Which is why
I'm not saying I'm right. I'm saying we don't know if they would have been as fast if it was months ago. We just don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know. There's no way of knowing. We can speculate, and I don't think it would have been much different, but I don't know.
Yeah, that is pretty funny. Trump talking about like not doing enough for refugees when he literally cut down the refugee limit. Actually, Biden changed the refugee limit from 15,000 up to like 45,000, I think. So he did actually.
So, yeah, I don't know what his foreign policy decisions in the last 7 days when it came to Afghanistan you have a problem with, because Biden did not strap on a flight suit or put an M16 on his back. He himself didn't go to Afghanistan and carry out any missions. It's kind of like, this is the way things work. Here's our objective. Hey, military, make this happen. I mean, he's not sitting there with a giant map on the wall pointing at places and saying, you go here and you go, like it isn't that granular for the commander.
And we know from Vietnam, when a president does try to get that granular, as in Johnson, it's a fucking clusterfuck, because it's not something the president should be doing. But the thing is that the decision was we were pulling out. But the thing is, again, we were supposed to pull out in May. So his decision was, let's hold off to give our allies and our the supporters more time to get away. So that was the decision. I mean, what other than staying there indefinitely, what other decision could he have made? That's what
Yeah, I mean, I just love the blind bashing. It's just like this is how I feel. I have no reason to feel this way. It's just how I feel.
The
And
only
it's like,
no,
okay.
now Tracy Harris did bring up one salient point, and I'll bring this up.
Okay.
First thing was when Biden said that he was surprised, he and the administration were surprised at how quickly that the Taliban took over. Her point was like, well, somebody fucked up then, because either the military intelligence fucked up or the military fucked up. Somebody either didn't get the president the right information for him to expect it, or two, he didn't absorb it right, or something. So that's fair. So that the fact that the administration didn't expect it to collapse this fast, okay. So again, somebody fucked up, whether it was the military intelligence, the administration, or a collection thereof.
Well, exactly. I mean, and that's like merely a fan, right? The news about ignoring various reports in the lead up. There's no news about him ignoring any reports. And the fact that the intelligence about the Taliban and Afghanistan had been so off. Yeah, right. You're absolutely correct that the intelligence collected by the intelligence community and sent to the president was off. Therefore, it is the president's fault, because that apparently is a result of a foreign policy decision he made in the last 7 days. Right. No, it doesn't make sense. You're upset with Biden because you really don't like Biden, and this just feels right to you to do. And I'm sorry if you don't like that.
Well, the funny thing is, he's literally saying what I just said, as far, but from, but like you said though, like what I just said is exactly that. If the intelligence, now I haven't seen any evidence that said he ignored the reports. Now, if he ignored the reports again, okay. But here's the question though. Just say there were still reports out there that said this was going to go as bad. So then he would have expected it to go this bad. But what was he going to do about it? Because we were still leaving.
You're still leaving. Yeah. I mean, it's like, what would you have had him do? I mean, that's what I keep coming down to. It's just like people are all upset at me. What would you have had him do? We're still going to pull the troops out. You're going to do like halfway?
Because when you saw Biden defend the ACA and basically not want Medicare for all, he wants to build on Obamacare, build on something that was part of the legacy that he had under Obama, where he was vice president for 8 years. But part of his legacy under Obama for 8 years was keeping this Afghanistan war going, and for this thing, he decisively is seeing things differently. And I'm wondering if that whole 8 years, if he was just, towing the line for the president and still in the back of his mind thinking, hey, maybe we shouldn't be here. This is a cluster.
Could be. It could be.
Or is this a change of heart?
Biden said that there was conflicting reports. I'm sorry, Michael. Vegas said Biden said, yeah. Perhaps. And that happens, especially when you're dealing with stuff that hasn't happened yet.
Right. I mean, especially because something that's happened, and again, this is, I blame, there's probably blame to go all around for this. Although again, not with the current administration, but certainly the previous one, including Obama and Bush the second and all that, is that basically our dependence on electronic intelligence over human intelligence has gone way up in the last 20 years. Whereas we used to have more people on the ground gathering human intelligence, and the fact of the matter is that our experience has shown is that human intelligence is more reliable than the electronic frontier.
Haven't we kind of proven that collecting intelligence, human intelligence, in the Middle East, that we were actually pretty bad at that?
We are pretty bad at it.
We suck.
But we're even the thing is, we're even worse without it though.
I mean, it's hard to collect intelligence, human intelligence, when it's pretty clear who you are. I think that's when one of our probably the major drawback. It's anybody that we send in to do that kind of stuff. It's like, yeah, don't talk to that guy. He's an American.
Joe, I just want to send Vegas the link because I don't want to keep yelling at his text. I just want to yell at him. You know, the when we talk to the same person 10 times in a row, you know, 10 of them in a row, it's like we might as well just yell at the person. So link is sent. So, you know, if he wants to jump in here and get yelled at, I'll say that I do also think that the military should be restructured in many ways, and our presence around the world is not even the biggest thing. I think that we should be quartering soldiers and rewriting our constitution about that. We should use our soldiers for the hurricanes that are about to hit COVID-ridden states right now, where there's not enough hospital beds to go around, and it's hurricane season, and they're about to get hit bad. It's a recipe for disaster, bigger than, you know, Katrina. But also, I just feel like we should be able to use our army to, in different regions, do you know, natural disaster relief. And,
Yeah,
and there should be an exception to our quartering rules, you know, as far as where we can put our soldiers.
Just as a note, you know, Robert Wallace, you will be blocked on site, so don't just stop coming back, because I'm just going to block you on site. And you actually wasn't a bad point you made. That wasn't the point, but fuck you.
Okay. So green, the green machine, and I do get a kick out of the double the, anyway. So we've already established though that MSNBC is actually really good and not like towing the same line, and that each of the hosts have different opinions about whether or not pulling out was a good idea. So I don't know what you're talking about, because that isn't the reality that I've seen from MSNBC.
So
yeah, that's well, I mean, I don't know how that's going to happen. And what's that? And
those other two, whatever they are.
What's that?
Yeah, whatever they are.
The other two branches, whatever they are.
So more restructuring of the military. I believe every training that we give our military should result in an accredited degree. We should not be throwing away training that is meaningless in the civilian world. Every soldier should have 3 MOSs, mandatory. They should be trained in 3 separate things. 2 of them should be translatable to the civilian economy. So you can be an infantryman, that's fine, but you're also going to get an MBA. Because fuck having you work for 20 years and then having no translatable skills in our economy. I want all soldiers trained in 3 different things.
I am not now, and I never was really mechanically inclined. I just, it was never my thing.
Auto mechanics for you.
I'm sorry?
You got to learn to do an oil change.
Military operational specialty.
Oil change. I was my MOS was air conditioning mechanic, and I thought that would be something that I could use in the civilian world. Well, they trained us on R12 refrigerant, which was illegal in the civilian world. The military could still use it, but in the civilian world, it was R12 didn't exist anymore. Freon, they had gotten rid of Freon and was replaced with, like, you know, R132D or some shit like that, whatever it was. But the way, like, the process of, like, recovering and all that stuff, they're different because they're different refrigerants. So I was trained for something that I could never use in the civilian world, and I didn't know it was going to be that way until I was there. I was like, you motherfuckers.
Well, and I remember, like, at least now you can use the GI Bill for trade schools. But I remember when, and you can even use it for certain testing. But I remember seeing, like, after Reagan's term was over, because obviously they made a big deal. Oh, you can go in the military, get all these skills that you can use in the civilian life. So they had this guy. He was a Tomcat mechanic. He's like, I work on these engines. I could work on any engine, in any civilian, air fleet because, it doesn't take that much to learn it. But he says, I can't afford the $6,000 class it's going to take that I have to, so I can take the certification test so I can get my civilian aircraft mechanic certification. And I can't use my GA Bill for it. So I'm fucked. So basically, I've got all these skills and I could run rings around any civilian mechanic, but yeah, fuck me. So they changed that.
When I was in the National Guard, there was a couple of guys that they could not legally use what they learned in the military in the real world. Their MOS was for communications.
Hi, Vegas.
And they could not use what they learned in the military in the civilian world. And they ended up with shit jobs. They were probably some of the best trained people on the fucking planet when they came to communications, and they couldn't use it.
My friend Michelle's kid, he is in our military right now. He's security, like IT security. He can moonlight, but he can't do any IT jobs until he's out from the military. Because otherwise, I would have him do some work for me. But even though he's not going to be doing anything related to his military, but yeah, he's not allowed.
Vegas, you ready to take this outside? I see your
What's
chest
that?
up. Let's go.
Huh?
Let's go.
I don't get it. What did I miss?
You feeling froggy? Jump.
What are you talking? I'm so lost right now.
Nothing between us but air and opportunity.
Oh.
Hello, Vegas.
Hey, how are
Hey,
you?
Vegas.
Sorry, I kind of missed the last 5 or 10 minutes. So
That's right.
I didn't
We
catch
were
what you
ragging
were
on you.
Oh,
We
were
were
you?
ragging. Yeah, it's all right.
That fucking Vegas
I
guy,
saw
man.
I saw that Robert Wallace dude that somebody pointed him out to me. I made a comment on his video. If he's watching, dude, that dude's a little
Off.
Robert, you need to calm down there, bud. You got me worried. You kind of might want to join the Klan or something. So just saying.
Yeah, I mean, the sad part about him is he was, a fairly liberal guy. Not extreme, but he was, a pretty decent guy, very easygoing guy at one point. But he, he got convinced of QAnon by a pederast, and is still convinced of QAnon, even though the pederast is in jail for the rest of his life.
Yeah. So it's I kind of look at people like that they're kind of victims of this disinformation society or misinformation society or something. I don't know how to think about that kind of people, but it's like I came on here a couple of weeks ago and I was showing you guys that website that I found, with all the different fake articles. It was like a whole alternate universe, and I'm just like, guys, this isn't a thing. It's not real. I don't know how to get through to people like that. It's pretty unfortunate.
I mean, I don't even try. I mean, quite frankly, because maybe somebody can reach them. But it's not going to be me.
Well, things are only getting worse. Somebody's got to reach them. Somebody's got to do something. I mean, we're not going in the right direction with what we're doing.
I don't have the temperament to reach them.
For my part, I've been leaving some jovial comments, just little responses here and there. But I don't think that I can reach him. I feel like he's pushed me out.
That's too bad because I can tell when he was saying that shit in that video that I commented on. I don't know. It was a few weeks ago, maybe a couple weeks ago. I could tell like he knew what he was saying was off. Like I could tell there was something in there. Like I think he knows. He's probably caught up into something. It's not conservatism. I can tell you that.
Right.
So.
Yeah,
I can tell you that I'm wearing a T-shirt that shows that I'm a fan of Doctor Who, and this is the episode where he met Vincent Van Gogh, right?
Yeah.
And the TARDIS blew up, and Van Gogh painted it. So Robert Wallace is wearing T-shirts that are like Proud Boy slogans, and like the last one I saw said Gun Hub instead of Pornhub, and it was like It had different slogans. I'm like,
I don't have any problem with gun
so
club.
far into it that his wardrobe is now speaking what he's caught into.
Yeah, so we're going to see him on the news eventually.
I hope not, man. I think he's the kind of person that gets sucked into poll and various message boards like on 4chan that are comprised of trolly people that seek to brainwash susceptible individuals. And I think that might be what it is. Hopefully he can come back from it, because he seems like he would be a good dude.
I said he was a really good guy at one time.
Yeah.
And actually, it actually shocked the hell out of me because I was really not paying attention. I was kind of away for a while, and I came back, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah. But anyway, oh well.
Yeah.
So Afghanistan. Props to Joe Biden. I was actually super impressed that he did what he did, because I looked at Joe Biden as the hawk figure pre-election. It was like, I'm a combat vet. I tend to be pretty biased against adventurism and that kind of thing. So it really came as a surprise that he did that. And like Raven said, when would have been the right time? Because I don't see this looking any different 6 months from now. I don't see it looking any different 18 months from now. It's just like Joe Biden said when he was doing that press conference. He's like, look, there was never going to be a right time.
Right.
I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically what he said.
There are certain things that could have run smoother.
There could have been,
sure, could have been smoother. But
there's also the orchestration of these kind of things have to be kind of not covert, but you can't just say something like, okay, everybody, we're getting ready to leave in 8 weeks. Make your preparations now. I mean, so right. So, I mean, you can imagine the kind of shit show that kind of thing could have devolved into if you did something like that. So I don't know what the right way to do it. There are certainly things that could have been improved. There are a ton of Afghans that have worked with us. Ones I've worked with, we extradited when I was there, that got their cover blown. But there are going to be people that are left behind. And the sad truth of it is they're going to get hurt. And the Taliban this is a front. They're going through this whole PR thing about, women are going to get educated and we're going to keep all this stuff. And the sad truth of it is it's a bunch of bullshit, and people need to realize that. This isn't something I'm happy about, but it is something that we spent $1 trillion on. And it's like a humanitarian effort that we've done here for 20 years. And we should feel good about that. Like we've helped out a lot of people get educated. We've improved their standard of living a lot. We've done a lot of good things there, and we shouldn't feel any shame for that stuff. And so this could have been better, but we couldn't be there forever.
There are things about our culture that I think we kind of left behind there that it's not going to serve those people well. There's huge protests in the streets of Kabul where they're carrying giant, yards and yards and yards long, flags, Afghan flags, and they're carrying them through the streets and they're protesting the Taliban.
So you can see it. We had an effect. You could see it at the airport. All those people that were on the plane. I mean, those are people that are
desperate.
Well, it's not just that they're desperate. There's a connection. They know what they're about to have to face, what they faced before versus who we are, right? And that says something.
And their reaction, what's happening at the airport with those people clinging to the planes, considering what they're facing, considering what's moving in and what's leaving, that makes more sense to me than the people doing the Western style protests in the streets. Because I saw that and I thought, oh, all you people are going to get shot. Every one of you. Because
I don't think the Taliban are in a position to where they can make moves like that right now. I think that they are the entity to do that kind of thing. But I think right now they're vying for legitimacy and trying to be taken seriously with especially the Chinese. And so they're not going to be too fast to go back into like the late 90s form of, you said something that offends me, so I'm going to cut out your tongue or anything like that. I don't think that's coming, at least for a while. But that is who they are. Make no doubt about it. They are super, super radical.
Well, here's my question. Now, what I'm wondering, because like you said, you're right. They're certainly vying for legitimacy. Now there are factions. And this is part of the problem. The Taliban, or the people who took over now, it's not just one faction. There's a whole bunch of factions. And apparently, some of the more extreme are going around trying to round people up and kill them and all that.
Well, the Taliban was the victor of the late 90s. So out of all the warlords or however you want to reference them, that's less offensive, I guess. They were the prevailing overall force that would manage to assemble the whole of Afghanistan in the late 90s, and they're so it is the Taliban, right? And yeah,
right. But it was one point I was going to try to get to is that I'm wondering if a certain amount of the fact, since they are being at least somewhat conciliatory, I wonder if that, at least on paper, at least in,
sure. We'll see.
Paper, I'm wondering if our presence there for that long has any effect on that, on creating that. Because I don't think that if we just say we tried to leave 15 years ago, I don't know that we would have got the same thing.
Well, so I think I don't know if it was us specifically, but I think the world in general has advanced to the point to where, think you can stream in 4K, 60 frames a second from Afghanistan from a cell phone, and so they will try to put the kibosh in those kind of things, but the world has gotten a bit softer and more humane in general, and so that might have an effect. As far as things that we did, they really don't like us. I don't know about that. That might be a stretch.
Are they going to try to ban the internet?
Oh yeah, in the Islamic republics all over, they. It's kind of like not. How China has what they call their Great Wall, whatever they call that. It's sort of like that. Is that what they call it? So yeah, if you go to like even UAE, or if you're in any one of those, like if you're in Qatar or one of them, they just filter out different kinds of content that you're not allowed to see. They're easy to bypass, but what they'll do is they'll block like most VPN services and known IP addresses that will do it. But, you can take out Tor. There's ways to get around that stuff, for people that know what they're doing. But it's a risk that you take in those kind of places for sure.
I think porn will find a way. Porn will find a way.
Porn finds a way. No, I said Tor, T-O-O-R.
Oh, yeah.
The onion ring.
No, I say porn.
Porn will find a way.
They're porn back. They got to find a way to get around all those hurdles.
The thing that I always find is always kind of heartbreaking to me is that when you look at any kind of oppressive regime, and you're right, that's like the first thing any repressive regime tries to do is control the media, control information, control communication.
Sure. Yeah.
And the thing is, probably the most extreme example is North Korea, or one of the most extreme examples anyway.
That's probably the most extreme example, I think.
And the thing is that like at a certain level, so here you are, you're the rulers, the leading party, the leader, the supreme leader, whatever, how the government is in that, in any given country. You have to not give a fuck about you have to care way more about your own power than than the well-being of any of your citizens in order to set these things up. Because here's the thing: if you create some great place, and people they're going to let you stay in power because
I
they're
think
generally speaking, their lives are not going to be negatively impacted. It's if you look, and here's a perfect example: is look in the United States. We know even with all the division we have, the people who are get reelected, 95% of the people are going to get reelected, whether people are happy with them or not, because things are not so bad that people are ready, for the most part, picking up weapons and trying to shoot.
right. Yeah, it's change doesn't happen until the pain of remaining the same becomes worse. Something like that. The only thing though is I'd say that was the only thing that's kind of an American way of thinking. I think the benevolent dictatorship idea is more palatable in other parts of the world and more understood. And I also think that the Taliban recognize this, and I think that there's reason that the Ba'ath Party had such success in Iraq, and I think it might have to do. I think it might have to do with like a threshold of education.
Well, maybe, but my point is that the regime in North Korea is not a benevolent dictatorship. They're not benevolent.
But okay, so you say that, right? And I agree with that, and I know that, but the effect that propaganda has on people means that if you were to pull somebody out, you would be surprised at the number of people that would try to run back to it. And so I don't know, that might be artificial, that might be, but it's not to them. Like that, they're in a different place than you are. Like it's sort of like, what do you call that when somebody kidnaps you and you sort of take on the persona, or you start empathizing with your captor? What is that called? Yeah, so that might be at play, but that's definitely a factor. So
wait, picture here, Chris. Here's the thing, though, is that if that were really the case, they wouldn't need they wouldn't need to have military to keep their people in, and they do. So that tells me that
no, I totally agree with that, but I'm just saying that there is a large proportion of people that really do become to believe this kind of stuff. It's not just
there's some for sure.
It's not the entire population that's faking the funk just to get by.
No,
really
and to be fair, there's certainly a privileged class in any of these countries where there's a a dictator. There's always a privileged class, and of course the privileged class, they're fine with it because they're privileged, right? So they're
making out, right?
Or a country like North Korea, where the privileged class is relatively small. Here's the funny thing. I used to work with a guy who's from China, and he was telling me about how, like, at one point people used to believe the government, and the government said, well, what we have here is the best. No one has any better than us, so there's no point in going anywhere else. And he said people believed it for a long time. But the thing is that information is leaking. The world is leaking now. Even like you said, even with all their firewalls and all that stuff, still gets in. And once that stuff gets in, and people see, so he said, by the time Tiananmen Square happened, people weren't trusting, and then Tiananmen Square happened, and that pretty much killed it. He said from that point, just nobody believes the government in China anymore. They all know that they lie most of the time and all this. So at that point, that means got to mean that most people, the scales have fallen from their eyes, but they're just maybe they don't have the power to maybe do something about it.
Right. Well, it's just like that one phrase I just mentioned. They're comfortable, and so they don't have the pain. The pain isn't worse by staying the same right now, and China isn't exactly. I mean, what do they call it? Communism with Chinese tendencies. That's like more like fascism and state capitalism at this point. So it's not exactly like living in, the 60s Soviet Union under Stalin or something.
Right.
So
I mean, the funny part about it is the one place, if you live in North Korea, the one place that you can get to go to, I won't say easily, but probably the least amount of difficulty to get there is China.
Sure, it's right there. It's their only border.
Right. So it's like at that
Well,
point,
besides South Korea.
yeah. So at that point, it's like, so all someone really has to do is travel to China and see. Even in the bad parts of China are better than what most people have in North Korea.
So that's one of we can make fun of North Korean state-run obvious propaganda. Like you can even watch some like old cartoons that they've created, and that's all well and fine. But like places like Syria and Damascus and the DPRK are places that like I'm not going to go to, but I would love to be like a fly on the wall just to see it for myself.
Yeah.
Just to see like how much the media versus what it is. Like, because that it's pretty bad in the countryside. That they have their privileged class down in Pyongyang and all the rest of it. But I want to see like how exaggerated versus how not it actually is. I just get curious about that stuff.
I saw a series of videos, and I don't think I finished the entire series, but it was a series of videos of somebody who went there and basically smuggled out like tons of footage, and they showed like all the shit that they had to go through to be able to get this out, and they got very close to getting caught at one point. But yeah, it was pretty like shocking. Now, yeah, Henry Rollins actually did go. Now this wasn't what I'm talking about. Wasn't from Henry Rollins, but he did go. What was interesting is at one point he was at like the DMZ, and he was checking that out, and somebody like Western tourists recognized him, and they were about to be like, "Oh, hey, Henry." And he's like, "You don't know me." He says, "If they know who I am, they will kill me."
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. If they find out who I am, they will kill me.
So it's like, I mean, my understanding though is like, do you have like the extremes that we think exist in like North Korea, where like the privileged class, and then you have the farmers who believe everything that is being pumped into them, and from what there are some people who have gotten out have said, yeah, those extremes and everything in between exists in the country, and that there are people, a segment of the population that believes that dude doesn't shit, that America,
they treat him like a god.
And there are people that they believe it. They and that's frightening shit.
So we're told. I mean, I'm skeptical of anything that I can't see with my own eyes these days. So, I mean, I'm not saying that North Korea isn't a fucking oppressive regime. Clearly, it is. But I would actually like to meet somebody from there, and I'd just say, hey, does a great leader really shit? Like, I want someone to say no. Then I'll fucking believe it.
The just as a program note, when you're making jokes about the Haitian earthquake, you're gonna get in timeout. Come back and do it again. So you can come back in 5 minutes. If you do that again, you're blocked.
What is the death toll?
I can't even see the chat. What do? You just go to the YouTube site.
Yeah. See, I see, and for me, since I have ops, I can see the chat and reply to it from here, which is nice. I don't have to open up a chat.
You can do if you just go to comments.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you can see them if you go to if you click on comments.
Oh, I didn't know that.
But you can't reply to them there. You'd actually have to go into the. So you can say something, but if you wanted to,
what is the death toll up to in Haiti?
Let me see.
I guess I could have done that too,
huh? Over 2,000. That was up 3 days ago. Over 10,000 injured and 500,000 in need of emergency supplies and so forth. Wow. Here's the thing. My wife brought this up the other day. Like when it happened. Like what the fuck? Like, okay, so for people who don't know, Haiti is on the island of Hispaniola. The west side of the island is Haiti. The east side is the Dominican Republic, or maybe it's the other way around. I always forget. I'm pretty sure that's how it is. So when the earthquake hit, now obviously Dominican Republic, it's not, Hispaniola is not that big. So, but whenever bad shit hits Hispaniola, it always hits Haiti and fucking levels it. And thankfully, it doesn't do a lot to Dominican Republic. Glad it isn't hurting the Dominicans, but it really seems to knock the fuck out of the Haitians. And it's like, what the fuck? Why? Every hurricane, every earthquake, every tsunami, it's just fucking the Haitians just taking on the chin constantly.
I don't know, something about just whichever side they're on, probably.
It's just so bizarre. Just like you'd think that the damage would be, again, and I don't want bad things to happen to the Dominican Republic. It just,
right.
It's just that Haiti just seems to get,
Right. I mean, Haiti is one of the poorest nations on the planet. I think like Afghanistan beat them, and maybe Syria at this point. But I mean, they're one of the poorest nations on the planet, and Dominican Republic is not. Haiti was a nation of slaves that threw out the French. Dominican Republic was European, the Spanish, and I think that has a lot to do with it. There might have been more damage in the Dominican Republic if the structures that were there were subpar or not built as well as what's in Haiti. I think that has got to have something to do with it because, it's a small island.
Yeah. I mean, and yeah, that's certainly got to be something to it as well. But it's really sad. The thing is that no one. I mean, the only time I ever remember doing anything big for Haiti was if you remember when Clinton was president, and we actually stripped the combat aircraft off of an aircraft carrier and basically used it to ferry rescue supplies. And they basically put all helicopters, like 90 helicopters on the thing, and they were ferrying supplies. I mean, not that we have never done anything, but that was like the only time really big,
I knew a guy that ran an NGO that did work in Haiti. It's, I don't know, like, even like when it comes to missionaries and NGOs and stuff that work even in Afghanistan and those kind of places, it's like, I've been to these kind of places and I just get washed over with this sense of futility. I hate saying it out loud actually, but if you've ever been to these kind of places, they're so bad and you're like, where do you even start? Like where do you even start? I've been on the border, like right across, there's a river that separates Tajikistan and Afghanistan. And I've stood on one side of it, looking over to the other side of it. And I mean, this isn't like a whole different country. It's like a whole different planet. Just the difference, like how, good luck to anybody that wishes to engage in that and totally support anybody that gives to those kind of efforts. It's just, I don't know. They seem so fucked.
I've heard some off-kilter people like Robert Wallace in one of his latest videos thinking that our absence in Afghanistan means China is just going to move right on in. And I happen to know that there's a 50-mile border between Afghanistan and China.
There's actually truth in that, though. There is truth in that.
I don't think that they're going to go through the center of Afghanistan with the new Silk Road.
They're interested in mining lithium. They're interested in mining different precious resources. They don't have the baggage to engage in the kind of corporatization of that area that we had or that we didn't have. And so they're probably going to try to take advantage of it just in the same way that they're doing in Africa. So they're going to try to make the same kind of move in Afghanistan. And so they have no qualm with trying to be cozy with the Taliban and giving them legitimacy if it means that they can come in and get their lithium and shit like that.
You think we might get cheaper cell phones?
I don't care.
Yeah, I'm for the silver lining, man.
Yeah, I had to go look this up because it didn't sound right, but it turns out it's true. Haiti had to borrow money from 1825 to 1946 to pay reparations to France, basically to get rid of slavery. That's beyond fucked.
Yeah,
See,
France.
I don't understand why whenever, as much as obviously the U.S. has a bad history with slavery here, but whenever Europeans attack us for it, I always tell them to go fuck themselves because they have their own history of enslaving people, including even after slavery was outlawed in their own country, of importing slaves. The Amistad was a French ship that was bringing slaves long after slavery was outlawed in France and outlawed here in the U.S. By the way,
The whole world has committed atrocities against humanity.
Yeah, so I mean, so it's like I should say they did it was after the importation of slaves was illegal. Slavery wasn't outlawed yet, but it wasn't illegal, but they still did it. So to me, if you know something is wrong and you do it, that's worse than someone who just because they're indoctrinated to think it's okay. I think the guy who knows better is worse for doing it. And that's the one thing, when I made the point to a friend of mine who we were talking about Jefferson, and he was like, well, Jefferson seems to have taken it on the chin in recent years. I said, well, here's the thing. It's like, yeah, he even because he tried to defend Jefferson, saying, well, Jefferson knew it was wrong. He wrote about it. I'm like, right. That's what makes it even worse because he knew it was wrong. If he was just some guy who was just indoctrinated to believe that it was a good thing, he'd be wrong, but he didn't know better. But he did know better, and he still did it. So fuck him.
Well, I mean, a lot of those guys in Jefferson's time, I mean, it was really a lot like Biden pulling out of Afghanistan, right? Nobody wanted to do it. And then no, it needs to happen, but I'm not going to be the one to do it. Right. Because then I will be the one that has to carry that burden or that scourge throughout history because it's not going to be a popular thing.
Right.
So.
Well, and in his case, it was like, hey, I'll have to give up a lot of my material wealth. And actually, you think about it, even with slaves, Jefferson was in financial trouble for much of his life.
Well, most of the founding fathers were. A lot of their treasure went to fighting the revolution. I mean, Morris is one that comes to mind. He gave everything. He was, the governor of New Jersey, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Morris. Yeah, I mean, he was also kind of a freak and a pervert from what I've read. But I mean, but he gave everything. He gave his entire fortune because that's how much he believed in their project.
And we named multiple towns after his family and several streets.
Well, if I go north, Morristown is like a hub for like everything in the northern half of the state. So
yeah. I mean, the thing, and my point to him was that like he's like, well, people have to decide whether someone was a bad person or a great man. I'm like, I don't think they're mutually exclusive. Someone could have accomplished great things and still have a lot of moral failings, and then it's a matter of how you put that in, what perspective you put that into.
I still think they deserve reverence. They did set the conditions for a lot of improvements to be made.
I think they would be appalled by that.
That they reserve.
I think
that they set the conditions. What?
No, that there be reverence towards them. I think they would be appalled by that.
Well, I don't.
I mean, I see. Here's the thing. I think you can commemorate events because certainly they were momentous events. They did change the world.
Right.
But you can do that without, like, for instance, as much as people look, everyone hates on Columbus now with good reason. He was a piece of shit. However, whether people want to call it a discovery or not, him landing at Hispaniola when he did,
right,
changed.
It changed history, right? It's not an insignificant. This is Europe landing in the New World. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. It was to pretend that it's not is silly. To pretend that George Washington wasn't a badass is a lie because he was the Delaware. I mean, like. Yeah, some of this mythos is mythos, but some of it's kind of necessary, and some of it's just fucking cool, and it's just kind of neat.
Sure, Washington didn't have really the best military record before the Revolution.
Washington didn't have the best military record. Is that what you said?
Yeah, he
Before
did
the war.
before the
No, he
revolution.
didn't. But he's the best.
Before
But he's the best that we had.
There was, I mean, there was wild shit like during the revolution, like early on, like riding his horse right into battle and getting shot, with the bullet holes through his jackets and not touching him once.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff is just like fuck. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's badass.
I just don't. I don't like the whole. I mean, these are the people that created the country. I mean, they made this thing possible, and it wasn't perfect, but.
Well, like I said, but the thing is, I think that you can evaluate someone with the good and bad. You can look at both and take it in context.
Sure. It was a different time too. For what it's worth.
I mean, the thing is, like I said, because somebody back when everyone was pulling down the monuments to the Confederates, which I still think we should continue to do, because the Confederates were not American heroes. They were trying to not be Americans, and so fuck them. But somebody said to me, "Oh, well, you want to take down the Jefferson, take down the statues of Jefferson and Washington and Lincoln?" I'm like, "Yeah, I don't care. That's fine. It's a statue."
Yeah.
So the thing was, some of those Confederates went on to be part of the Union, right, and part of the great members and war members of the Union. They weren't just Confederates, right? There was some reformation that happened after the fall of Confederacy.
Right, but remember, a lot of those statues are not to specific people; they're just generic Confederates.
Right, to the Confederacy. Yeah.
And even the ones like Lee himself said he didn't want there to be statues to it.
Yeah.
But
there are certain things though, like General Lee was a brilliant tactician and a military leader.
No, he was not. No, he was not. General Longstreet was probably the best military general on either side.
There are names of the Confederacy worth remembering just because they're significant.
Oh yeah, Lee was significant, but the thing is, he was actually a horrible tactician. He actually cost the South a lot of people at Gettysburg because of really, really bad decisions.
Sure.
Right. And remembering people and events and names and dates, and that's not the same as venerating someone.
There's a time though, like Genghis Khan committed atrocities, and I don't feel the need or the hatred that I mean, you know what I mean? It's just significant and interesting, I guess.
But it has also nothing to do with the country you live in, your history, what your children are taught. It doesn't affect your life in any way. When it comes to the Confederacy, these are very real, very living things.
And here to give some context. So the longest lived of my enslaved ancestors lived to 1957. I have relatives that are alive today that knew him. So there's living people who knew people who had been slaves. So that's how recent it is. So that's the big thing, is that so. And for me, I mean, it's literally affects people in my family. I actually know the names of who they were. Yeah. So it's, for me, it's not even like
it's recent in terms of history. I totally get it. We have a pretty flawed history. I get it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what.
Now here's the thing. Now I would actually be okay with a statue to Longstreet. I would like statues to people, but I would be okay with people saying, "Hey, Longstreet was the best general of the war," because he was, and he was a good general. He's a really good general. If he had been in charge instead of Lee, Gettysburg might have gone differently.
I'm glad it didn't.
Yes, and I think we should learn about all of it. I think we should study all of them. We should know their names. It's just
statues and monuments.
Right. Like, I don't want there to be, and apparently there is one, but I don't want there to be a statue to Benedict Arnold because, fuck him. I mean, the guy's name is synonymous with treason.
Yeah. I don't know. I just I don't really have a lot more thoughts on that.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna I'll be right back.
So basically, Green, he came in and he made a joke about Haiti, which I felt was not good. So I put him in timeout, and then he came back, mithering at me and making a personal attack. So I had it with him. So he's gone.
What was he doing at you?
Mithering.
Mithering? I never heard of that.
It's a good word.
I love that word.
Mithering. Okay.
So we talked about Afghanistan.
Like you wanted to?
Yeah, I did. I did want to. That was a big chunk of my life. I've spent close to 6 years there.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah.
I'm glad
I've
you
lived there.
Glad you
I've
made it.
lived on the economy. What?
Glad you made it back safely.
Each time. Actually, if you're familiar with General Massoud, he's the head of the Northern Alliance there. He was killed same time as September 11th. It kind of foreshadowed September 11th. We went and hired his pilot in Tajikistan. His own personal pilot ran a small company. We found him in Dushanbe, and he was our personal helicopter pilot. He flew an Mi-17, and I went home on vacation for a couple weeks. Found out he crashed and died, and I decided not to go back. Yeah, I did a lot of dangerous, stupid shit over there for a very long time, and I saw the whole. Sorry, really sorry, dogs. I saw the whole country. I'm gonna go on mute for a minute.
There you go. Okay, you came back. I didn't know where you were at.
Oh yeah, I mean, I got to see a lot of cool things that a lot of people don't have the privilege of, like where the Taliban blew up the Bamiyan Buddhas. I've been there. Genghis Khan's fort is like right across the way. It's in rubble, but you can actually still see an archery tower that's still like half standing. You can stand on it. You can look at it. You can. I mean, I've been everywhere over there, and it's kind of funny because the whole north part of the country is like here where I live in Colorado. It's like you wouldn't be able to tell them apart. It's just so they're almost at the same latitude and same altitude. So it's a really pretty country. There's a lot of cool people, a lot of shitty people. And yeah, I'll miss it, but I won't miss the bad parts. That's for sure. And I do feel pretty bad for the people that are going to get stuck there. But at the same time, there does exist brain drain. There's like a settlement and just outside of San Francisco of about 300,000 Afghans from like the first time this happened. They kind of came over as refugees, but where did he go? They came over as refugees and they've been living there. And I do kind of feel like if some number of those people didn't leave, maybe there wouldn't be as much brain drain. Because Afghanistan definitely suffers from that. So on one hand, you want to get out the good ones. On the other hand, by doing that, you're robbing them of their ability to maybe have later success in some ways. So I guess it is what it is.
Yeah,
So with the Taliban there, that I mean, there's a pretty high probability that those with the brains are going to get killed.
I don't know. I don't know. They weren't in power for very long. They were only in power for less than a decade before we nixed them in 2001. Ousted them. So hard to say.
Yeah, I mean, that is always a problem. I mean, just in general. I mean, anytime that there's people on the move, you're going to end up with. Well, hell, even when Trump was in office, right? We were talking about how like the people that were there initially were doing their best to try to slow him down and have him be a little more down to earth. But then a lot of them ended up quitting. But of course, if they quit, and then of course the people come in after are more extreme because he's specifically hiring them because they're more willing to be yes men.
Yeah.
So what do you do? Do you have people stay there just hoping that that they can stem the tide, or do you just put up with the fact that they're just going to you're going to get something worse afterward?
I just don't see anything like really good for us coming out of this at all. I see our favorability going way down in that region. I see China exploiting all of our work, and having the conditions basically set for them to come in and mine. I see the Taliban being completely cooperative with Al Qaeda or like forces in the region, harboring training camps. I'm not saying that withdrawal wasn't the right call. It just sucks that it's just everything about it just sucks. So I'm somber about it. It's like it had to happen. We should have never been there in the first place, but we certainly didn't make the best out of the situation. I can tell you that.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's frustrating.
There were initially mission goals that were met 10 years ago.
So that's the one thing that we never really had, right? Was a clear objective minus the nebulous concept of nation building, which is not a military job. It's not their job, like Joe said. The military doesn't know much about government except for military things. They did hire a number of people of various backgrounds to serve as mentors, but a lot of that ended up being like puppeteering. It just was never going to work, and that was the tragedy. Is you could see it all the way back in like 2005. You could see it in 2006, 2007. Like you'd look and work with them, and you'd be working with somebody for like a couple of years, and you'd just be like, "You're never going to get this. It's just not going to happen. You're just not gonna. It's never going to happen." And I'd stumble into it all the time, and with other people. And the truth of the matter is, a lot of the work that the Afghans did wasn't the Afghans doing the work. It was us, and that's because it's like your life on the line. It's like you're.
Well, and then something, you just made me think of something, Vegas, that a big problem with that is then, so if we're doing all that and they aren't, then they have no stake in it.
Well, you'd be embedded. It'd be them and you, and doing, like not just you, like one person, but like there'd be like a team of you and a team of them and that kind of thing.
But I mean, really, it should have been like maybe more of them. The ratio of them to us.
Joe, I'm just going to tell you, they're just not there, man. They're just not there. It's an education thing. It's just they're not there. You just can't get around it. Like it's going to take literally 2 decades worth of like being in American level schools or something to get them just to the level, the minimum level required to be able to function at that tempo, with that mindset. There's very few that, and we found the few that could. It was like a process of finding people that would be able to do certain tasks. Series of polygraphs, which it's almost impossible to polygraph people like that, by the way. But anyway, through polygraphs, through just regular testing, reading and writing, and physical fitness and all of it, just trying to find people to do certain things was fucking impossible. And then the ones that you find that are good enough, you're like, you feel extra bad for, because you're like, I want to bring you home. And in some cases we did bring them home because, you know, their family and safety was, their situation was compromised. So, but it's just a tragedy, just because you could see it and you knew it was going to happen, and it happened. You know, it's sad to see that all those people laid down those arms like that, like they just got rolled over. But it would be a lie, and I think any veteran or anybody that's like part of SF or that was part of that sort of community that did that kind of work, I think they would be lying to you if they said that they couldn't see it happening. Like back 10, 15 years ago, it was so all over the wall back then. Like, this is never going to work. It's just never going to work, because we can't get these people where they need to be. So it's not a surprise. That is the kind of thing with Biden. I will say this though, like when he's like, well, we didn't anticipate them rolling over in 11 days. I'm like, yeah, you did. Yeah, you fucking did. You knew it. I knew it. And I can sure as hell I can tell you this, like when he said there is conflicting reports, I can tell you this. Joe Biden knew this was going to happen. I don't know Joe Biden, but I can tell you, if I knew it was going to happen, he knew it was going to happen.
Well,
I knew it was going to happen.
Yeah.
No, the fact that the ANA and that was going to roll over, absolutely, unconditionally, that was going to happen. And I know you don't like Mitch McConnell, but Mitch McConnell laid it out on the Senate floor for you to hear it just a few days back, or like just a couple of weeks back, and he was right.
Yeah,
like they're going to fold.
Happen. Mike, you knew it was going to happen, right?
Yeah.
I knew it would happen. I thought it would take a little bit longer than 11 days.
Yeah. I mean, it's sad. It's sad that it did happen, but I'm not surprised.
No, I think it's been clear for a long time that the Afghan forces were nothing. It was us. The whole thing was us all the way through. I think it's been clear for a long time. I think.
There are some few good. There is few good ones. There are.
But in any group, there's always a few good anything, whatever. I mean,
there are a few good whole groups packages that they've put together. It took a long time to build some of those things up. I was part of that. And
well, see, that makes me wonder though. Okay, then and I mean, you were there, so you saw it. So here, tell me this then. Would it have made more sense then, rather than have 350,000 person army that was obviously not up to the task, and most of them weren't up to the task? Wouldn't it have better to have a smaller force where they were actually up to the task, that they might have been able to at least fight back as a cohesive unit that actually knew what the fuck they were doing?
Well, saving grace is maybe there's some of that going on. Even after the fact, we are Americans and we like to do things like that. And when you're fighting a force, have you ever heard the phrase where it's like sword fighting a fart?
No, I never heard that one.
So this is kind of like what it's like when you're fighting someone like the Taliban or like Al Qaeda or somebody that can just be in this sort of amorphous, I'm in civilian clothes, I'm wearing a burqa. Well, the only way that would ever take shape is if you did exfil, is if you did leave and you allowed it to take shape and you allowed it to become a targetable thing. So there will be efforts that go on in the future. There's plenty of people, especially in the northern part, unfortunately, they'll say that this is separated by like a Sunni, or not Shia, but they have their other varieties there.
Right.
They'll say that, but really what it is it's an ethnic thing. So like in the northern part of the country, you'll have the Tajiks, and in the southeastern part, you'll have the Pashtuns. So I would suspect that in time, as the Taliban takes shape, kind of mostly centered around Kabul and that southeastern and western part, and I imagine there'll be like another Panjshiri sort of CIA spook flavored person to come out and give them some taste of their own medicine in the form of IEDs in the years to come. I would imagine something like that will probably be happening. I mean, that'll probably be happening for decades, I'd imagine. But like as far as putting boots on the ground with uniforms, they just kind of scatter like cockroaches, and they're hard to deal with. So you can't fight this war like we're fighting another military, you know, like you said, we're pretty good at that thing, but that kind of thing. But we're not so versed in dealing with this kind of thing. So,
and we weren't, and we weren't in Vietnam or anywhere else, and the French weren't, and the British weren't, and the Soviets weren't, and
yeah, I think the only thing that you can do, I think the best effort was General Massoud's led Northern Alliance with the mostly Tajik personnel being armed by us. I think that this kind of approach, especially now that we're going to have an influx of refugees and stuff, I think there's tons of people that we could turn into the kind of people that would be interested in going back and doing that sort of work. I think being low profile and engaging in that sort of asymmetric warfare, if we choose to engage in it, is really the only way to engage in it. I don't think that doing it with, hey, I'm going to drop tanks on the ground and roll down the streets and fucking do my show of forest nonsense. I don't think that approach is very effective. So I imagine if we do, it'll look something like that, and you probably won't even know what's going on. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yep. But I won't either. So I don't do that kind of stuff anymore. I don't want to talk about Afghanistan anymore.
I don't blame you.
So
I do have one thing to add. 2 days ago, I was reading a Politico article, and it said real numbers on the kind of things that we left behind, that we provided to the Afghan military.
Billions.
It was like 600,000 M4 and M16 rifles.
Well, it was all what we donated to the ANA and the ABP and the ANCP and all the other whatever bureaucrats that we created over there. They gave them weapons and vehicles and rockets and fucking C-Rams, and I don't know. I mean, who knows whatever we gave them, but it was a lot. MRAPs, fucking Humvees, uniforms,
night vision goggles.
No,
yeah. Well, although Bo actually did a pretty good video about that. He pointed out, like, you could buy, night vision equipment was a big deal, 20, 25 years ago. So now you can buy night vision equipment in Walmart. So he basically, his point was like, yeah, they got all this stuff. It doesn't threaten. Well, certainly doesn't threaten us particularly.
No, it threatens each other. Like the Afghans are now.
It makes the Taliban much more threatening for regular Afghans, and it makes them much more threatening. Well, just in general for the region, right? Like, yeah, it doesn't affect us, but it certainly affects them. It makes them much more capable.
I don't know that they can keep a hold of that many weapons all under just the Taliban. I think it really gives the opportunity for other warlords to pop up and split up.
Well, that's certainly going to be. I imagine that we'll see a bit of fragmentation, like in Helmand, not Helmand. Helmand will stay, but the Herat, Kunduz area, Panjshir, like all those northern places, and even Bamiyan, the central places. Like there's a kind of a split And I'm not going to call them city states, but they're kind of clustered, like if you think of a city state, yeah, kind of around the country, because the country is like it's kind of like the Rocky Mountains, so you just have like these pockets of areas that you can kind of settle, and it's hard to move around. So yeah, they'll fragment for sure, because the way that these borders were drawn by, like, I mean, the way the Soviets and the Brits and all of us like contributed to how these borders works was fucking dumb. Like where we put these boundaries is really dumb, because like the same people are on both sides of the border, here and here and here.
Actually, Vegas, it wasn't dumb when you look at the context of the people who put them there for the reasons they did. They didn't see, the thing is, they were not put there to create stable nations. They were actually put there to create unstable nations that
all going to work perfect.
that would need the administration of the Europeans. They did the same thing in Africa. If you look at all the national borders, split tribal boundaries all over the place. Same thing would happen in India. They did this on purpose, because the idea is that if you then now you have groups that don't like each other in conflict with one another, and then now you're the outside power, and you get to say, well, you need us because those other guys are going to come and kill you, and then you're saying the same thing to the other guy. And the Europeans did this everywhere. So this was on purpose. Unfortunately, we're paying the price of it now. It's the same thing as Iraq. Iraq didn't exist until 1921.
Sure.
And so this is actually something that Biden said back before he was vice president. Even he's like, why are we forcing Iraq to remain a single country when it never was? This was a construct of
right, because they have wildly different, well, at least in the form of, so I don't know if, so the Kurds are kind of like across boundaries, I guess.
Yeah.
And so, but they desperately need a place of their own, somewhere, for sure. I don't know exactly where it is.
Kurds are getting fucked over by at least 5 nations.
Do you know the Kurds are kind of communists? It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant, but they helped us out. But they're kind of communists.
But most of those are right. But well, that's not untrue. I mean, he's only 20 years younger than Iraqis. But the thing is that, that's true.
I never thought of that. That's so weird.
But the thing is that his thing again. This was back in like 2005. He said this, that if they want us, because there was a movement at one point to say, hey, maybe they should partition the country so you have your Shia area, your Sunni area, and your Kurdish area. And the biggest argument was going to be over oil, because the oil was more in one section than another. So how do we share the oil so that each place is economically viable, and then they can go their own ways and do their own thing?
Right, because they don't realize that they aren't us. And this is the thing with Americans in particular that drives me nuts, is I'm not expecting you to understand them, but just to understand that they're not us. They don't think like us. They don't have the same motivations. It's so frustrating.
Right. And that's why when I never really believed it when people called Biden a warmonger, because his thing was like, no, there's a conflict there because we're trying to force these people.
I'm guilty of it. I'm guilty of calling him a warmonger because to me, neoconservatism is, where do you want to go? We'll fucking go to war. Let's do it. And then, Joe Biden represented the leadership of the DNC that made the way for Iraq to be possible. Like that, like he was like somebody that sort of flipped the left to make Iraq happen. And so I considered him to either be like a warmonger or a sellout or something in that category. So I'm guilty of that, and I don't feel bad about it because he did do that, by the way. But I don't know why he did it, but he did do it.
But ultimately, like, his thing was like, we're forcing these people together because we have some for some reason we feel proprietary about these boundaries that we Westerners created that they don't give a shit about.
Yeah.
So why make them do something that they don't care about? Because people are like, oh, it'd be so terrible if they broke apart. Why would it be terrible?
I don't see why it would be terrible. In that particular case, I
Right.
don't see why. I would also reformat. See, but like I suppose the limitations aren't because it's Iraq, and maybe like if it were just contained within Iraq and like you wanted to make quadrants, that's one thing. But like in the case of Afghanistan, it's more messy because the way that the boundaries are set up aren't within the confines of Afghanistan. You have to like it really should be like this part of Afghanistan and Pakistan
Right.
here, and it should be like this part of Iran and Herat and in this province here, and you could say the same thing. So like they didn't structure it around the societies that lived there.
Yeah. Well, and it's actually to your point, that's actually why the Turks, the Syrians, and the Iranians were all against Iraq breaking up, even though it would be good for Iran overall.
Right.
Because the whole thing, none of them want there to be a Kurdistan, because then they're worried that the Kurds in their own country would want to basically become part of Greater Kurdistan.
To them, to those people, they I mean, I don't know what your feelings about Iran and stuff are, but they would say the Kurds are like, they categorize them about like the Jews,
Yeah.
they're sort of at that level. So as in not favorable.
Yeah. Well, that's true. And what's particularly fucked up about Turkey, basically the Kurds in Turkey are stuffed into like the worst, least arable land in all of Turkey.
They're out there in the middle. They're out there in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, they're in the middle of nowhere. There's nothing, and yet the Turks won't give it up. It's like, but there's nothing there. You stuffed them there because you didn't want it yourself. But
I don't think it would have been like that. I don't think it would have been like that if it wasn't Erdogan. But
no, but we're talking. Well, I mean, how long has Erdogan been there?
It's been a few years. It's been a few years now.
Because I'm talking about going back to like even even in the 90s, really.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm talking about as a result of our invasion of Iraq and how that all worked.
And then I actually ran into an Iranian Kurd years ago. I was on a job startup in West Virginia, in like the Panhandle, and he was telling me, and he had been in the Air Force, and he was telling me how badly the Kurds were treated, and he's like, and he actually had gotten to a decent rank, but he's like, I couldn't go any further in my career because I was not Persian and I was Kurdish.
Right.
And he was giving me the rundown. And
this kind of shit is all over the world. This kind of thing. It's pretty bad. It's especially bad in places like Afghanistan, like the whole Pashtunian supremacy thing, Pashtun supremacy, whatever you want to call it. It's a fucking real thing they have over there. I tell you what, they really thumb their nose at the Tajiks. The tribal aspect of most of what I've seen in the last 20 years, it's sort of like that it can all be boiled down to that, whether it's Shia, Sunni, Pashtun versus other people. It's all the same shit.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, again, the whole entire continent of Africa, much of the problems there are because the national borders don't match up to tribal borders, and so they're tearing each other apart over whatever things happened. Your great grandfather killed my great grandfather, and or like in the case of Rwanda, it was the church, the missionaries basically whipping up frenzy for the Catholics against the non-Catholics.
Raven, did you have an Indigo Girls song just go through your head?
I didn't actually.
My grandpa and your grandpa sitting by the fire.
Oh, that's the Indigo. Oh, yeah. Actually, I did.
Okay, it was them.
I've heard of the Indigo Girls. I'm not familiar with any of their music.
Well,
There's this version that Peach has that I hear all the time, and it's not the Indigo Girls that do it.
So I want to talk about the vaccine. Can we talk about the vaccine?
Sure.
Yes.
Yes.
So out of Israel, by Pfizer, I'm pulling this up because I saw it on your favorite website, the Drudge Report.
Whose favorite website?
All of yours.
Okay.
It was.
I think Vegas is being a bit facetious.
Okay, you got me.
It was a 6% loss of efficacy per month. Now, my question about that is if it's really 6% efficacy per month loss, that's just like saying, well, why are you getting the second shot? That's like just like not.
Well, you normally get the second shot like 3 weeks later, but the whole
Right.
thing is that we're
Okay,
gonna
well, because your efficacy is only between 60 and 70%, right?
On the
So
first
what I'm saying, right? So the first one. So then if you bring it up to 90 or whatever it is for the second shot,
95.
right? It doesn't take you very long to get back down to that first shot level.
Yeah.
And Americans are not going to put up with that shit. So, as you know, they won't get the first one. So,
Well,
this is bad. This is really bad. I mean, so I have a question about that, right? Like, what are your thoughts on the efficacy? And then the other thing is, there's no hard data. Like I was late to get my shot because I had COVID-19. I went and got diagnosed with it, and I was just kind of like, well, I think I'm good, whatever. I did end up getting vaccinated, but even I was sort of like, I don't even know if I need this or not because I've already had it. Do I need it? And
Some people
there's no straight dope when it comes to these kinds of things. So I'm curious about the number of unvaccinated who've already had COVID vaccine, if that's a factor. And I'm also curious about how, I get that you guys would kind of want people to take the vaccine, but how frequently should they have to get it?
We'll have to find out from the people who study it. I
So
mean,
the value that we see in the vaccine now is that 99% of the people who are in the hospital intubated right now were unvaccinated. That's like a staggering figure. Like it's not protecting you from getting it; it's protecting you from getting
From staying out of the hospital.
serious complications.
yeah, and actually, it can protect you from getting it. However, if you do get it, your odds are a lot better than if you were unprotected. Like if you think about it, I mean, if something got 90% efficacy, so that still means 10% of the vaccinated are still going to get infected. But then the question is, okay, well, what happens once you're infected?
But it sounds like that's no longer the case, right? And it sounds like because the vaccinated can harbor this virus, right? That the variance is not limited to the genesis for a new variant is not limited to the unvaccinated.
That's something I was saying.
Anybody.
That's something I was saying actually when they first started talking about the Delta variant being
right, like it could have come from the vaccinated,
and then that it came out of the unvaccinated. So people who aren't getting vaccinated, they're creating these mutated these variants.
Well, no, it could come from the vaccinated
now,
as well.
And that's what I'm saying. And now that because before the Delta variant, there was no evidence of people who are vaccinated being able to carry the virus. So now that that's no longer true because of the Delta variant, now these people who are vaccinated are also potential vectors for new strains of the virus.
Right. So the fact that so many obstinate people chose not to get vaccinated has now created a situation where vaccinated people who were previously not vectors now now can be vectors.
So when it comes to the mutation rate, we're kind of back at the beginning. We've kind of gone,
Why would you think that? Okay, so it wasn't. No. So it wasn't just the Delta variant that you could be a carrier for, like that you would carry for if you were vaccinated. You were able to carry that just like the Delta variant. So it could have mutated out of anyone, vaccinated or not vaccinated.
Well, actually, we know that the Delta variant started in India because most of the population is not vaccinated.
That's number one. And number two, until the Delta variant came out, what was being reported was that if you were vaccinated, even if you did get the virus, you weren't shedding virus. And
you want to know what
viral shed has changed with Delta. What?
So I'm not particularly, as a right winger, I feel compelled to say I'm not particularly as scared of this. I just assume call it the plague, let people die, and I guess we'll just have to move on. Because I don't know how we're going to beat it. Like, it just seems to be futile.
Well,
let's get on with our lives. I don't know.
Here's the thing though: the transmission rate from vaccinated person to other vaccinated persons is still exceedingly low. So if we had 70+% of the population get vaccinated, then it would burn.
We got to be getting close to that, though, right? Like it's got to be.
We're at 51% in the U.S.
So what about the ones that have not been vaccinated that have already had the actual COVID?
There have been reinfections, and now with Delta, people who had the earlier variants are some of them are getting infected with Delta. So here's the thing: when you look at the countries where the vaccination rates are 70-80%, they're not having a fifth wave like we are. So that tells you everything you need to know. I mean, that's the whole point. It's literally the evidence is there in places where they've done a better job. Now they're having a little bit of a spike in Britain, but it's nowhere near what we're having here. It's not even close.
When you say, speaking as a right winger, and then you say, I don't know how we are going to beat it. We are not. The left has now come up with a plan where we're going to have boosters after 8 months. And so those
boosters are just going to be the ones that people didn't take.
Yeah,
is what it's going to be.
I got to correct.
Every right winger who doesn't get their shot, they're giving me a shot.
I have to correct Green Machine. I'm looking at the statistics here. In the U.S., 1 dose, 61.1%. Fully vaccinated, 51.8%. I'm sorry, we're not at 70%. There may be certain.
I'd say that's pretty good progress. At 61 for 1 dose, and I'd call 1 dose good personally, because right now all of you are basically at 1 dose because lots of efficacy.
Right, but see, if you look, I'm looking at the graph. We were going at a really, really great pace, and it has tailed off. It's starting to pick back up now because people are going, "Oh shit, Delta." But
no, I think Mitch McConnell and even Ted Cruz and some of the more prominent Republicans that came out were kind of like, "Look, go get fucking vaccinated, please." I think that probably had an effect.
I'm sure it has an effect on some.
The bigger effect is people who end up in the hospital. They are they got COVID, and then they'll say, "Okay, well, when this is over, you can get vaccinated," and they come back.
So here's we were at
the people who get it.
41.4% had at least 1 dose. April 22nd. So this is
there's more than that.
No, I'm looking at the graph right now. I just put a link into the graph, and there's a little slide. There's a little scooter that you can put and see what the numbers were at any given day. On April 22nd, 1 dose was 41.4%, and fully vaccinated was 27.2.
So 61% 1 dose today.
Right, 61% one dose. So we've only gone up by 20% since late April. That's pathetic.
I'm calling it 61%. You need to be more of an optimist.
Well, no, look at the shape. Look at the shape of the graph. No, they see the graph.
61%. Like 1 dose.
That's not enough. That's not enough.
No, I'm not saying it's not enough. I'm just saying. I'm just saying focus on the positive.
No. Focusing on the positive is why we have a 5th wave. So basically, if you look at the rate that we were getting vaccinated back in early and mid-April, if we had kept at that rate, we'd be at 70% fully vaccinated by now.
61's better than 40.
It's math. it's just
Can I answer? Can I answer Green Machine's question? Where is it? What happened to Raven's hair? Okay, so I had extensions, right? They were expensive, and a very good friend helped me, and I'm very upset that I had actually got ripped off. There was supposed to be human Remy hair, and if you know anything about hair, which I don't, you know that Remy hair is very specific in the way that it's all grown on the same head at the same time and cut off at the same time, and that all the hairs go in the same direction and in the same curves and everything else. It's all, and that's what these extensions were supposed to be, and they weren't. I don't even think they were human hair. I think they were horse hair. So since the day I had them put in, that a very good friend helped me pay for them. Since the day I had them in, I had problems with them. And one of the problems was they frayed like fucking crazy, and it was like straw. So I was constantly brushing my hair because if I didn't, it would like just expand in this real frizzy kind of, I don't even know what the fuck.
Did you
call
go?
it. And here. I would brush my hair, and this is what I would have. This is what
just let your hair grow. Your hair looks fine.
and that's what I've decided I'm going to do now. I might end up getting clip-in ones, but you know, I got ripped off. I had to go back there, and I told them these have to come out. I mean, they were making my neck itch. They were bad. It was the whole thing was a horrible experience, and I felt bad because they were so fucking expensive. Taking your money back, that doesn't happen. So yeah, and it sucks, but you know what? Lesson learned.
Well, since nobody's going to ask me about my personal news, I'm going to ask myself, hey, Vegas, did you sell your house in Minnesota? It's under contract.
Yay! Now this we're done.
What's that?
I hope you made a pant load.
Yeah.
It's a nice place.
Okay, here's a criticism for the left that I have. It's like crunchy granola bullshit. So this Rolling Stone has this thing. Last year, Rudy Giuliani took the stage to blather about a stolen election. On Saturday, Laura Jane Grace killed all the bad vibes with pure punk joy. No, she fucking didn't. Okay? No, she fucking didn't. Putting a concert and having a cleansing ritual, none of that shit does anything. That's the empty bullshit that the left does. Airy-fairy, crunchy granola crap that I fucking hate.
Okay.
I think there's more.
It's just like the when in political people, when it's like, ooh, look at that sick burn. Like, yeah, the right wing people don't care that you know it's like, oh, well, we finished them off. No, you didn't. You didn't finish shit.
I think you just envy the right wing's ability to pull off shit that you can't, which is true.
I don't envy it. No, I want to figure out how the fuck we could do it.
You can't do it because you're not them. And I keep telling you that because it's like this. You get pissed off because Bill Maher goes on some social justice warrior bullshit. And it's funny and it's like whatever. And like I don't know how to put it. You guys are affected and the right wing is not. It's not affected by the same things. I
know, and I've said that how many times?
I don't know what.
I don't know.
I don't
but
know.
You keep doing like, guys, we need to stick together, and I'm like, you won't. It's not in your nature. I don't know how to put it. You just don't. You guys are actually pretty bad at politics, for real. I
don't disagree with that.
I mean, like the right wing is better at this than you guys. They just are. They do more with less. They're just better at it.
Which wouldn't be so bad if they weren't trying to do horrible things constantly.
I don't think most of them are. I think most of them are just caught up in exploiting the culture war. I think most conservatives are still just regular boring conservatives. At least I hope. But the pandering to the evangelical crowd is pretty out of control.
Right, but that's the whole point. That's doing damage. That's doing bad shit.
Always has out of control.
No, it hasn't.
At least for 45 years.
it's been a steady decline. it's having a midlife crisis. It'll get over it.
The fuck is his name? Pat Robertson, 1985. Calling for the dismantling of Congress. You have all that power to the president. We don't need Congress. A bunch of fucking whack jobs, and the Republicans end up kissing their asses.
Well, I think both sides have been able to exploit their executive powers beyond what they should be when they've had that seat. When it comes to different wartime activities, different conflicts. Just saying.
Reagan.
What about him?
Oh, he was really good at that. Expanding presidential power for military activities.
Yeah, I think the worst.
Hard on for bombing other countries.
But I honestly don't know that it matters. I mean, even with a Congress, we still managed to pass things like the Patriot Act, which I still think is a fucking abomination of American ideals. But
well, thankfully, at least some of it was stripped back by SCOTUS.
Some of it. But do you even agree that there should be a FISA court? Should such a thing even exist in this republic, this democratic republic? The idea that we'd have a fucking secret court.
Well,
Well,
no, I mean, I could see why it could be necessary, but my whole thing, and the thing is, I'm pretty sure there was something like that beforehand too. So it wasn't like it totally, like the Patriot Act invented it. My big problem was, this is something that I remember arguing with some of my conservative friends that I had at the time, was that Bush W, even with the FISA court, basically went around the FISA court. So I'm like, well, okay, so we have a court to do exactly what you say you need to do because exigent circumstances, that court exists, and you didn't even fucking do that.
Right.
So that was the problem I had. It's like, well, look, if you have, at least with the FISA court, you have to, at some point, you have to stand tall before the man and justify what you did. But if you went around that, basically you're saying, well, I don't trust that the court's going to actually agree with what we did, so we just ignore it. And how no one went to jail for that shit.
How did Americans come to learn that they even had a FISA court?
Because shit broke about it.
See what I mean? See what I'm saying?
Well, most Americans don't. I mean, the thing that was in the bill. I mean, most Americans don't pay attention to shit, though.
So,
I mean, and that's one big, huge problem. It has been a problem for decades. Is poor engagement. And that's why, I'm so sick and tired of people coming up with excuses as to why they couldn't go out and vote or if they didn't want to vote, if they couldn't get out and engage in whatever non-voting activities that they thought they were going to produce change. In fact, my thing is do both. That's what I said, because Jackson wasn't really sold on voting. I'm like, well, look, I'm not against what you're doing, but I'm saying vote also. Do it all.
I mean, I get it. Like, imagine being a Republican in LA. You're like, I don't think I'm going to go out.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing, though, is that well, I mean, there's districts that are more conservative, so within that boundary you can do something, and even there you can influence the debate. You can still get your point out there and build public support, and maybe the problem I have is when. This is my biggest problem with what I see on the right. Their main there really isn't much left as far as ideology left anymore, but they still kind of tout it as if it were, but they don't really do anything about it. But the whole like trickle down bullshit, the whole Reaganomics crap.
I don't think so.
Miserably whenever they Kansas was like the perfect example. Down back had control. They had Republican House, Senate, all their chambers and their Supreme Court, and they went and they wrote it hard, and it flopped miserably because it had to, because it was never going to work the way they thought it was going to. And instead of saying, okay, well that didn't quite work, what do we take away? What did work and what didn't work, and how do we fix it? No, it's all about that. It's a mantra. It becomes mantra, whether it's true or not. And I have a big fucking problem with that.
I don't think so. I think that's a segment that would represent like a Ted Cruz or like a Mitch McConnell. But I think people going for Trump, even though you would say he's not a real populist, I do think that the forces behind that vote was sort of like a departure from traditional.
Yeah, but what I'm talking about, this is pre-Trump. I'm talking about.
Oh well, fine, yeah, sure.
This is pre-Trump. I mean, at this point, well, then not they're even worse now. Now they're just like whatever he says, which is literally like, I mean, holy shit. I never thought any political party was just going to come down to whatever that dude says. Really?
So the Texas state legislature, all the Democrats had gone to Washington, D.C. for a few weeks in order to deny the Republicans a quorum so they couldn't vote on their voter suppression bills.
Yeah, I remember that. Oh, yeah. Right. Are they back in Texas?
The other day, 3 of the Democrats returned, showed up to work, and the Republicans had declared that that was enough for there to be a quorum, and they went and they did their vote.
Yep.
Well, one of the Democrats who is still in Washington was on TV the other night and said, yeah, no, they did do that, but they're in violation of the law, that all of the stuff they're doing now is illegitimate because there's not enough people there for there to be a quorum.
Okay, but it's all this is just sort of it's just sort of like, okay, they're going to come back eventually because they have to, and they're going to get, you're just delaying the inevitable, and everybody knows it.
Just what, a little bit?
Well, because those lawmakers from Texas are in violation of the law, right? And they're supposed to be in their chairs down in Texas. And so what I'm saying is eventually they're going to have a quorum. They're going to take that vote. It's going to happen.
It's going to happen.
Yeah. So
would you say what those legislators are doing is wrong?
Am I saying what they're doing is wrong?
Would you ethically say that ethically what they're doing is wrong?
No, I think that it's civil disobedience. I mean, I think it's is how I would categorize that. They're trying to make a statement that I think it's ineffectual. I don't think it's going to carry as much weight as Democrats would hope. I think that this is probably less impactful than they would like they want to draw attention to it, but I think it's going to be less impactful. And I think just
I think it has more of an impact in Washington, obviously, than it does at home. I mean,
yeah, but it doesn't do anything in Washington. It only works in Texas.
Absolutely nothing at home. It's in Washington that they're hoping to change their mind.
But they don't have the elite with their. It's not going to matter. So.
Well, I mean, yeah, if Washington passes the voting rights bill that they've been, avoiding doing anything with for the last few months,
they won't. I'm just telling you the truth.
Yeah, I know. If they don't, though, I'm thinking maybe I should look at Canada because this country's done.
No, it's not. It's fine.
It really is. No, it really is. I mean,
it's got problems. Stop it.
It's got worse than problems. I'm sorry. This is like the gasping for the last.
We're perfect. Okay.
Oh, I don't mind that. I just don't want to live in a country though where my existence might be outlawed. I don't want to live at the. I don't want to live somewhere where I have to worry about that stuff. And I do have to worry about that stuff. There are a lot of people that have to worry about that stuff, and they don't admit it to themselves, but they do.
The GOP has a problem. But conservatism as an ideology does not. And
GOP. There is hatred and bigotry running wild on these streets, and it's leaving bodies in its wake. The problem with the GOP is that they excuse it, but it isn't just the GOP. These are things that exist in the real world outside the realm of political conversations.
Well, and the other thing, too, I'm going to point out is that the GOP has basically thrown off actual fiscal conservatism. That's gone.
So this is the biggest reason. This is the biggest reason I would have conservatives evaluate the GOP on is that, and I think that's where you get the most traction is because co- so-called conservatives can outspend Democrats these days, and it's not hard.
Days,
Yeah.
because there's a long track record of it now. Like my whole lifetime of presidencies.
And I'm not one of those staunch, like Ron Paul, completely anti-Keynesian, sort of like Austrian economics type persons. Like, I understand why you'd want to dilute currency. I get that. But we've been spending a lot of motherfucking money, a lot of money. And it does hurt people from being able to buy simple things like housing. And I consider that a conservative principle. So, like, it's for reasons like that why I still classify myself that way. Is mostly. I mean, there are a lot of cultural things, but like I've said this before on this show. Like, in a different life, I would have been like a conservative Democrat or something. But
I mean, buying housing, purchasing a home, hasn't been a simple matter, a simple anything.
It also hasn't been this bad ever for a normal person to be able to afford a house in this country. It's become impossible for a lot of normal people. And it's become impossible because of these policies. And it's not the Democrats, it's not the Republicans, it's everybody across the board. It has to do with the inflationary nature of this and these cycles that we keep putting ourselves through.
I want to address what Prop Dog is saying here. No. I've heard people say this shit to me my entire life.
Huh?
But the thing is, though, is I've actually been to Canada many times, so I'm not seeing whatever disaster everyone says that it is.
I was going to ask where
I worked for a Canadian company for a long time.
It's not free. Well, nothing is free. I mean, you know.
Well, I guess he's trying to say that somehow like they don't have freedoms or something. But again, this is the right wing bullshit of like the thing that's said by people who never travel and never go anywhere. You know, it's basically there's a certain segment of the population here in the United States that basically, you know, I was thinking about what Vegas said before about the people in North Korea who don't know any better, which, you know, that's true, that exists. Well, we have a cadre of people here that they don't go anywhere. A lot of them don't even leave their own state, let alone leave the country.
Well, Proctor is saying that they've lived in Canada their entire life, which I'm not going to say that they're a liar. I don't know. But I'd always assumed that Proctor Hawk was an American and a conservative Republican.
They have conservatives in Canada, you know.
Yeah.
But they're not Republicans. This is what I'm saying.
They're like Republicans in the United States. They're pretty similar.
Okay, forget it.
No, he knows it means they're not members of the Republican Party. He didn't say that they weren't as conservative as American conservatives.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's where the Rebel TV show comes out of, is out of Canada.
I've been all over the world and well traveled. So you've been all over the world, or you've lived in Canada your entire life? Do you live in Canada now? Are you a member of the GOP? Answer us, Proctor Hawk. We have questions.
I want to know is what freedoms do Canadians not have?
I think healthcare wasn't free.
So they don't have written freedom of speech, right? They don't have protected freedom of speech, and that's the biggest issue with Canada, and that's a pretty big deal. And like I don't undervalue that. Like so like I am one of the exceptions to the rule. Like I might not go all the way in on, say, single payer healthcare, but I'd go take you as far as like the public option. But if you said, would you rather go without free speech or having written as such in our Constitution, or would you opt for something like universal healthcare? I'd go free speech every time.
Me too.
And so they don't have that.
So, all right. So, yeah, it's not codified.
It's not only not codified, it's also exploited. because it's not codified.
In what ways? Examples, please. Specific
The
examples.
big specific example I can think of was the big. It was Jordan Peterson's rise to fame.
Details.
Jordan Peterson became famous because he refused to. Actually, it wasn't. He did say he would acknowledge transsexuals' preferent gender identity, but he said he would not comply with the law. Like he wasn't going to conform or like say he must, or it would be his choice depending on what the individual was, whether or not they were just being an activist or if they were being sincere. He would determine whether or not he was going to call them by their preferred pronouns. And they codified the preferred, or they tried, I don't know if it made it, to codify that into law. I forget what it was, what number it was, what the rule was, but it is what put Jordan Peterson on the map and made him famous. So there's one example.
So I don't know what your situation is with your father, Propter Hog, but that's not the experience I hear from most of the Canadians that I know.
Same.
Oh, and by the way, you're also talking to Americans, and probably most of us have nightmare scenarios, and that's common here. So that's the thing that pisses me off. It's like, I've never ever thought that the Canadian system was perfect, because I know it's not. I've actually had some Canadians tell me things that could be done to improve it. But literally here, if you don't have, you either have to be wealthy or you have to be broke. So if you're not one of those, you're pretty well fucked for healthcare.
If you get your arm chopped off and you go to an ER, you're gonna get sewn the fuck up. I mean, I know.
All right, so here's yes, but that thing is
people say that they don't have access to healthcare, and it's just not true. Like I'm talking about emergency healthcare. You're gonna get seen in this country at any fucking hospital.
All right,
in
so
this country.
I'm going to tell you about an experience of one of my employees before I had my company health plan.
But am I lying?
Well, that's what I'm getting at. No, you're not lying, but you're not 100% accurate either.
Okay.
Because by law they have to stabilize you. Well, what qualifies as stabilize is left up to their interpretation. So when someone goes in and they've got like an extremely high heart rate, they're experiencing palpitations and something, and basically their heart rate gets brought down from 170 down to 140, and then they're shoved out the door because they don't have health insurance, which has happened to my employee a couple times actually before. Actually, she was about 210 and they got her down to like 180 or 170. But still, whatever the fucking numbers were, the whole point is that she was not really stable. They got her to from like, oh my God, you could be stroking out in the next 10 minutes down to, well, you probably won't have a heart attack.
Okay, but that was a case. That's an example, but that's not what they should have done, and that's not what they should have done.
But it happens all the time, is what I'm trying to explain to you. I also know a lot of people who work in healthcare.
And then there's the people that die in waiting rooms.
Yeah. And here's the thing. I've had good health insurance for the last 20 years because my wife worked in pharma. Okay. But even then, when we lived in our previous town before we bought this house, a couple times I went in where I was having like runaway blood pressure, and I was getting close to stroke stage and heart. I was basically having like heart problems and going into a stroke. Thankfully, none of I was able to be stopped before any of that actually happened, but I was very close to like being in really bad shape. And when I got to the hospital, I sat in the fucking triage. And mind you, if you have a heart thing, you're like number one. They whisk you through as fast as possible. It took 45 fucking minutes while I'm here like having like near stroke stage symptoms, right, because they had to do the fucking money bullshit. And I had good healthcare coverage, but I had to fill out their fucking paperwork while I could barely see, because I was having these like things like in my head. I would get these surges and it felt like somebody was hitting the inside of my head with a hammer, and I would black out. And I'm trying to fill out fucking paperwork so that they can take me in so I don't die. And that's somebody with, and I have a Cadillac plan. I have a fucking Cadillac plan, and that's what I faced. So imagine somebody who doesn't have that.
I think Proctor here is just acknowledging that it's not all sunshine and roses.
It's not.
Well, I don't know. I mean, he goes on here to say the quality of your doctors is a different standard. Our doctors are god awful, but the data doesn't say that. The data says just the opposite. That Canada has better outcomes when it comes to their health care.
Maybe because you're so bad they don't want to get fucking sick. I don't want to go fucking doctor.
That's a positive outcome.
So what you're saying is what America needs is worse doctors? That'll solve our health crisis?
Most industrial countries have better outcomes than the United States when it comes to healthcare.
So,
by the way,
Cuba has fucking better outcomes than the United. Fucking Cuba has better outcomes than we.
And Canada has a longer life expectancy than the USA.
So I let Vegas give the example of Jordan Peterson, but in the context of this week, Megan Murphy was on Joe Rogan's podcast. And she's another Canadian that was censored in Canada and very much censured for it. You know how Twitter has to abide by the rules of whatever country they're in. She was banned for life from Twitter for saying on Twitter, "Men are not women." And because of the political climate, that exact phrase, "men are not women," was what got her banned.
But men are not women.
Well, some people disagreed so much that they flagged her for hate speech, and she got permanently banned from Twitter, from Canadian Twitter.
Men are not women. Women are not men. Trans women are women.
That's the part where I think she was the point that the opposite. She was trying to make a point to the opposite of that.
People got to be able to say offensive things.
Well, previously
you have to protect the right for people to say things you do not want to hear.
I agree with that.
Previously in academia, Megan Murphy was the one in Canada that was trying to say, where is the line when somebody is transitioning, when you have to start calling them men or women? Is it just when people say, "I now identify," and they can go back and forth the whole gender fluid thing? That's what they were talking about on the Joe Rogan podcast this week, and that's why this is this has been drudged up again in American culture because Joe Rogan spoke about it. It's much like how we have All Babies Are Atheist season in the atheist community every 4 or 5 months.
Is that coming up?
It's been dredged up again this week.
Well, see, okay, again, I don't know what you're going through, Proctor, so you obviously know about what your own experience is better than I do. However, those of you who know Nelly, my friend Nelly Diddle was her channel. She's no longer on YouTube, but she had cancer in Canada, and she's given us glowing reports about what she went through. So I don't know why her experience is different than yours, but
Canada, just like most of the planet, is dealing with a global pandemic, and hospitals are really being run.
The way that you guys talk about this is reminiscent to me of how it was pot advocacy, and like the cure for autism was just smoking a joint. It's like, I understand that you want it, but please don't make it out to be like, don't oversell it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
We're not, though. That's my whole point. My point isn't that Canada's system or British system or the German system is perfect, but they have better outcomes than us, and they have longer life expectancy.
There's this thing. It's called.
Then say it like that. I would prefer to say it's.
Yeah, like, I did. I said it 6 times.
That's exactly what we said. And I actually said there's data that proves that what you're saying isn't true. I mean, I don't know.
What I'm saying isn't true?
No, what Proctor is saying isn't true. But I mean, I don't know. Usually, it's like we say things and then it goes into your ear and goes through the Republican filter. And so
doesn't go through the
I'll say
Republican
things like, there's data that says that isn't true, and you hear pot cures autism.
No, what I mean is I view you guys in the aggregate, and what comes into my mind is it's like this, right? Healthcare is a human right, in trying to do my best Bernie Sanders. No, it's not. It is something that we could probably do because we ought to or should, but it's not a human right.
Well, my point is that it should be.
And I'm not saying that Proctor Hawk is lying, but I will say that their view, especially right now in this moment, is skewed by what they're dealing with. And that happens to every single one of us.
Yeah.
Well, that's my whole thing. Is that look? Okay, Proctor Hawk's having a hard time. I'm not.
Well, give Proctor.
I don't doubt that Proctor's. I don't think Proctor's lying. I think Proctor and his father or her father or their father is going through some shit. But my point is that people. But here's the flip side, though. People act like that doesn't happen here. Like when I worked for that Canadian company, at one point they decided that dealing with the U.S. regs was too much of a hassle. So what they wanted to do was they wanted to drop it and then just reimburse us for you go get your own healthcare plan and we'll just reimburse you 80%.
Right, but you want the group insurance because the individual insurance blows.
Right, because the individual insurance sucks balls. It's not even close.
And it's expensive as a motherfucker.
Expensive as a motherfucker. So I pointed out to my boss, like, for one, the individual plan was going to literally cost the company twice as much money for less coverage for me. So,
but if you can afford it, our healthcare is the shit.
Well, that's what did I say before? If you're wealthy or you're broke, you're fine, and if you're in the middle of that, you're fucked.
I'm broke.
I don't know. I don't think
I'm broke. I've had pretty good insurance. I take thousands and thousands of dollars worth of medication to keep my ass alive.
See, that's the bullshit. Is that you're taking what should not be thousands and thousands of dollars.
Well, this is true, but this is the world that we live in, though. But I mean,
But again, I bet you those same drugs in Canada don't cost the same thousands and thousands.
No, so that's been my contention, is sort of a stepping stone before we even get to ways to pay for it. Is and even Trump, in his very Trumpian-like way of saying it, was talking about the cost of prescription medications and wanting to bring those down. I mean, I guess he had some success with that. But like, there is a big fucking racket when it comes to the cost of this shit.
Sure.
Like that to me ought to be worked out before the other stuff.
Right, but the thing is, the solution.
I just don't want to sign up to overspend and make people wealthy via taxes.
Well, here's the thing. I get your point, but the thing is, the solution to not overpaying on the healthcare are, something that Brock would hate. It's a government solution, and basically, would have to put some sort of cost controls in or negotiation or something differently than what we do now, and that's something that the right wing in this country has been dead set against, because they want people to they want those big profits on those companies.
No, I agree with that, but I also don't think that Democrats are immune to that kind of thing either.
Not immune, but they're more open to something different.
I think
Proctor Hawk, I don't think that Canada is the gold standard in medical treatment. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that's Morocco. I think it's Morocco.
So part of the problem, the messaging, the challenges that you have is like something like the NHS, when people have to leave the country to go get care in India or wherever, or they find themselves in the United States paying for it out of pocket. Because these kind of things do happen, because the quality of care and the availability of care, right, is off the charts. And you should underscore that and recognize that, yeah, we've got fucking problems, like in terms of not enough people have health insurance. It ties them to careers that they hate, and then all these other factors, right? I understand that, but our healthcare, like, if you can get it, is the shit. Like, it's awesome
if you can.
And so I think the idea, what I'm just trying to say is, how can you get across your message to say we want it to remain the shit, and this is how we're going to ensure excellence. That has to be part of the messaging, right?
Okay, so the messaging really should be, see how this person is getting the shit coverage, and this person's getting coverage that's shit. We need to stop that.
Right.
Okay.
Vegas, a better conservative than you, just playing devil's advocate here because I don't believe this way, would call that a sunk cost fallacy because you're not realizing the cost that the manufacturers had to do in R&D and how the drug might not exist at all if it weren't for them thinking that there was profit to be had.
You are such a fake, phony progressive. You are so conservative all the way.
And here's something else: what happens with the prices of drugs? There's pressure put on a lot of drug companies to cut prices for third world countries. A lot of HIV medication this happened to, where they had to like sell it really cheap overseas. So what they did for the American market is they jacked the price up. So
this isn't. Don't call it a right. Try to make it. Keep its excellence.
But see, here's things. But those things aren't mutually exclusive, though. It should be a right. That's
Prove it.
And for that matter,
anything
that being the shit, that should be a right for everybody.
It's not a right.
Why is anything a right? What makes it not a right? What makes any right that you have a right?
All of them are because we said they were.
Well, you don't want to hear my philosophy on rights, but
yeah, the whole natural rights thing is bullshit.
I think I just asked.
You literally, yeah, you did.
Can we all take a second though, since this doesn't seem to be going anywhere, to appreciate how nice my boobs are? I got great.
I always do.
Why do you want to add more to it?
More than a mouthful.
We appreciate them as they are right now. What's wrong with it?
We're waiting on the rights.
Rights versus privileges, right? What you're talking about is a privilege, right?
Sure.
Right is something that you have. A right is innate. It just is.
There is no natural right. There's no natural rights.
Right.
What do you mean there's no natural rights?
There are no rights that are innate. None.
Okay, so I'm giving you the conservative understanding of rights. Natural law, natural rights. Okay.
Right, but it's fiction. It's just made up.
Okay, well, if you want to be real about it, if you want to be real, then the only real truth, in fact, I just made this argument to Kazum recently, is that the only truth is might makes right. And that's
natural rights. That's natural rights.
And that's what we're saying.
That is natural rights.
But that's
right,
what we're saying. What here's the point: is if the only real truth of life is that might makes right, we should use our might, right, to declare certain things rights. Because
then you will lose.
It would benefit. Why? It would benefit our society. We would have a healthier population that lives.
Okay, Vegas.
That's happier.
You said before, and I agree that the right to free speech should be enshrined. That should be a primary thing in our culture, and I agree with you.
It is
but we made that up, and that's good that we made that up.
So this is the whole thing with the transcendent, the God, the where do rights come from, natural law, whatever you want to call it. There are those rights that do touch us, like that right to defense. Those things are special, right?
But again, the right to free speech actually countervenes might makes right. So we literally had to say no. The one natural law is might makes right. But we're saying no. People get to say what they want, even if it's offensive, and you can't kill them, or beat them up, or in jail or imprison them, even if you don't like what they say. So
there's no such thing as natural rights or natural law. That is a concept that somebody came up with. It's not something.
But concepts are a thing, and they exist.
Sure, but we made them up. But that's okay. My point is, it's okay that we made
So
them
what?
up. I'm glad we made them up.
Rocks are things that exist too, and they're atheists. So I mean,
Oh, no.
I'm sorry.
But that's and then that's
It was right there, Michael. It was right there.
Yeah. The whole reason why those Democrats were in Washington, D.C. instead of Texas is because they were defending rights that should have been natural human rights and not just things that are codified on paper by human beings.
Fuck them.
They had this higher level of ethics.
Fuck those rights.
The
Might makes right, bitch. Get your ass back to Texas, fuckers.
Fuckers.
So, but that's what CS goes with. So you actually don't believe in natural rights because there's no natural right to speak your mind. We made that up, and it's a good thing we did.
Yeah. So I understand the ultimate truth is might makes right.
Right.
And that there is the is, and then there is the oughts, right? So we ought to have a certain set of rights. Where I draw my line on rights are those natural rights I'm familiar with. They do not involve
What are those? Enumerate them, please.
freedom of speech.
No, there is no natural right to freedom of speech. If
you don't even have a right to be alive. You don't even have a right to be alive.
Stop spazzing one at a time.
This is something that was explained to me by a YouTuber that went by the name of Rithbrindle, physical conservative. What was it? Physical? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is, something that he used to talk about all the time was you don't even have a right to be alive. And that's proven every day all over the world because there are places where babies are born and they're killed immediately. Like what right? Who defended their right to live? You don't have that.
Yeah. Basically,
you only have that by virtue of people deciding that you do and codifying it in law.
Rights.
Yeah, a conservative might say you can only keep what you can defend.
Right. Rights only exist in a society, and they're necessary in a society for people to get along, so that we're not constantly beating each other up and killing each other. So there's no if we didn't have a society, we're just walking around, and I said something and you didn't like it, and you got a spear or a gun or whatever, and you blew me away. No one's going to do anything. Maybe my buds will go after you, but that's it.
Right. Okay.
Propter hoc. It's you're talking semantics because it is understood that when people say free healthcare, what they're really saying is free at the point of service. That's what it is. And it does exist because it's a thing that does exist in the world. So
no, but there's a point of him bringing it up, and that is because the distinguishing thing between, like, I can't force anyone to render a service to me. That's why healthcare is not a right. I cannot force somebody to do something.
Well, we can. We do that all the time. In fact, you just mentioned it before. If someone goes in distress, they have to at least stabilize you. We
have agreed that was something that we should do.
Right.
That is not a human right.
Human rights are things that we decided should be things that we should defend. That's all human rights are.
All of it, just like free speech, it's the same thing. We decided
the line is when you have to compel or you're forcing somebody else to do something.
But you always have to compel. Maybe not forever, but in the beginning, because there's always people who resist. Always.
You're not sounding very libertarian there, Raven.
But that's just reality.
You know what?
Well,
you will respect my pronouns. It's he, him, and that Democrat.
That Democrat.
Yes, that respect my pronouns.
That Democrat, Michael.
Says it's not free. It's not even cheap. It's cheaper than healthcare is here.
Yeah. I was just looking up the numbers. Okay, the average, the per capita spend in Canada is $4,885 per person per year. In the United States, it's $10,623, and we have millions of people with no coverage at all.
So cry me a river about your healthcare.
You didn't know Chanty Binks' name, and you're calling out Cry Me a River?
See, that's the thing. It's no different. I mean, we make everything, all the rights that we feel we have, we made them all up, and I'm glad we did. I'm glad we did. We need the right to self-defense. We need a right to free speech. We need a right to have the government not come into our houses.
I've heard a million times, when I was younger, I've heard a million times when there was political discussions when people talk about rights. It was actually even a teacher in school had said that like rights are innate, and that something is a right when somebody can't infringe upon it, and if they do that, there's repercussions. But what's funny?
Repercussions are made up.
What's funny, yeah, right. And what's funny is even the conservative darling, and I love saying that when I talk about Scalia, the conservative darling, even he said that none of your rights enumerated in the Constitution, none of your rights are absolute.
Right.
None.
And that's the reason why they had to be
the conservative mindset when it comes to your rights. There's nothing innate. There is nothing guaranteed. There is nothing absolute.
Well, and they
because we decided to call it that.
And then that they can't be they can't be absolute, because if my right and your right come in conflict, we have to have some system of adjudication to determine what causes the least amount of harm. We don't always do a good job of that, but that's what the laws are all about.
So there.
I mean, I'm not.
You know what I'm saying? So I mean, but don't think, you seem to think like we don't think those rights are important or good. We do, but we're just saying we made them up, and that's okay.
So then why are you so animated about it?
It's fun.
What?
Because being animated about it is fun.
I'm like, okay, so we all agree these are necessary.
They're necessary rights. So that's my whole. So Raven's point earlier was that if we want to make healthcare a right, we can, in the same way we made free speech and anything else a right.
No.
Well, you don't want to, but that's different.
No. Oh, okay. Well,
but see, again, that's the position of privilege. Oh, because I've got healthcare, I'm okay. I've got enough money or coverage, whatever. So fuck the people who don't, right?
That's
so
not
Peach
why.
and I are together. In October will be 11 years that we're together.
It's just the line. We don't have healthcare yet, and look, I'm pretty goddamn close to the center on a lot of things, but it doesn't mean that you just get what you want without the debate. You don't just get it. Yeah, the debate rages on. You don't have it, by the way. So you don't act like you're like on top in this position.
And Joe, you're not saying that if you don't have healthcare that you should fuck other people who don't. That's not something you should do if you don't have healthcare.
So
bad things.
So you could have what you consider to be the morally superior point of view or argument on this and still not have it.
I'm actually going out of my way to describe to you ways that you might explain this to a conservative, and you're ignoring it, which is to say, or to acknowledge, conservatives aren't going to view this as a right because they're not. There's something different fundamentally about this than the other ones, the ones that we made up.
Okay, what is different fundamentally?
Well, because you're not having to compel or coerce or force someone to render a service.
But we already do that. That's the whole thing. You said so yourself.
What are you talking about?
We do already do that. That there are services.
You said earlier that it wasn't true that people didn't have access to healthcare because they could go to an emergency room and get at least emergency service. That's those hospitals are compelled to provide that service.
Yeah, but we don't call that service a human right.
We just don't call it that.
So
but we should. That's my whole point. Is we should. We treat it like one.
Well, I'm saying no, neener.
Well,
that's what you're saying.
The thing is, the thing is, but we do compel medical people to do that. So you're saying that we don't do it, but we do already.
I think that we should compel medical people to do that.
There you go. So now the question is where you draw the line. That's the only difference, is where you draw the line. And my point, and here's the thing: you want to talk about conservative argument? My thing, as an employer, I would like it's better for me as an employer if my employees are healthy. And as I already pointed out in the past, having to have an employer supplied healthcare plan is actually bad for small business, because it makes us less competitive than the larger companies who have more buying power than us.
I don't know if that's a conservative argument.
Why not? Well,
it's not one.
Well, what about the regulatory? I told you about that too. Is that I've got because I have healthcare plan, I have regulatory stuff. Republican conservatives are against regulations, right? So if you take that out of my hands, then I have less regulatory burden to deal with.
They're not against things that might make other arguments.
I don't know that this is. I don't know if this is conservative or not. This is more of like a corporate thing. Like if I think of like corporatism, I like the idea of holding this power over my employees.
Yeah, I think that's horrible. And again, as
I'm not saying me as Vegas on the screen here. I'm not saying me. I'm saying I could understand why you would want to utilize that mechanism to keep your people around, not have to deal with turnover and things like that.
But see, actually, it works the other way though, because now again, I have to carry a healthcare plan. Even with ACA, now we were able to get better coverage than we had before, but we still can't get a Cadillac plan. We got the silver plan. We don't have the gold plan. But so actually, it makes it harder for me to attract employees because I can't necessarily compete with every single one of my competitors on.
Right, you have to be megacorp with like 1,000 employees to get the discounted rate.
Exactly.
Right. So you got to institute the whatever plan that
exactly.
Yeah, I get it.
So that actually hurts.
Yeah, look, I agree. We need to do something about it. I don't think it's human right. I think we're a super wealthy country. I think we have the means to afford it, and I think we ought to do something. And I think there should be a slow stepping stone. And I think the proof is in the pudding. I think they should demonstrate that this is going to work here. I don't care about arguments of, well, just look over there. Well, no. Let's fucking try something here. Let's slow roll it. Let's take our time.
I am not opposed to slow rolling. I'm not opposed to that at all.
But I am not your traditional quote unquote conservative either. I take the pragmatic thing and I look at overall expense and mainly the freedom of an individual to be able to detach from a job and have more mobility from going one place to the next is I think a big win would be a big win for
Absolutely.
people, and I see that because I'll tell you right now, there have been times in my life where I'd fucking walk out the door if I didn't have kids to provide insurance for, at different points. So I mean, I totally get that, but the standard of care is a concerning thing for a lot of conservatives. And you're gonna, and so the point of the demonstrated, like the point of, even though everybody knows that a public option, the idea of that is to morph into something grander. The point of it is to demonstrate that the standard of care and availability of it is not diminished, right?
Well,
that we can handle it, right?
Well,
so like it's an important thing to go through.
Right, but as I pointed out before, so unlike the right wing talking point of it being government run healthcare, it's not. At least not anything I'm at.
It's not nothing. You could go for that. You have people on your side that argue for that.
Right, but because most people are idiots. I mean, most people. But the thing is,
I'm telling you, they look.
Anybody?
They point to the NHS all the time. Look, they have healthcare. You point to fucking Cuba as an example. They do it better.
Yeah. But the thing is that a single payer system does not have to. You still, well, even in the NHS, you still have private companies. You still, your pharma companies are still private. Your medical device companies are still private. I don't know about private hospitals. I know in Germany they have private hospitals, and I'm not sure about Canada. But the thing is that if all we did is say, okay, we're not going to change anything else, and all we're going to do is have the government write the checks, then the standard of care is not effective. Also,
so now look, there are places, lots of places, where if all you show up is with Medicare or Medicaid, you're going to find yourself turned away from a few places, right? because they're not going to shell out enough or be timely or like
Well, we're not
they're
talking
not
about
they're not going to.
yeah, but who said I'm not talking about personally? I'm not talking about Medicare or Medicaid rates. That's actually why I avoid the whole Medicare for all thing. I'd rather say single payer universal health care than Medicare for all, because I understand what you're talking about. That what Medicare pays is not necessarily going to get us the same outcome that we have now. So
But that's the more realistic thing that's going to happen, and you know it.
It doesn't have to, though. That's the whole thing. It doesn't have to.
But you know I'm telling the truth. That is the truth.
No. Well, you're cynical, so you're giving the cynical.
Am I, or am I just saying that's what's going to happen?
You're cynical.
I don't think so. I think I'm calling it like I see
cynics
it.
never think they're cynical.
Neither.
I do that.
You know, I mean,
but I'm being.
But here's something important though about the quality of care, because the average person who votes conservative is actually not wealthy. They're actually, a lot of them are poor. The access to healthcare and the healthcare outcome.
It's a weird thing, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's the thing. The healthcare that they actually have access to is very often shit. So that's the thing. Funny, they're worried about maintaining a standard of coverage. Like, dude, you got dick. You know, in fact, particularly because rural people tend to be more conservative, the cities tend to be more liberal. Well, the healthcare outcomes in the rural areas is far worse because there's economies of scale and a whole bunch of other reasons.
Right.
So the conservatives are actually their communities are the ones that are underserved right now. So they're trying to preserve something that's actually shit. I'd actually like them to have something better than they have, and they hate me for it.
Because
they're easily propagandized.
Freedom.
But so are you guys. Because freedom, FREEDUMB.
Yeah.
Freedom.
Yeah.
But and it's
freedom. Right up there with ma rights and free speech.
Free speech. You know? Yeah, I mean that's the thing, and that's the thing that's so heartbreaking, because I see these people and I'm like, I don't have animosity for them. I want them to have better than they have.
In my county,
what?
In my county today, there was a rally, a medical freedom rally. Medical freedom.
Do you guys not think ever to yourselves though, like when? So the right owns America, right, and all of that, and you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, the pickup trucks, all that stuff, right?
Why do you just give that over to the right wing?
I don't.
You do.
We don't.
I don't.
We have very different definitions of what a patriot is. And from my point of view,
but why would you turn over the lesser?
Most of what right wingers call patriot, I call terrorist or traitor.
No, I'm talking about the aesthetic, just the regular Americana of it. I'm not talking about all that. I'm just saying.
Okay, because I don't think that WWF, I don't think that Walmart, WWF, monster trucks with testicles is America. I don't.
Well,
I tell you though. Well, I shouldn't, because it's not.
Okay,
right?
It's not.
So
but
when I sit at the county farm and horse show, the New Jersey State Fair, and I'm sitting there, in front of my red, white, and blue colored tables, handing out voter registration forms underneath the American flag, which, by the way, I did volunteer to serve for. I don't know. I don't see how I am handing over Americana to Jeb and his sister wife. I mean,
I'm not trying to offend you, Raven. I'm just saying, why not try to appear relatable? Why not try to appear relatable to these people? Is all I'm trying to say.
I think we're demons. How the fuck are we supposed to be?
How I relate to Yeah,
I don't know. Fucking wear a goddamn American flag bandana. Ride a motorcycle. I don't fucking know.
Because
But
I don't think that's patriotic.
I don't think
well,
this.
I'm just saying.
I think
I'm
it's
just
the
saying.
opposite.
To so many of these people, like
Okay, but
they're-
I should change. Listen to what you're saying, though. I should change something about me or my life or how I present myself in public.
no.
Yes,
No,
you did
I
say
am
that
saying.
motorcycles and
I mean,
like
I'm
that.
not saying.
Wait,
I'm just
listen,
saying.
I
Don't
should
bash.
do that in order to appease some inbred hillbilly. No.
So that's the problem there. Is the calling him the inbred hillbilly
That's the
rather
problem. That's what I'm
rather
trying to
than
tell
seeing
you.
him as
But the thing
I
is,
don't understand why pointing facts out became a bad thing.
well, especially when they say stuff just as bad, if not worse, about us.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. These motherfuckers.
You are smarter,
These
right?
I am.
motherfuckers.
Well, there you
These
go.
backwoods, hillbilly, cousin fucking scumbags, right? Sit there and for fucking years, right? Obama's a socialist. It should
Like
be
you
killed.
have like a built-in
Would you
mechanism.
listen to me. And they say
Like-
everybody wants a bunch of snowflakes, right?
Like it's
Okay,
like you want to
fine.
lose. I don't understand it. Like
Fine.
why does the
Fine.
left want
Fine.
to lose? I don't
Listen.
get it.
Okay, fine. The left is a bunch of snowflakes, right? But when the shit hit the fan, it was the left that is trying to do shit to save people's lives. And the right is out on the street going, I'm not going to vaccinate my kid and I'm going to send him to school. We're the snowflakes. They're the ones that won't put a 5-inch piece of
So
cloth.
you don't like the condescension of being called a snowflake, but then
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I said, let them call me that. Let them call me that. But the reality is they're the fucking snowflakes because they can't even put a piece of cloth on their face to keep themselves alive.
And so here's my big thing.
Fucking idiots. And they think that their rights are somehow being infringed on. Get the
Yeah,
fuck out.
and here's what it comes down to for me.
I should relax.
They believe
you can be right or you can win. Pick.
They believe erroneously
I'm
that
right.
their tax dollars are paying for welfare queens here in Newark, but that's not what's happening. My taxes are going to pay for fucking red states because there was the guy
Is that true?
Yes.
Is that actually true?
Yes.
That's fucking absolutely true.
I want to look into that. I'm not sure I buy it.
It's
I've heard that
absolutely
argument
true.
before.
For every dollar, state of New Jersey, for every dollar that we pay to the federal government, we get back 43 cents. I think it is.
It's 53 cents, but still, what?
Okay, so 53 cents, right? But was it cousin fucking Kentucky? I mean, Kentucky.
Mississippi gets back $2.05 for every dollar.
For every dollar they put in. So where is that money coming from? It's coming from New York, it's coming from New Jersey, and it's coming from California, the state that they all love to fucking bash. California is carrying about 12 other states on its fucking back. So yeah, California is such a fucking horrible.
And so that's where I get agitated. I don't care about the
Thank
other
God
stuff,
it is.
but basically they take our money, spit in our face, and then complain and then tell us we can't spend it the way we want to spend it when it's our fucking money. And I had a friend who was living West Virginia or he was living somewhere else, and he was like, states need to get off the federal dime and start living on their own, on their own. And I went and looked. The state he was in gets back $1.50 for every dollar they spend. I'm like, yeah, why don't you start at home, motherfucker? Start at home. Make your states give back all that extra spending.
appreciate that this is actually the premise that Atlas Shrugged was built upon. That the elites were spending money on the plebes out there, and they decided to take all their money back.
And mind you, I don't even mind giving them the money. What I mind is
really. Are you sure?
Yeah, you know why? Here's what happened, Vegas. Here's what happened.
Like you might.
We got hit. No, you know what happened? You know what happened? New Jersey got hit with a hurricane. Half the state fucking flooded. There were people that were without homes. There were people without power for months. No food, no place to live, nothing. And when our representative asked Congress for money, Congress said no.
Yeah, the Republicans all voted fucking no.
We pay more than anybody else.
Every single time there's a hurricane or tornadoes, or in the Midwest where it's tornadoes and wipes out half a state, and we always vote to get to cover them. And again, I don't mind the money. What I mind is, one, getting spat at for it, and two, when it's our turn to get back, is to say no, and that's a fucking insult. We've been carrying these fuckers for decades. Think about the Dust Bowl, Kansas, Nebraska, fucking Missouri, blown away. The Dakotas, and who came up with the money? The coastal elites paid to resod all those fucking places. They wouldn't exist. No one could survive there because literally the entire topsoil was blown away, and we basically paid them to plow underground. They were fine for socialism then when FDR had the government pay them to basically not have any crops and save them. But now they spit in our fucking face, and it infuriates me.
Okay. I'm very sorry that happened to you.
It's still happening. It's ongoing.
Yeah, the Jersey Shore was just like a war zone. It was like devastated down there for a couple of years. It's still not 100%. How many years ago was that hurricane?
Yeah, my cousin's she had part of a multi-unit house, and she just got the money back like 2 months ago.
Yeah, and it's been a decade. It's been more than a decade.
Yeah,
it's unfucking believable. But I mean, I guarantee if it was fucking Georgia, they'd be running. Hey, here you go. Here's money. Here's money. Here's money. Guarantee it.
I was just trying to politely suggest that as a result of the 2016 election, where I interpreted liberal and progressive smugness as being a very large factor as to why you lost, maybe.
And right-wing hostility and violence never seems to be a problem, though.
Yeah. I mean, Republican violence is the thing that I think that you doubt is even a fucking thing. But, just forget about, again, all that data that we have.
Right-wing violence?
Right-wing violence. Republican violence, yes.
Oh,
yes.
prop the fuck off with this fucking this fucking false equivalence bullshit.
Which garbage party smells worse? Yeah. Proctor Hawk's always been a dick, so I don't. Whatever. Whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, at this point,
Eamon fucking Bundy, right? Eamon fucking Bundy, another fucking terrorist that should have been treated like a terrorist and wasn't. Fucking right wingers get away with all kinds of fucking shit in this country. Bunch of fucking scumbags, terrorists, traitors, treasonous fucks. Bunches of them. And then they walk around America while they're waving a Walmart flag in one hand and a Confederate flag in the other. America, they're patriots. So fuck you, they're not patriots. They don't know what fucking patriotism is.
It's counterintuitive. The quieter and calmer you get, the more you piss them off.
Who?
Her
and him. The more the calmer and
I know. Am I like out of my depth? Am I saying something that's offensive? I don't know.
Yes.
What am I saying?
You're defending the right.
I'm saying, hey, maybe don't bash their monster truck jam and wear a red, white, and blue flag and scream America and shoot some guns and be a little relatable.
Okay, but you recognize though that those are things that's associated with the right wing. Obviously, not everybody that's Republican or conservative.
I guess I wonder why. Why are they associated with the right wing? There is nothing inherently wrong with any of that stuff.
But if that's what you base your identity on, that's a little scary.
Well, see, that's the whole thing. This is where Bill Maher was right and he was wrong when he said that 2016 was about identity politics. He's right, not in the way he thinks he's right. It wasn't about transgender people. It was about America,
right? And that's the thing. I mean, I say it all of the time when people talk about identity politics. All politics are identity politics. That is the entire fucking purpose of politics. So it's always right wingers. It's always white wingers that decry identity politics.
Can you imagine meeting somebody from the right wing that was like a normal person?
But it's their identity.
Weird.
but it's their identity that they consider to be the default.
Well, here's the thing, though. You're talking about the people on the right wing. Actual conservatives have, at least a bunch of them, have left the Republican Party because the party's not conservative anymore. It's radical.
It is radical.
See, I'd be fine. I wish we could have discussions with a bunch of conservatives. That, I mean, we're yelling at each other. At least we're having a discussion. You're not a fucking monster.
Well, we can still yell.
You're not a cultist.
Well, I don't know. You still yell at me like I am. But that's okay.
Well, when you make apologetics for them, that's what pisses me off. But I still like you.
What are you pointing at?
Well, I like because the thing is, like, we should probably like use some devil horns anytime we're doing like the devil's advocate stuff. We should like the hang 'em horns from Texas. We should say, I'm being like devil's advocate here.
So I have a hard time coming. I have my own reasons, but I might have left the GOP, but I still don't I don't consider myself less of a conservative, at least in terms of how I define that. But the thing is, there's tons of people in the GOP that aren't different, right? Like, and they're not uncommon.
Okay, so I'd
like to think that it's most, dare I say, and yeah, the GOP is having some issues right now, but like you say, right wingers, and I'm like, am I a right winger?
Well, see, that's the thing. I say right winger because I'm not saying conservative, because the right wing, what's currently the right wing in our country is not conservative. You're conservative, they're right wingers. It's not the same thing.
Well,
not anymore. It used to be the same thing, but
see. I mean, Vegas is demonstrating perfectly the whole, like, if you say right winger, he assumes that you're talking about everyone who is a Republican or a conservative or a member of the GOP. The reason why he thinks that is because so often people who are Republicans, conservatives, or members of the GOP, when they say Democrats are socialists, they mean everyone on the left is a socialist, and they paint them all with the same brush.
That's true.
I know it's true, and it's wrong. There's a sign not far from here near the county fairgrounds that somebody put up the other day, and in great big letters it says "Deport liberals."
The what?
Deport liberals.
Oh, come on, it's a little funny. It's not funny.
It's not funny in an environment where there's constantly threats of political violence. It's not funny, and that does happen here. When I told you, like, I'm in New Jersey.
If it was turned the other way around, I would have laughed too. So, but even
if it was turned the other way, I wouldn't laugh at that either, because it's advocating for political violence in an area, in a community that is already on the edge of political violence. It's not good.
It's true. It's true. I need to switch my headphones out. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Did my yelling break his? I mean, this mic is okay, but I've actually broken mics in the past yelling.
Well, and one thing I want to say to him when he comes back is that also when I'm yelling about the situation. I'm not necessarily yelling at him.
Yeah, me too, but we can let him think that we're yelling at him. That's fine. Nobody's getting hurt.
I have feelings about the term broken mics.
Why? Do you know one? By the way, what's up with the beard? You've got a real Southern thing going on there.
I got a haircut yesterday, and I was wearing my COVID mask because I care about other people. And so, like, I was like, okay, well, I'll just get that stuff when I get home.
And then you didn't.
I didn't get around to it yet.
See, Proctor, this is why I get angry at you. Because at least for myself, I have said multiple times that the left isn't always right. It's just that the right is almost always wrong. See, I can think the right's wrong most of the time and not believe that makes the left right. Because again, that would be a fallacy. See, that's how that works.
And here's the thing:
fallacious thinking.
I yell
at the left a lot too, which you seem to have ignored.
Right. Right. Like I, for instance, I don't believe that all Republicans are fascists. But in this country, most of the fascists are Republicans. I don't think that Republicans should all be like, deported, or conservatives should be deported. But they actually think that about us. So
Well, I
Raven,
mean,
Raven secretly, I'm actually a Canadian WWE fan Republican, and I grew up loving Sid the Anvil Neidhart, and he had this beard that he used to stroke like this all the time. Do you remember that?
no,
He,
but
he was right beside Bret the Hitman Hart.
so for Vegas, I don't know if you heard before, but like
Mm-mm.
a lot of times when I'm yelling, it's at least in this particular case, it's the subject matter. It infuriates me. I'm not necessarily yelling at you.
Not necessarily.
Sometimes I am.
and
Sometimes I am, but not always.
sometimes when I'm yelling, I just want to yell.
I could tell. It's okay. It's okay. I've had worse. I'm good.
But the thing is again, like how many? Well, I just it makes me laugh. Because I mean, how many arguments did I have with you guys about when they were in 2016 about the people, because you guys are further to the left. Well, Vegas,
This
you guys
is
are to the left than me.
Okay, all right.
well.
all
So
right.
the real I want to see their awakening is going to be realizing that Joe and I are closer politically than Raven and Joe, or Agent of Doubt and Joe, probably.
I spot a broken mic.
On mine?
A broken mic. I spot a broken mic.
Yeah, you missed it. There was a little exchange that happened when you were gone.
Oh,
But
what happened?
I'll say this: I am between you and Raven, although I tend to think I'm closer to Raven than you.
I have in the past shouted so loudly at someone over the internet I broke my mic.
Oh,
So I mentioned that I have broken mics. Mike said he has feelings about the term broken mics.
I think Joe is more. I think Joe is a true liberal, like an actual just straight up liberal.
Yes, I think that's
like
yeah,
lightly towards progressive that way.
Yeah, because I'm a pragmatist. That's the thing, and I think that.
Yeah, because the left is full of shit about a bunch of stuff because it's true.
No.
Well, the thing is,
I also have feelings about when you say that I'm actually a secret conservative, because that cultish guy that led Robert Wallace astray, he used to always say that to me. You're not really a liberal, like secretly deep down, you're a conservative. And that was one of his like things that he would use to get inside people's heads. And
I never actually meant that when I said that to you. I was just
good.
I don't think so, though, Mike. I think sometimes people say that because they don't really understand people on the left.
No,
and
you're easy to not understand.
Well,
that's for sure.
They just assume there's like, I don't understand what is so hard to understand about people who want people to live normal, happy, healthy lives that are filled with family and love. And I don't understand why that's considered to be evil or why that's frowned upon by the right. I want to know why the right hates America. That's what I want to know.
So the thing is like that was good. Well, because that's what it is. What we hear back from them all the time.
Oh yeah.
But see, the thing is, like we're one place like what goes on now. There are while the right wing tries to paint us all as socialists and communists and all this kind of crap. Now there are a very small cadre of people who actually identify with those things.
I watch them all the time. It's like one of my favorite things to watch.
And I don't know if they actually know what those words mean or anything like that. Just like the right doesn't know what the words mean either. But the thing is that when I've run into them though, and the hardcore ones that actually do know what the words are, like I scream and yell at them too because they're idiots. Because the thing is, again, I know people who like I said, Bernie Sanders is not a socialist. He thinks he is. He's not a socialist.
By our standards, I could understand why he would identify that way.
He's a social democrat, which is basically like what you have in Britain and Germany and all that.
He got word or murdered by was it the president or the prime minister of Denmark or something like that? Like came out and he's like, "Shut the fuck up! We are not a socialist country, you dumbass."
Right. So that's the thing, and the thing is, when I do run into actual people, like, and I'm like arguing with them because again, they know I'm like, well, how many enterprises have you run, or even the people that are syndicalists? There's nothing stopping somebody, even in our capitalist society. There's nothing stopping anyone from creating a syndicate in the way that they.
So that's been my argument, right? Like with things like co-ops and all that sort of activity is. So they exist. I've seen them. What's stopping you? I don't understand it.
Right.
And I could only assume it's because it doesn't work out as often as regular fucking shit.
It's not that it can't work. The problem is again, as a business owner, and Raven's been a business owner, and Mike's a business owner, that there are a lot of responsibilities that go along with that. And if you are in an equal partnership, then that means everybody has to suffer all the bad stuff. So Raven's gone long stretches of no money, and I've gone long stretches of no money. And most people don't want to have that, to deal with that. They don't want to have that responsibility of not getting paid until everything else is paid.
My employees were paid.
Right, exactly. My own employees are always paid. I mean, there's been times I had to go draw money out of the bank to go deposit in the account so I could pay my employees. So I was actually losing money.
So right, but the point is, they seem to advocate for that kind of setup, but they don't put the money where their mouth is.
Well,
right?
exactly, and that's why I have contempt for them, because they're full of shit.
Right. So,
well, the anarchists drive me crazy.
Oh yeah, anarchists. Yeah, anarchists. Left. Yeah, left, right, or center. Any anarchists. I think that they're morons and they don't understand how societies work.
So there's a recent debate. It goes on for way too long. I didn't watch the whole thing, but it's between Infrared. He is a communist tanky. I like to follow because I like watching crazy leftists on the fucking internet because it's fun. And he was debating with someone called Gangster. What's his name? Gangster fascist or something like that. Like a fucking Nazi, like an actual Nazi, right? Versus an actual communist, like a legit tanky Stalinist versus a legit Nazi for like 2 hours. And I'm yet to follow it up and watch it, but it just came out yesterday or the day before. And so like you'd be surprised at the amount of material of like actual hard right and actual hard left content that exists. It exists. There is a number of it available to watch. It's a thing. So it does exist. Like they don't, like, the left doesn't have a named alt left, but there are a number of tanky like communists that you can find and follow, and I don't want to blanket like Democrats that way, but they do inform like social Democrats a lot, and they seem to go into those circles, and there seems to be some sort of Venn diagram overlap there. Like Vaush kind of would mingle with some of those. Like he would probably hate tankies, but there is a Venn diagram of people that would follow someone like Vaush and people that would follow somebody like Infrared, like the tanky versus American idea of socialist, I guess.
But you're following them too.
I'm following. Yeah, it could be that just there's a shitload of conservatives that are following it just for the lulz. I don't know. I mean,
the thing is, and they do exist, but again, like none of them are in, at least the ones on the left, none of them are in Congress. They don't have any supporters in Congress.
No, but they're prevalent enough that, but yeah, I guess
they have no power at all. They have no power. In fact, that's part of the whole thing that the progressives are angry about, is that they don't have. They feel that they should have more power in the Democratic Party. And my thing is, you guys are a lot smaller than you think you are. That's why you don't have more power than you want.
The closest you could get probably within the DNC is the Squad, right? That'd be about and Bernie, if you count him as part of all of that. Bernie and the Squad. It sounds like a band.
Right. So you told
Bernie and the Squad. So like five people.
5.
I mean, there's probably.
And I am pretty well aligned with Bernie and the Squad.
Bernie and the Squad. Yeah.
And I don't see big major issues there.
No, but you're not a tanky either.
What is a tanky?
Stalinist.
Neo-Stalinist.
They're people that so like within socialism, like this is coming from like an outsider conservative perspective. A tanky would be like equivalent to someone like on the alt-right for the right side. And they would have,
I think
so. Like, so Trotsky, like, it's a deviation. It was to say that the USSR and leading up to Stalinism was all necessary and appropriate and correct. And
Raven, best example I can think of is Nuke.
Okay.
Yeah, Vegas Nuclear Night. I'm talking about. She was a radical, a communist radical feminist.
Oof.
Terry Lestrange.
Yeah,
Terry Lestrange. Oh my God. Yeah.
And I remember once she did this video where she was collaborating with somebody else, and she's talking about this poster she saw, the propaganda poster of Stalin, and how he looked so brave and stalwart, and basically like big upping Stalin. And I'm like, child, because she was way younger than me, like, child, are you that fucking dumb? Have you never picked up a book and heard what Stalin did to his own fucking people?
Or his own son, even?
Yeah.
Like, I don't get. So anyway, those people exist, and I guess when you guys talk about the right, like I envision more alt-right sort of.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
I don't know. I don't think she's that extreme.
Louis Gohmert. Steve.
You don't think Marjorie Taylor Greene is extreme?
No, I don't think she. No, I'm saying I don't think she could be classified as like an alt-right, like a Richard Spencer or something like that. I don't think she's like that.
Like she harasses other members of Congress because they have trans children. You don't. I don't
think that's as bad as being your Nazi. Like,
but you don't find this woman to be problematic?
Yeah, she's problematic, but she's also pretty hot.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Her and AOC.
Bobert maybe.
Oh no! I'm sorry. That's who I was thinking about. Bobert. I'm sorry. You were saying Marjorie Taylor Greene. I was thinking Bobert, and I was thinking about Bobert and AOC doing the Jello fighting.
Do you remember?
So Marjorie Taylor Greene is not a Bobert or an AOC. Marjorie Taylor Greene is.
He's a luck troll.
It's getting late. I had her Bobert in my mind. Is what I was thinking of. But yes,
it's the 20th century. Women get names, and we should remember them.
Marjorie Taylor Greene was the QAnon lady, right?
Yeah.
Well, so is Bobert.
Oh, is she?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying. There's QAnon people in Congress on the right. There's no equivalent on the left.
Well, you guys got AOC. That's kind of like that.
There's nothing radical about her. The right freaks out. It's just like, I don't understand.
Have you seen her eyes? She just looks crazy. Just look at her. She looks crazy. She's hot crazy, but still crazy.
She looks Puerto Rican.
Maybe. I don't know.
Well, she's Hispanic, so.
Pretty sure she's Puerto Rican.
I don't know. I don't know. Whatever.
Cuban, I guess, but I don't think so. I think she's.
I'm checking now.
I didn't think it was that important.
Puerto Rican.
Puerto Rican.
Puerto Riqueño.
Yeah.
Ben Shapiro. He would be on the dog shit spectrum.
Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is more like a traditional conservative.
He's an idiot.
You just don't like him. He's effective. You know that.
He's effective at being an idiot.
Yeah, so
Here's
you
the thing.
say,
The thing is, anytime he's
Ye-
been in, every time I see him in a debate with anyone who actually knows something, he gets his ass handed to him.
Yeah.
I will give him credit.
Idiotic
He
efficacy.
what's that?
He's got idiotic efficacy.
He at least posts the debates where he loses, clearly. So there's that.
Because he doesn't think he lost.
What's that?
Because he doesn't think he lost.
Well, so be it.
Yeah, I saw one. He was on, and there was a British economist, and he was spouting whatever bullshit he was
Are
spouting.
you
At one point, the British guy was kind of like, was almost, he trumped the points, and then he was almost like, why am I on with this fucking moron? Basically,
you're telling that British broadcaster guy? Is that who you're talking about?
No. Well, no, I don't think so. I think it was a different one, but it may have been, but I don't think so.
Well, he was on with Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Neil deGrasse
Got
Tyson.
deGrasse. And he got his ass handed to him, and he posted that up, and I thought that was pretty commendable, actually, because he got his ass handed to him.
The lunatic is on deGrasse.
See, that's the thing that's kind of funny, because I went and looked up about Ben Shapiro. So he's one of these guys. He graduated school early, got to college early, but there's some people that like they can pass all the tests and they still have no knowledge. Like they have intellect and no knowledge.
There's genius and there's insanity, and they're like right next to
Okay. Look, I know you don't like Ben Shapiro,
I know,
but listen, you have to like admire people that you disagree with. Ben Shapiro is very good at what he does. He's clearly intelligent.
Oh, he's effective at tricking rubes. Yes, he's excellent at that.
True.
Yes,
but he's good at what he does, at least, and he does.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but
Yeah.
the thing is, he's bad, so he's doing bad things. See, I'm not saying he's not effective at doing bad things. He's actually very effective at doing.
He doesn't strike me as part of the right wing that you mostly have a problem with. He doesn't strike me as like the QAnon alt-right portion of faction of the
he's
right.
Worse because he provides cover for them.
yeah, absolutely.
I haven't seen him provide cover for them. I mean, I don't watch him on the daily or anything. I don't know. I don't even think I've seen him address it, to be honest.
But yeah, he's like I said, yes, he's effective at convincing people. But I think he convinces them of very incorrect things and very often very bad things.
Yep, agreed.
Propter Hawk, where would someone like Ben Shapiro be on the Breakfast Club political spectrum? Would he be right like on this show? He'd be he's more to the right than I am. So he'd be very, very right one.
Radical idiot.
No, he's not.
Well, what's really funny too. Well, but here's the thing: someone can be, have like the functions to be intelligent and still be an idiot, because it basically comes down to if you believe ridiculous stuff and you don't have critical thinking skills, so you engage in fallacious thinking. Intelligent people can still engage in fallacious thinking.
Sure.
And that's his big problem, is that he basically, and particularly when it comes to religion, oh my God, so it's like anyone who isn't his brand of Jew is not really a Jew. So
what is his? I don't even know what that is. His brand of Jew.
He's Orthodox.
He's an Orthodox Jew.
So he wears that yarmulke. I know that. That's his whole staple is the yarmulke.
Yeah, he's either Orthodox or conservadox. So basically, it's like the conservadox are like they don't follow the rules quite as closely, but they're pretty much the same place. But he's one of the two. But yeah, he's very much I saw something he did not too long ago where he's basically like, all those other Jews don't count, like this major no true Scotsman fallacy. Like, no, you just don't like them. You don't agree with them. That's fine. You can say I don't agree with their form of Judaism. I'm sure they would say the same about you, Ben. But
So are the tankies not real lefties?
Oh, they're real lefties. They're just idiots. But again, they have no power. They have no power.
They don't have any power. That's true. The tankies
no one who has any political power or political position pays the tankies any mind. We don't care about them because they're idiots.
They're growing in their prevalency, though. I will say that they're becoming a thing. They're following like they're kind of like in the way that the alt right rose around the 2014, 2015 mark. This seems to be like the alt left or something.
They exist, but they're tiny. And again, I squash them every opportunity I get. I mean, I had somebody like there's somebody on YouTube called his YouTube name is some random geek.
What do you think of Vaush?
I've heard the name. I've never seen anything from Vaush, so I don't have an opinion. But I'm guessing if Vaush is one of those, I probably would not like it.
No, he's definitely not a tanky. He's not like militantly left, but he is. He's a socialist, like dyed-in-the-wool socialist for sure. He's way to the left of you. I think he's probably even to the left of Raven.
Because basically, like some random geek, and he's a syndicalist, or they are syndicalist. But I ended up blocking him and a friend of theirs because their friend was basically screaming at me on Facebook that simply for the fact that I owned a business, that I was automatically an exploiter and this, that, and all these other things. And then I asked the person, well, again, how many syndicates have you started?
What the fuck is with syndicalism? Like, what is with Chomsky? Like, Chomsky is like the left-wing Jesus or something.
Yeah.
It's fucking weird.
I mean, the problem there was, in this basically, the syndicate people they're anarcho-communists. Yeah. And what's really stupid about it, I mean, communism doesn't work, and it doesn't scale, but anarcho-communism is even dumber because resources are not evenly spread out on the planet. So what you end up with, if you end up having these syndicates, you'd have some syndicates with more wealth than others because some of them will be sitting on the good stuff and some will be sitting on not so much good stuff. And without some sort of overarching government to ensure that they traded and shared equitably, that's not going to happen because we know it's human nature that people are greedy. And what ends up happening is that the ones that have the power will lord it over the ones that don't.
This is exactly what I was saying last night or the night before, whenever the fuck it was that we were chatting in Vegas.
Yeah.
It's exactly what I was saying. I mean, because you had started that conversation saying about all communist societies or countries, whatever, necessarily end in basically a dictatorship. I don't remember exactly, but basically that, right?
Authoritarian dictatorship.
Yeah. And that's true. And because they necessarily have to.
Yes, it's built into how you.
There's no other way to ensure the distribution of wealth. Right. And also, when you have that kind of structure, and this is what I was saying, like Vladimir Putin. Putin is actually unofficially the wealthiest person alive.
How do you even define the Russian economy? I have a hard time defining it.
It's an oligarchy. Is that it's
well? So it's very weird because they have a lot of state-run corporate. It's like a corporate state hybrid thing.
Yeah.
And
that's because
like, Joe, do you have a beat on that? Like, what is the Russian economy? Like, what is it? Like, I don't even know how to define it.
See, it's weird. Well, see, it's a kleptocracy.
A kleptocracy. You gotta help me out. I don't even know.
Okay, so klepto. So in other words, it's based on theft.
Well, okay. I was thinking that's what you meant.
And that's like Vladimir Putin is unofficially the wealthiest man alive. He might have taken a backseat to Bezos. I don't know. But I mean, but unofficially, he is the wealthiest man alive. And that's because, like I was saying the other night or last night, whenever the fuck it was, when you have the might of your country in one hand and all of the money that flows through your country system in the other hand, if you're not an ultra honest person, you're going to steal the shit out of all of the goods and services and resources and everything else and pass it out to your friends for political favors and all kinds of stuff. And you're going to use your military that you have in your other hand, the might of your country, to keep your citizens in line. It's
well, and that's the thing is basically what you have the oligarchs, and the oligarchs all have to pay fealty to Putin, and he has to pay fealty to them too because they keep him in power. And it's a mutually beneficial kleptocracy. So they basically extort the rest of the country.
They fleece it.
They fleece it, yes. And so they don't have a now. So there, it's funny. So there's a market economy for the oligarchs and nobody else.
Right. Yeah, it is.
Well, I know they have a traditional market economy. Like,
right. It is an interesting thing. It's like it's a
well, in addition, it's like they have this other thing on the side where there's like the state-run corporate
right
area, and then there is a traditional market economy, and it's like
basically it's like if the Federal Reserve Board was the mob instead.
Right. I mean, basically, like Putin is basically the owner of all of the state-owned things because he is the state. Essentially, anyway, he is the state. So all that stuff is his, and that's why he's the unofficial richest person. Because, like, you know, what's the name of the oil company out there?
I forget, but Lukoil.
No. It was in the news a lot lately because they were involved in the election.
But then you went on to say that the right wing is really just in bed with the Russians. Did you say that?
Yeah.
So there's the five largest Russian oil companies.
A whole bunch of Republican senators for the 4th of July spent the 4th of July in Moscow. And these same people were involved in the election bullshit in 2016.
Well, for that matter, if you remember Dana Rohrabacher, there's actually recording of what's his name? The young guy. He used to be speaker. I can see his face.
This okay. You know how this sounds, right?
No.
I mean, this was released in public. So basically, they were basically joking about Rohrabacher and calling him like basically implying that he is on Putin's payroll. These were
I
Republicans
remember that. He was on.
that were recorded things.
What's his face with the nose?
Send it to me. I want to read it. I want to read whatever you got.
But the thing is, just getting back real quick to the tankies. See, the thing is funny. Now you said that the authoritarian government in the communism is built in. Here's the weird part. It's not technically because Marx's blueprint has them go into this one airy-fairy anarchist state. But of course that can't work. Right. Because it's impossible to get the resources out to everybody who needs it.
Right.
Without having some overarching
to get between A and B requires it. Or
right.
Whatever,
because no one is honest enough to do it. That's what I was saying. Honesty, the whole thing hinges on honesty. Nobody's that honest.
No. And that's the reason why I find, and see, it was kind of funny. I consider ANCOMs and CAPs two sides of the same stupid coin because both are dependent on human nature not existing.
Yeah, well, if I had to pick, I'd rather be an ANCAP than I would be an anarcho-communist.
It's marginally better, but not much.
Well,
because here's the thing, if you have no government and now you have, and basically you still have corporations, so now you're at the mercy of the corporations with no offices to do anything about it.
Paul Ryan. That's who you were thinking.
Paul Ryan. Yeah. So Ryan and somebody else were joking about it. I'm just checking here.
Somewhere in Siberia, there's a group of 4 people saying all of these same things about America.
Right.
Here we go.
Also, they're saying, why does the rest of the world not recognize that Siberia's forest fire is bigger than any forest fire in the history of the world? But they're also saying all these horrible things about America too.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. But they're not. They don't have internet out there, so they're doing it like in a,
So, and there was a whole bunch of the NRA people that were all mixed up with the Russians and the Russian version of the NRA, which is fucking ridiculous on its face. The Republicans and the Russians have been friendly for quite some time now.
Send it. I don't know. I always viewed Russia as like a pseudo adversary, personally. But
Well, I
Yeah,
still do.
that kind of ended for a little while, and it probably should not have.
Well, see, the funny thing is that things were heading in a better direction, and then Putin happened.
Yeah.
which time?
Well, but basically, what he did in the first time basically set things up for the second.
Yeah.
But but yeah, I mean, it's that's the thing. That's the reason why I don't give into utopic thinking, because you're not going to change human nature.
No, you're not.
I
still, okay. I believe in a mixed economy. Fair. I just am a little bit more to the right than Joe.
Yeah, and I agree with a mixed economy. I mean, you need a combination of a market economy and a planned economy.
Well, and things to address market failures and other issues and devastations and shit like that.
And for instance, it's like I remember when my friend from China I mentioned earlier, he was telling me like one difference in China is and it's still a problem, mind you. So I'm not saying that they do this universally, so they still have problems. But on paper, at least, the plan with China is that so if they have a community and it's underserved with some services, because they're not worried about profit, or at least they weren't, they could basically say, okay, well, we're just going to put we need a dentistry in this town of 500 people or 1,000 people, and it's not going. It would never draw, or it was always going to run in the red. But we need a dentistry for these
Sure.
people.
Sure.
So they would just do it.
Right.
Whereas, obviously here, so that's why when I always laugh at ANCAPs, they tell me, oh, well, the free market always rises to the occasion. I'm like, no, it doesn't. And it can't because it can only do that
Right.
if there's at least a perception that there's going to be profit. I mean, it has to at least break even, or else, it's no one's going to do, no one's going to do it.
So the market has to be subjugated. It is not the highest order, right? Like, it's important. It's very important. It's probably, but it's not the most important, right? It has to be subjugated to things that need to be done just because they need to be done. The market doesn't handle war. The market doesn't take us to space, like in the NASA sort of like we need to discover shit, pioneer things and things like that. And so to that end, yeah, that's not
Exactly. And that's the thing. The problem I have with the ANCAPs is that to them the market is almost like it's almost like their church,
so right. So this is, I think I told you this before. This is like the annoying thing about being on the right, when you're like, because I'll adopt the label libertarian to distinguish myself, like, and say I don't, because I'm pretty socially progressive, I don't,
right,
but to you that means I'm an ANCAP. Right.
No.
To the left, saying you're a libertarian on the right means you're an ANCAP.
Right. And you profess that you're not an ANCAP, so I accept that.
I'm not an ANCAP, and I don't worship the market, but it is very high on things that I think are necessary.
Well, I mean,
to not fuck with.
Yeah, I mean, basically, like, my thing is that the market needs to be regulated. We don't want to overregulate. We don't want unnecessary regulation. You don't want unnecessary burden.
Yeah, we do not. We do not want to. Unfettered capitalism. Things need to be put in check. Like the idea of private prisons. We talked about that before. That kind of shit. That's just a no go. Just it can't be purely about profit, right? Not everything can be. Yeah, I totally get that. But where it can be, yeah, it should be.
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, my thing is, I've pointed out to people who are further left than me. I'm like, look, market economy has produced more overall.
Right. How do you deny it? That's the thing. It's not like we're coming from a place to say that we're greedy. It's generated more abundance than anywhere else, than anything else.
I think, and that's true, and I think most lefties will absolutely agree with all of that. The problem is that we are now living in a world with problems that are severe, that threaten our existence, that threaten the ability to have a civilization. And the market creates more problems for that reality than it solves.
What? How?
How? Manufacturing. Manufacturing pumps all kinds of pollution into the environment, into the sky, into the water, into your fucking food, into everything.
And the problem is we don't regulate it well enough.
Externalities.
What?
But see, that's the thing. So my thing is,
Wait, hold
There's
on.
no
What
profit.
did
There
Mike?
is no profit. There is no profit for most businesses on the planet to address climate change. And because of that, the market will never address climate change. It needs to be forced to.
Externalities means that corporations will try to push off costs onto anything that doesn't cost them.
Oh, okay, got
So
it.
the external people pay for it. So if they have to dirty the environment in order to make money, as long as the fine isn't going to be anywhere near the profit
They'll take the hit and the fine because it's less than what it would have cost otherwise.
and let the people suffer with the pollution.
right,
Externalities.
right. So that's really the issue. So, so that's my thing is so really there's a big. So that's why the problem of unfettered capitalism, because again it produces a lot of wealth, but that wealth is concentrated too much in too few people, and which is actually bad for capitalism, because capitalism is depending on that free flow of money.
I agree. But there are things there are conservative talking points, if you will, that make sense to me that I don't think you guys would subscribe to, and that is
like what?
the idea that we would control a minimum wage and how it's necessarily tied to food stamps and certain provisions that we'd give to like a Walmart employee that is not earning what they ought to earn to live just because they should be paid that in the first place means that we're paying for Walmart employees whether or not we shop there or not. Like these kind of things.
Do you think that we would disagree with you on that?
No, I think that you would say. I think that you would go along with the provisions that would ultimately help those kind of corporations.
No.
Really?
No, Walmart should pay its workers a living wage.
Right.
Walmart
Yes, that's my thing.
Thing ever happened to this country.
In fact, that's the biggest problem with Walmart is because the taxpayers are effectively subsidizing Walmart's workforce, and that's actually making their products illusory.
But isn't that the exact kind of policy that you would want to promote? All three.
No, because the thing is that no,
because that's what I associate with the left. Is
no,
that
but that's not correct though. Because the thing is that the
It's
taxpayer.
the right wing that makes that happen.
Right.
the right wing is the thing that enables the corporation to do that?
Yes.
Yeah.
How?
Because the
The
thing
white-
is.
Because living wages. It's the left that's pounding. Are you kidding me? What planet do you live on? Are you here with us?
I don't know many right wingers that are in favor of food stamps and those kind of provisions.
Well, no, that's
that's not the problem. Right wingers are okay not paying people, so they have no choice but to rely on those things.
because
Those things aren't the problem. It's Walmart being able to pay people slave wages. That's
Right.
the problem.
and here and
That's enabled by the right.
it gets
By your own logic, and fuck them and let them starve, even though they're working full time. Nice.
By
Reagan.
my logic,
no.
That's
All
what you just said.
No, okay, I'm not going to yell. But but the whole thing is that see the left saying that is actually against Walmart because Walmart is basically doing two things. So the reason why we need to give people food stamps is because we're currently allowing Walmart to pay their workers so little.
right? So it's more of a chicken and the egg thing. I'm doing my devil horns.
Yeah.
Right. And so why is it backwards? You there? Okay.
Unfuck your brain.
Well,
yeah.
let me finish the point.
Well. My thing is like she's saying that I'm enabling. Like, no, I'm saying that it's those kind of policies that Joe is about to get into that I say enables Walmart to behave that way.
No. See, I'm describing you what's happening now. What happens now is that because the minimum wage is as low as it is, because Walmart can get away with paying people so little, we have no choice but to subsidize to basically pay food stamps so those people can survive, because they literally can't survive on what they make. So my thing is, no, that's wrong. And then also, and that hurts in a double effect, because then Walmart gets to artificially lower their sale price because they're not paying their workers what they need to. So it gives them an unfair competitive edge that they're not due. And so they drive away their competitions unfairly. Now, if you actually said, okay, no, you got to pay that minimum wage, and now Walmart is going to have to charge a little bit more for their price of products, and they have to pay those people. Now we don't have to pay those people for food stamps and welfare to supplement the difference. And by the way, now Walmart's going to have to compete on a more fair playing field with those small companies.
So okay, well, me first. I get to retort. So let's say you didn't have any government provisions at all, and it was just Walmart and the employees. Is not the best manner to address this kind of thing unionization?
Sure, and the left is pro-union and the right wing is not.
Okay, but
see, that's what I'm getting at. So the left supports worker rights and things that would give the workers. Because here's the thing: this is what.
But that would be collective bargaining, and I'm not against collective bargaining.
Sure, but you're not. But a lot of right wingers are, and here's the irony of that. To me, part of the free market, collective bargaining, it's not some wacky socialist thing. It's part of the free market.
The only time I have a problem with it is if it's a state function, like police officer or something like that.
I agree.
And and even then, I've seen it used, like LAPD. I found out didn't have the body armor that they needed until they raised a shitstorm because of their union to get like the 762 protective vests, just to so like there is a need for that. But the idea that like a cop's not going to show up to fucking work or something, I don't. It might not be the greatest idea. Otherwise, but like for Walmart staff or like a grocery store thing.
Well, and the thing is, and we have prevented people from going on strike. So, for instance, when Harry Truman was president during World War II, he famously made the railroad workers go back to work, even though they hadn't finished negotiating their contract because we're at war. And he said, look, we can't afford not to be able to ship the products around so that we can support the war effort. Sure. Otherwise, we're going to lose the war. Sure. And actually the unions got mad at him because, right. But he did it because it was necessary.
Yeah, and that's fine. But I don't see a lot of that going on. I don't know why there is. Why not have more unions? Why doesn't the left?
Well, because the right wing passed right to work laws in many states, which busted the power of the unions.
In 49 states, actually.
I don't know if it's 49 states. No, there's 49 states are at will hiring. That's different than right to work.
Well, I thought Montana was like the only
at will.
Montana is not at will. But see, that's two different things. At will means they can fire you without cause.
That's a bitch because like the right to work is just like the Patriot Act. It's the exact opposite of what the name is.
Right to work basically says that if you're working at a company where there's a union shop, that they can't force you to join the union. So what that does is that makes the union less powerful. And so here's the irony. So if you're in a right to work state, basically you can basically not pay your union dues, but you get the benefit of what your union does for you. But over time, and so what they do is this is why it's a big right wing talking.
You can join.
Big right wing talking point about those union dues you're paying to those fat cat union bosses. Well, the union bosses make like $250,000 a year versus CEOs of these big corporations making millions. But they trick these guys. The average union dues per year is in the range of $250 to $750 a year. However, union workers make about $4 more an hour, which is about $8,400 a year. There's a couple of things for money, but they trick people into thinking it's not.
Well, I don't know that you should be forced to join a union. What?
Nobody should be forced to join a union. Okay, so a couple of things I want to address. One is nobody who's working a full-time job should get cash assistance or general assistance or food stamps. They should not get it. The fact that they do isn't a problem with the system. It's a problem with the company. And yes, Unionization would fix that. So okay, the other thing, if they could do that, but it's not always that easy.
Right.
Other thing is, Green said, minimum wage used to mean a living wage, and that is true. That was the entire fucking point of minimum wage, was the minimum wage you would need to make in order to be able to survive, right? So Proctor Hawk said people use the two interchangeably. Yes, they use them interchangeably because they're the same fucking thing. At least they're supposed to be. A living wage, minimum wage should be a living wage. That was the entire purpose of it. That was the point of it. That's what it used to be. You used to be able to survive on minimum wage.
Right.
You can't anymore.
Right. See, the right likes to there's this right wing talking point that the minimum wage is for like students that are in like entry level jobs, and that's not what it's for. In fact, the average age, like in fast food, the average age of minimum wage employees is 34, at least as of a few years ago. So it's not students, it's not kids in school, it's not college kids or high school kids. It's grown people trying to make.
There was always something. There was like all these people that work in fast food restaurants and grocery stores. These kids that get minimum wage. Really, how many kids are working at Burger King at 2:00 in the afternoon? They're not. They're in school.
I don't know that this is a talking point or not, but I know whatever you consider the minimum wage to be livable or not, or sufficient or not, between living in, say, Kentucky, middle of nowhere, and
there's
New York.
There's not a single place in this country where you can live on the minimum wage, though. So it doesn't matter like where. I mean, there's no place.
But it is difficult for bootstrap entrepreneurs to pay $15 an hour.
In fact, you know what bootstrap means? You ever look up what that saying means? Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. It doesn't.
You've said that, but still, you know what I mean. So I'm saying it's hard. It's hard to do more with less when you're trying to get off the ground. You know, like this is one of those policies where it seems to favor bigger corporations that can afford it.
But here's the thing: is when the policy was implemented, it wasn't an issue. Like it worked.
Okay. But now it's an issue.
When it stopped working is when large companies decided they didn't want to do it. When you have enough money, you can buy Congress people. That's really what it comes down to.
Yeah. Either way, like I just think it would be a shame if you could not agree. I mean, to start something up by bootstrapping something with less. Like if this seems to favor larger corporations that can only afford it.
Well, I mean, but the thing is, they already have an advantage. I mean, that's just exists. That's just going to be. But the thing
I'm saying, what I'm saying is, your grandma wants to open up the candy florist shop.
And number two, I mean, I owned a mom and pop shop.
Right.
So I mean, and I had employees, and I paid them pretty well. I didn't make a fucking thing, but I paid them pretty well. Right. But there's also with many of these things, there's cutouts for small businesses. You need to have X number of employees before the law affects you.
Right, and so long as that's a thing, then sure.
But that's always a thing.
Okay.
Yeah. So to pretend that it's not is either you're ignorant of it, or you want people to think you're ignorant of it.
I'm pretty ignorant of it. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean the other thing too, as far as, and I get the point that living wage in Kentucky is different than living wage in New Jersey. I get that, which is actually the reason why the state legislature in New Jersey has created a higher minimum wage. And I think now there's a few states now that have gone up to $15. But the thing is, the fact of the matter is that even in Kentucky, I mean, you might get by on 12, but you're certainly not going to get by on 7.
Sure.
And you probably don't get by on 12 either, to be honest.
I don't know how people get by on even 15 where I live.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, what state are you in?
I'm down the street from him.
Oh, okay. Yeah, in Colorado. Okay. That's the thing. I mean, it's well, I told you about my friend Odie. I mean, basically, in order to qualify for an $800 a month rent, you have to be making, it came out to like $14.34 a month, an hour, in order to almost $15 an hour in order to be able to just qualify to get rent.
How much was that rent?
$800.
So
$800.
In
That's-
Philadelphia,
That's really cheap.
there's a diner in Arvada. It's a little far away from me, but I was driving down there, and the diner's name is Steuben's. It's kind of got a 50s theme to it,
Right.
right? It says work here 20 plus an hour, and that's for like the short order cooks and the bus boys. Waitresses actually get a different lower wage, but like you could be a short order cook and get 20 an hour at Steuben now. In
Well, I will apply.
But the problem here is that rent is $2,500 a month.
True.
So what are you gonna do?
You could find less than that, but you're absolutely right that is not enough in Denver to live. If you're doing fiscally responsible calculations, like only a quarter of your pay should be going to your rent.
it should be about a third.
Even if you wanted to say a third, $20 an hour is not enough to live in Denver.
So that's So like here, because Colorado Springs is pretty close to Denver in terms of pricing and everything else. When you got houses that are like 600, 700 grand for your normal fucking house, and rent is like an apartment here is almost $2,000.
Yeah.
It's like, I think back to like when I didn't have anything, and I'm like, how the fuck would somebody like me move to a place like this and be able to afford it?
Right.
That's
the thing.
what I've seen with my clients is multi-generational families all living under the same roof.
I'm not the benefit of multi-generational shit. And I'm like, how the fuck? It's like this whole town is nothing but doctors, lawyers, and engineers. Like, which one of the three are you?
So, by me in my town, a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom condo, 915 square feet, $1,850 a month. And that is where I live. That's what's considered low income housing is the condos.
Yeah. I was just looking to give you an idea how not high $15 an hour is right now. In 1992, I went from making $10 an hour because I was getting underpaid, to a job where I was getting $18.56 an hour, and that was 1992.
I was making $12 an hour in 1997, 6, something like that.
Yeah.
I was a lifeguard, and that was the best job I ever had.
So it was last month that it was a talking point on CNBC that officially full-time minimum wage workers can't afford rent anywhere in the U.S.
So that's right.
Not one single town anywhere.
See, I guess my thing is, I know Joe doesn't put a lot of the same stock towards like my concerns about inflation being maybe not as temporary, but we'll see ultimately here in the next couple of years. Is like, I understand, like we have similar interests and concerns, but like you're like ramp up the minimum wage because it's not livable, and I'm like, have you looked at the spending? We're inflating the fucking currency out the wazoo. Look at all the prices, they're going up. Like my idea is to bring the cost.
I'm actually looking at spot prices, and most things are actually going down.
I hope so.
Wheat's down a lot. Coal's down a lot. Steel's down a lot. They're way off. They're off way off. The highs are just a few weeks ago, but they're coming down precipitously.
Yep.
Fuel's not.
By the time we win this fight for 15, it's not going to be enough anywhere.
It's already not enough.
It's crazy because I feel like when they started billing the whole $15 an hour thing, I was like, wow, that's a lot of money. And now I'm like, how the fuck can you live $15 an hour?
Even then, it wasn't enough, though. It wasn't enough. I mean, what is it? I don't know off the top of my head, and Joe would be a better person to look it up. But I mean, there is, the equivalent rate of what minimum wage should be if it had kept up with inflation, and it's a
Right.
fuck of a lot more than $15 an hour.
At this point, well, put it this way: 3 years ago, it was 22 and change. So now would be $23, $24 an hour.
So I mean,
crazy.
15 is a joke. 15 is a joke, and it was
I
when
don't
they
even
started the
I
fight.
don't even know what I make by an hourly rate. I don't
And
even know.
here's the one thing too, and this is something that both the right and the left mistake that everybody makes just about. I'm pretty sure everyone here knows it though. Wealth is not a constant. So one of the things about the minimum wage going up, because the people at the lower end, they spend all the money they have because they don't make enough to save really anything, and a lot of them are living below sustenance levels. So when the minimum wage goes up, and now that's also going to bring up, there are people who are currently making more than the current minimum wage, but less than what the minimum wage will be. So obviously they'll also get brought up. And then there are people who, like, I remember one of the big things is people talk about, EMTs are getting like 15 or 16 or 17, whatever it is, dollars an hour. And it's not fair for the people flipping burgers to make as much as them. Like, well, they won't, because what's going to happen is, gets the supply and demand. So if you want those EMTs, you're going to have to, if you're competing with McDonald's paying $15 an hour, you're going to have to pay EMTs more.
Yeah, but that goes up with inflation as well.
Only temporarily, and that's what I was. I really like to find the graph that I saw years in the past. It basically showed that you get a short-term inflationary bump, and then it rolls back, and basically it would get tracked with every single rise of the minimum wage. It always rolled back. But because the thing is that there's also economic growth that happens, because again, if the spending class is, basically the working class is the spending class, the middle class is the spending class to a degree. If they get money, it goes right back into the economy, and that causes growth. And that's why I said, about the whole trickle down. Trickle down is bullshit, because it can't actually create the kind of growth that conservatives used to think, or pretend to think that it does, because you don't hire more people because you have more cash available. You hire more people because you need them, because there's demand for products. So when people at the lower end have more money and they spend that money, then the demand for products goes up, and then there's more money, and remember, wealth comes from the value added labor.
It's a talking point. Yeah.
Right, it's a talking point, but it's something we have to, but the problem is a lot of people, unfortunately, believe the talking point.
Economies grow from the bottom.
Yeah, economies grow from the bottom. Same thing too, like when we have economic recovery, 80% of the growth comes from small business, not from large corporations. 80, sometimes as much as 90% comes from small business. So we kowtow to major corporations who already have huge advantages because they have economy of scale, and then we give them more advantages.
Yeah, because because they can buy their politicians.
Right. Exactly.
So
I'll be right back.
Proctor Hawk says that he was told, they were told that you should determine your minimum income by your age times 1,500. What?
So that would have an 18-year-old making $27,000 a year, and
which is about $13.50 an hour.
But why? But what does your age have to do with?
Well, the idea is that the more experienced you are, the more you're going to get paid.
But that doesn't make any sense, though. Not everybody has the same job.
Well, the thing is that the person who's more experienced probably does their job better, and probably produces more for the same amount of time. Probably.
But they still don't have I don't.
There's companies that do value their employees with metrics like that, like your years of experience within your field is going to determine the pay that we offer you.
Right.
Versus what you actually bring to the company.
Right.
And so that's why I don't work for those companies, because I had one of those careers where I switched midlife, and so I have 20 years that I'm not getting paid for.
Right.
So fuck them. I'm not working for any company that's not going to pay me for that time, because I do still have experience, but they just don't have the.
Right. Well, see, the thing is, if you're just say you work at McDonald's, say just for example, if you've been working in McDonald's for 10 years, if you're a good employee, you're probably pumping out more burgers and fries per hour than someone who just started.
You might be able to fix the ice cream machine.
But this, yeah, right. But this doesn't match the scenario that he put out there, though. It's just your age times 1,500.
Yeah,
that's it. Doesn't talk about experience in any field. Doesn't talk about education. It doesn't talk about anything.
It's making some assumptions on experience, which may or may not be correct.
Whatever. I don't think that's a very good metric.
No, it's not. I'm just trying to explain the rationale.
I feel good that I at least have kept up with that metric. At my age, I'm still making a little better than what that metric makes, because for the 18-year-olds, life would suck if they were only making $27,000 a year.
If I was making that, I mean, granted, there's been times that I've made less than that when in a bad year, but overall, I'm doing better than that. I'd be upset if that's all I was making on an average.
I would be not able to live on that.
I don't make anything.
I know where I could live on that, but I would not be living without roommates, per se. I know sober living homes that take a couple hundred a month to go live at, where you don't get your own room. You got roommates and stuff like that. But
what did you call it? Sober living homes?
Yeah. Well, I'm an addiction counselor, so I know like how to climb the ladder from rock bottom, and even a 1-bedroom apartment, would cost $24,000, here in Denver a year.
Oh, it used to be Proctor Hop's saying that is like sort of the metric of the minimum.
Yeah, but when the minimum is basically how much your rent would be, and you wouldn't have any money for food or anything. That's why we have these social nets to catch people, because they don't have any money for anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a general metric, not a goal. But okay, but this metric is still bad. It doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's not the best metric.
Just your age in general, the amount of years you've been alive, should not factor into your income. That's silly.
Yeah. Anyway,
back when I was 18 and making the minimum wage of $4.25. I knew a nurse who was making $35 an hour in Tucson, Arizona, and then coming back to our small town to, live. And I decided, like, the ratio of my $4.25 versus her $35 an hour when she got a bachelor's degree, that's what I wanted to aspire to. And by the time I finally finished my bachelor's degree, the difference between minimum wage and the bachelor's degree wages was not that anymore. Basically, wages have been stagnant since I joined the job market, and nurses still make about that much.
And that's really the problem, because the buying power of the average person has gone down, and that's actually hurt. And that's hurt.
What?
And it's hurt the economy. It's really hurt the economy. If and the other thing too, this is the reason why never mind. It's kind of a separate point.
Okay. And I was just saying that we all suffer because of Michael.
Well, Michael's fault.
Okay.
It's been stagnant since he entered the job market.
That was, it is a correlation, but I'm saying that I wanted 8 times as much money as I was making at the time. So I joined the Army for the college money. Then I went to college, got that bachelor's degree, and did not get spit out of that college making 8 times minimum wage.
I didn't take advantage of the things that I joined the service for, because I was young and stupid.
What's minimum wage now?
$7.25.
$7.25?
Good God, that's a lot of money.
I remember making $3.75. I remember when it went up to $4.25.
I think mine was $5.25.
Yeah,
was what I was.
I mean, the thing is, what gets me is I remember this is a few years ago. I don't know if you guys remember it, but they were talking about Fox News. They were like, 80% of so-called poor people have refrigerators in their house. Like that was a fucking that was a scandal. Like, oh, how poor are you really if you have a refrigerator to put food in?
I like the one where I've heard that same thing, and they'll go, yeah, but you got a flat screen TV. I'm like, I haven't seen a tube TV in fucking at a store in like.
That's right.
Those flat screen TVs are subsidized by the ads that they are able to send you. Now, the reason why they're all smart is because they can talk to your phone and they can target the advertising to you so that they can increase their revenues. So it's really that you get that screen as part of the machine that's keeping you.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny because like a few months ago, I actually gave away a few flat screen TVs because they were like the first ones I ever bought. They were the first HD flat screens I had. It was like a 23-inch and a 26-inch, and they're ancient. And I just gave them away. They weren't worth anything. You could buy it for like, if you could even find them, you probably get them for like 25.
You can go down to Walmart or Target or whatever and pick up a decent TV for like nothing.
Yeah,
almost.
Exactly. Yeah. You know, that's what's kind of funny. Is just like, really, that's your metric? Like, well, and that's one big problem we have in America is that people kind of expect that. Well, if you're poor, you need to be wearing dirty rags and you need to feel bad about yourself and all this kind of shit. Like, what the fuck?
There was
I don't know that that's
the people about people on food stamps buying food that's not crap. Like just because they're not drinking, eating watery soup on food stamps and they're offended by it. Like I saw somebody on food stamps buying lobster. Okay, well, stop looking at what other people are buying.
Well, the funny thing is, I mean, Snap was like $127 a week. You know, like good luck. I mean, I don't see if people are, they're actually
that's the thing, and they're complaining about they bought lobster. It's like, well, you know what? For that week, maybe they decided for that week it was worth it, and they're going to suffer. But they're the ones that are going to suffer. So mind your fucking business.
Right. The average Tribune on Snap gets $127 a month, not a week, a month. I don't think people are buying too much lobster for $127 a month.
But you know what? Occasionally they might. And if they do, it's nobody's fucking business.
Well, agreed. But my point is my wife and I spend on average, we spend more than that a week on groceries.
Shit, I can't get out of Costco for less than $400 in a visit.
Exactly. But this is the right wing talking point that it's like, oh my God, $127 a month. Like,
I don't know. I've never really heard that as a talking point.
No, believe, dude, I've heard it a lot.
I probably
the whole thing, the whole trope about them eating a lobster goes back to the 80s.
Yeah,
before you were born, probably.
Three people and probably leave for $200 a pop.
$200 a pop. What now?
For three, I shop for feeding three people, and I go to the grocery store weekly.
Yep. I'm actually really bad about. We don't actually have that bad of a grocery bill because we eat out like a lot, and it's like really bad. In fact, it's so bad. I'm gonna here. I got a comedy bit for you guys. Let's get this out. Okay. I was appalled. I was fucking appalled. I'm keeping my voice quiet. I get the ring on the door, and I open it up, and there's a guy standing there, and he's got a Starbucks cup like this. I'm like, "Can I help you?" He's like, "This is your Starbucks." I'm like, what? And Teresa walks up behind me, passes it up. She's like, "Oh, go away." And I'm like, "What? Did you order fucking DoorDash for a fucking Starbucks?"
My daughter does that for
Dunkin'. I swear to God, she ordered a fucking DoorDash for a fucking 1 cup of coffee.
Yeah.
And I was like, and by the way, to get to the front door, you have to cross a Keurig and an espresso machine.
My daughter does that with Dunkin' Donuts. They'll deliver iced coffee to her with DoorDash. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
It's around the corner. Get in your car.
That is some first world American shit right there.
Yeah. Yep. Well, so I just posted a thing in there. This was from 2016. Again, this because this trope's been around forever. New York Republican wants to ensure that you can't be poor and eat steak on the government's dime. Senator Patty Ritchie passed bills basically saying that we be restricted from purchasing luxury food items like steak and lobster. This trope's been around forever. Kansas passed a law like that, and this trope is ancient. Okay, yeah, here we go. The concept of food stamp cleaning was first proffered by Ronald Reagan during 1976 campaign speech. In Chicago, they found a woman who holds the record. He told these hello crowd. She used 80 names, 30 addresses, 15 phone numbers to collect food stamps, Social Security, veterans benefits for 4 non-existent deceased veteran husbands, as well as welfare. Her tax-free cash income alone has been running $150,000, which is totally completely false. He just made this shit up out of whole cloth. And this is part of that. But this thing of that, this is going on for a long time. That they're eating steak and lobster. Like, no, you're not. I mean, it was funny. Cory Booker, one of our senators, he did a challenge. This is before he was in the Senate. He said, "Okay, I'm going to try to live on just that, just the $127 a month." And he had to give it up after like 2.5 weeks because he was like, blacking out and shit.
Right. It's like you're gonna fucking eat ramen and nothing but ramen for like a month.
When I was years ago, I lost my job here in New Jersey. Went to Buffalo, moved in with a friend, and then 6 months later, I lost that job. So and then I got a tech support job, phone bank, and then like they cut our hours. So I was making $7 an hour and they cut us down to like 24 hours a week. So I was fucking sniffing ass because I had, bills from when I made, $60,000 a year and at the time. And so I was living on Slim Fast and burritos. Because like the only way I could get enough nutrition was so I alternated because burritos were like 89 cents and the Slim Fast was 89 cents. So I would alternate. One day I would have 2 Slim Fast and a burrito, and the next day I would have 2 burritos and a Slim Fast. Right. And then on weekends I would make spaghetti because pasta is cheap. But it was like, and in fact I don't even think so I was living on 3. So I don't even think I had. Oh, okay. I was spending $80 a month. But of course that was 1995.
Right.
And I'll tell you what, thankfully I only had to put up with that for about a month. And but that was an eye opener for me because I'd always, even though I grew up in we were like upper lower class to lower middle class family, but I never wanted for anything as far as material, food, and I had clothing and I had all that. But that
grew up in Singapore too.
Yeah, that 1 month of like really scraping it, that taught me a lot of hard lessons. The other thing too was I had to stop making my car payment, and then when I moved to Allentown, they tried to repo my car. I was really funny. I came back from somewhere and I see this tow truck driving around the parking lot, and I'm like, my spider sense was tingling. I'm like, oh, motherfucker's looking for me. And my apartment complex. There was my apartment, like there was 2 entrances, and the opposite side. So one side faced the parking lot, the other side faced another street. And so I went down like another block or so, and for 3 months until I got caught up. I was parking my car outside of my apartment complex and just walking back because they kept trying to take my car. So after going through that, like. When I hear the tropes about being broke, and I'm like, I'm the fucking idea.
When I was a kid, when we were broke, we would have for dinner EPO, eggs, potatoes, and onions.
Have you ever seen Raising Arizona?
Yes,
that was my childhood.
When I opened the deli, I put EPO on the menu. I was like, this stuff is fantastic. It was basically scrambled eggs with potatoes and onions fried and mixed in. It was just like a big.
You're making me hungry.
Yeah, I mean, basically,
it cost like 50 cents to make.
I remember when I was cleaning out my grandmother's place, I actually found my grandfather's pay stubs, and I was like, holy shit! I was really shocked at how little we were getting by on. But the main difference was my grandfather was superintendent in the common complex we lived in, so we didn't pay rent, and so that was the big thing. If we actually had to pay rent,
Be
we
fucked.
would be completely fucked. but that, and he was because of his age, because he was actually in his 70s and 80s, so he was getting Social Security as well. So between that, and my grandmother was really good at budgeting.
Yeah, you made it work. Yeah.
I don't really want to trauma bond over the Reagan cheese that I got growing up in Long Beach, California.
Why not?
Because
I like this word, trauma bond.
Yeah, we're all trauma bonding here, but I'll just say that I'm really good at finding people food banks. That's another one of the things I learned.
You're really good at finding anything. Thank you, by the way.
You're welcome for things that I might have found for you, but for people who've hit rock,
was it cocaine? Are you talking about cocaine?
They don't have a cocaine bank.
Might have been on the dark web, but so food banks. Go to the food bank of the Rockies right now, and there's been this disruption of the food shipping chain because there's that trucker shortage, and there's also restaurants aren't putting out as much food as they would, year over year. And so you go to the food bank of the Rockies, and you will leave with steaks for free just by pulling up and saying, "I'm fucking hungry." They will fill your trunk. You just tell them how many people are in your household.
I'm curious about how the food banks work there. Like, what is it like? What is that? Because
So
I know what it is here.
We have like neighborhood food banks, and we also have church food banks.
We have the church ones. That's what we have here. Yeah.
And there are websites that really easily catalog everything. You can find which one's closest to you and which days they're open. The church ones, usually they pick one day out of the week, and it's like run by the church. But like Food Bank of the Rockies, you go down there, they will put steaks in your car, and you will drive away with steaks because the food shipping is so disrupted because of COVID. There's so many companies that are just dumping food and taking the tax write-off by just donating. And it's amazing the kind of food that you can get from a food bank right now.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, lots of onions too.
Yeah, one of my friends, she does work on Fridays for a food bank. So basically, they go and she goes and picks up the food from the places that are donating, and she brings it to the food bank. And then she's also, poor, so she's actually able to get, kind of the pick of the litter and get some good, decent stuff.
Yeah.
I never had to do a food bank.
Vegas now, I think my biggest food expense that I feel guilty for is I'll go to natural grocers because they have the right flavors of it, and I'll take one of their cardboard boxes from the front of the store because they're all about recycling. Put it in the cart and go over to the kombucha aisle, and I'll grab all these lavender kombuchas and roseberry kombuchas.
Oh, you're such a fucking hippie. Oh,
they're like $3.50 a piece, and I feel bad. I'm not drinking
kombucha. I've never had it.
It's a fermented drink. It's nasty.
It's disgusting. Oh,
fruit punch that's fermented with little natural juices that make you healthy.
No, it's not.
It's lower calorie than soda.
It's fucking dragon piss. It's gross. It's so nasty.
But it's like right before it actually gets the alcohol content that you would enjoy if you like beer. So it's like maybe 0.5 at best. But
I want you to think of take a non-alcoholic beer. I want you to leave it out in your yard for like a week. I want you to bring it back, put it in the refrigerator, and then I want you to drink it. And then that's kombucha.
There are some flavors that approximate that.
Yes, it's nasty stuff.
I like a pineapple peach
and a skunky,
flavor one that just tastes like.
So some of them are all right.
It's like it's like drinkable kimchi.
Right.
It's not spicy like that. Well, at least most of them are.
It's supposed to be good for you. So
yeah. So the ones I avoid are the ones that say ginger on the side, like as ginger is one of the ingredients. That always ruins it for me. So that's like 90% of them. So
You,
we decided
you,
if
have
it's
a problem, you have a problem with redheads.
yeah, no. Well, yeah, but no.
The herb.
Not what I'm talking about at this moment.
You're funny. But yeah, so I mean, that's the thing you were talking about, like, guilty shit. Like, so I play role playing games. We finally, my groups, we've been playing, over Zoom and Skype for the last, year and a half, pretty steadily. We finally,
Same game?
yeah, we finally for the first time in almost 2 years got to do a face to face at my house a few weeks ago, and I was so excited for them to come up. I bought Japanese A5 Wagyu.
Wow.
Yeah, like strip steaks.
I saw those at Costco. They have Wagyu steaks at Costco. They're like frozen, and they're like a fucking $100 or 70 something bucks.
Yeah, they're expensive. But I was
was it? Is it actually worth it? Like, can you tell me? Was it actually worth
I'll tell you
to do it once at least? Maybe I don't know.
It's something that everybody should. If you can swing it somehow, it's worth to do at least once.
Okay.
Because I'll tell you what, like, it's funny because I'm definitely, I was very kind of dubious, but it's one of those things I did it the first time, just like, I'll try it. It won't be worth it. I'll get it out of my system.
Right.
I like it. My wife loves it. She doesn't want to eat regular steak anymore.
Oh no, that's not good.
So we actually joined this thing called Crowd Cow. And what they do is it's kind of basically crowdfunding a cow.
Oh yeah, I gotcha.
And so it's a subscription. So what's available month to month changes, depends on, what they've got left over or whatever. So you get better prices than normal, and you get 10% discount for being in a subscription, but it's still pricey. I mean, so we've been getting, like, there's the Japanese Wagyu, there's the hybrid Wagyu, and then there's the American Wagyu. American Wagyu is much cheaper, although it's still expensive. But for this one, I was like, fuck it. I haven't seen these guys in ages. So
you're going to do it. You're going to
go all out. I prefer the American Wagyu. The Japanese Wagyu, it's good. It's very rich, extremely rich. It's very fatty. It's very rich. And like my wife, she'll eat the whole steak in one sitting. I usually eat half, and they'll eat the other half later on. But the American Wagyu, I can. And also it's a bit grassy, which because it's grass fed. So it depends. It really depends on whether or not you like grass fed beef or not. If you like grass fed beef, then you'll love it.
So I have had good and bad experiences with grass-fed beef. The first time I had it, it almost tasted like venison. It was like a gamey taste, but I don't know if that's just because I got a bad cut of meat. But then I've had other grass-fed beef where it hasn't had that, or
right.
maybe they just finished it with corn or something. I don't know.
Right.
But I've had it good and bad, so I can tell you. I get the. Depends on the kind of steak or meat I'm buying, but I usually do most of my meat shopping at Costco because it's just good. It's available. It's cheap enough. And I don't know. Occasionally I'll go out to a pretty fancy steakhouse, but I don't think it's Wagyu that I'm getting because
no. If you paid for if you got Wagyu out,
I would know.
Yeah.
Although we rack up a bill. We rack up a bill at some of these steak places.
Yeah, has to. But see, like the so one of our splurges as part of our subscription is they have a porterhouse that's 2.5 pounds.
Whoa.
And it's pretty fucking awesome. And so we just grill it up and just let it rest, cut it up in pieces, and
something that's popular here in Colorado that you can do, and I don't know if you can do this in New Jersey or not. I'm sure you could. Either families or coworkers or whatever, you go to buy a cow and you split a whole cow, and you just like grab a Costco, like just one of them chest freezers or something, and that I haven't done it yet, but it's supposed to like work out way better.
It's a friend of mine. Well, I don't know if you know Chris Mowdy. He's a YouTuber.
No, you mentioned him though. Yeah.
All right, everybody. I'm gonna go.
We've been on for like 5 gazillion hours. So
yeah. But he did that, and he was like, he just had like this huge, he got half a cow and just put it in the freezer, and he's been just. So I actually went over his house, and I brought him a Wagyu steak, and he fed me up between the Wagyu and plus what he had. We ate well.
Was it any good?
Oh yeah, it was really good.
Yeah, because I don't know. I think I just might be a fan of that American corn-fed shit. I don't know. I have to retry the grass-fed again and see if I care for it. But I don't know. Maybe it's just too gamey, too lean. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I got that American palate, you know.
yeah. Well, like I said, the other thing that's kind of wild with the Wagyu, with the A5 Wagyu. So we're down in my basement, and we didn't have. I forgot to bring utensils down. So we just have we keep downstairs. We keep like the plastic ones. Dude, I was able to cut this steak with a plastic knife.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was super tender.
Is that your sauce? Is that your drink? I can't hear you.
You muted, Mike.
This is my cup from Dickie's barbecue pit that I won't throw away.
Yeah.
They give you this cup every time you go, but I won't throw it away because I'm too cheap to buy cups because of trauma. This is my Kool-Aid that I make. I don't buy like pre-made Kool-Aid, trauma. And here's my cheapo chocolate peanut butter sticks. Oh, you guys know what these are?
I do.
That's a Nutter Butter. No, that's not a Nutter Butter.
Nutty Buddy.
Nutty Buddy.
Yes. Nutty Buddy.
Yep.
Yes. So now you know.
None of what you're eating is stuff that you're supposed to be eating.
How
and
you
I know that because it's stuff that I'm not supposed to be eating.
Oh, really?
So I'm just
Well,
trying
I got put on some medication that makes me a little bit closer to a normal human, but I am not going to be eating the more extreme things that I'm not supposed to be eating. But
yeah.
45. Yeah, well, yeah, but then the bull comes through and knocks shit over, and
I need a Colt 45.
Well, did you ever see the movie Johnny Dangerously?
I might have.
Is that with Keanu Reeves?
No. It's Michael Keaton, Danny DeVito, Hugh Fink, a few other people. Well, basically, what ends up Joe Piscopo's in it. So basically, Johnny Dangerously, he becomes a mobster, but he's kind of like nice as mobsters go. And he takes over the guy who was in charge dies. He takes over and just having a feud with some other guys. The whole deal. The one part there's the one DA he's on the take, and so they want to get rid of him. So they bring him treat him to food and everything, and they give him something to drink, and he's like, well, this is delicious. What is it? And they hand him a bottle, and he picks it up and goes, malt liquor. And then the bull comes running. So if anybody remembers the commercials from the late 70s, early 80s for Colt 45, when the person said malt liquor, these bulls would come running out and stampede. So he gets stampeded by the bulls.
Do you have a commercial like from your childhood that still pierces your mind? Like, I have two. My formative years were Las Vegas, and there was this swap meet, Rancho in Washington. It would flash red, yellow, and like to this day, 30 years later or whatever, I cannot fucking forget a goddamn commercial. And there was another one for a beer called Rainier Beer, right? It was this this guy on a motorcycle, and it would sound Rainier Beer.
So before
I fucking hate advertisements.
Before the internet, when I was watching professional wrestling, this was during the Monday Night Wars between WCW and WWF at the time. There was this hotline where you could call for basically behind the scenes news, like all the dirt stuff. For the WCW side, they had a special hotline. It was 1-900-909-9900. I never called that hotline at all.
Right.
Because I was never really wanting to sniff around the asses of all the professional wrestlers I was watching on TV. But that number is one of those phone numbers that I remember.
Right.
Like
I still remember a video game cheat code I've learned like 30 something years ago.
Which one?
ABACABB or up, down, left, right, start, select. Oh, I'm close to remembering it.
Up, down, left, right, BA, select, start. For if you want
Yeah,
two
that's
players
it.
Contra. You don't have to put select if you only want one player.
There was
what game was that for?
Contra. It was Contra, yeah.
But
And then
it was the Konami code. Any Konami game it might work on. So like
there was the blood code on Mortal Kombat, and then there's the Contra code. And then, God, my head is so full. It just
See, for me, the commercial, one of them was for Chunky, which was a little. It was this horrible little chocolate bar with raisins in it. And I always remember about it. It was like they're you're supposed to say it's thicker, and his kid's like, it's thicker. He was saying thicker, and he's going thicker. And it always used to drive me nuts because I hated him. And another one was Ancient Chinese Secret, huh? It was Calgon commercial.
Mm.
And then the other one was basically about like.
Oh, Green Machine saw my Rainier commercials. He knows what I'm talking about.
There was a commercial for some organization, and basically what they were trying to suggest is that it's good to basically if somebody comes in from another country and they don't speak your language, it's good if you can speak their language to try to help them out. And so what ends up happening is the girl and her family go to Mexico City, and she gets separated from her parents, and of course she doesn't speak Spanish. And so all the Mexican people are trying to help her out, and they're speaking to her in Spanish. And I remember this elderly lady, not elderly, she's probably in her late 50s. And she's like, "Que bonita muchachita, what a pretty little girl." And then she goes back home, and then Maria shows up from Mexico, and she doesn't speak English, and then she says to the teacher, "Could you ask your question to Maria in Spanish?" And
So there's a bunch of foods that no longer have to have commercials. They're just like staple. They don't have to advertise anymore. But when I was a kid, the cereal called Life had a commercial with a actor named Mikey, and Mikey likes it. And that affected the life of everybody in America named Mike.
Mm-hmm.
So that I remember very well.
Yeah. I don't remember that one.
Well, one thing that always got me about that commercial, they're like, "Hey, let's get Mikey," and then they're like, "He won't eat it. He hates everything." Mm-hmm. And he's like, "He likes it. Hey, Mikey."
Mm-hmm.
I remember the toy commercials when I was a kid. The one thing I thought was they had these spy gadgets I really thought were cool, but there was this one gun when you could still buy guns without the little orange bullshit on it.
Yeah.
But it was a water gun, a squirt gun that would like shoot blood. Do you guys remember what I'm talking about? And the blood would like turn invisible after a while.
Yeah, invisible blood.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
I remember
that. There was all sorts. I could complain about the 80s and the advertisements, but it was kind of a fun time, like the 80s and 90s and shit, when it came to like just innocent consumer bullshit, I suppose. Yeah. I like that.
I felt like there were less commercials than the things that we put kids through nowadays.
I just remember being so excited about basic shit. Like, I remember our family got cable TV, and it was like the most fucking awesome shit ever. And there was like no commercials on any of the channels, and it hit the thunk. You remember the box with the thing, and he'd hit the thing, and it had a remote fucking control. It was amazing. Yeah. And then now you can subscribe to like DirecTV and get 900 bazillion channels, and it's all commercials. So I don't know.
I just was led on to the fact that syndicated sitcoms, when they're rerun on certain channels, they will increase the speed ever so slightly, so you can't really detect it. But it's like 1.2
so they can fit in another fucking commercial. Sons of bitches, man! I tell you what, the fucker
And then when the
advertisers.
credits are going, they don't have the same contracts about the credits that the original run did. So they'll shrink the credits down to just like one little part of the screen
Yeah,
and then have another commercial.
yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, one thing somebody Proctor mentioned UHF. I remember when I was
Oh, Weird Al.
well, not the movie, but there were the actual UHF station.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And so I remember like there was a Philadelphia station that played a lot of like Godzilla stuff and Ultraman and stuff like that, and you couldn't always get it, but you had to like fiddle around with the it had like a round aerial and you had to do all this stuff to get it to come in, but so it didn't always work, but sometimes it would.
I'll tell you what. Have you tried Antenna TV now?
No, I'm not in years.
Dude, you should go down to Walmart or Target or whatever and just buy like a $20 antenna, and you would be fucking amazed at how good Antenna TV is now.
It's how I watch football.
Yeah, like it's actually awesome.
I'm a cord cutter, so that's the only thing I actually use my antenna for is football.
Yeah, me too. And I totally don't pirate streams at all when it comes to NFL. Yeah, never.
So
I used to pay for the NFL Sunday ticket, but like it went from like $150, $200, $300, $400. I'm probably about $400 this year, and it would be fine if I could just pay the $400, or like the $300, $400, but you have to pay like the $1,800 to get the direct TV to get the goddamn package for the Sunday ticket.
Right.
Fuck that. So
yeah, I used to have the like the baseball package, and I stopped. I don't even watch. I'm a Mets fan. I don't even watch Mets games half the time.
I'm a Cleveland Browns fan, and I'm compelled to watch, especially this year, because the Browns are a woefully awful football team, have been for a long time, and they look like they don't suck. So they had a really good season last season, and I don't know. So you're a baseball fan, so you understand why it was a big deal for the Red Sox to take it that year.
Oh,
right?
sure.
So the Browns being good is like akin to that. It's like
I
like
understand.
that. Yeah, that level.
Oh yeah, I'm a Mets fan. Believe me, I understand.
Yeah.
So I'm just looking here. I had brought up CNN, and it says conservative talk show host Phil Valentine dies after battle with COVID.
Oh no.
Oh no.
So it's like another.
I don't even know who's Phil Valentine. I'll be right back.
I will believe he's another like COVID denier.
Approve your.
I'm just checking here. Questions whether it was necessary for all people to get COVID vaccines. Well, I guess you have your answer, dude.
Well, I don't know that we have our answer. Was he unvaccinated?
Yes.
Okay, because there are people who question after they get the vaccine, they're still like trying to be conservative.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing conservative about that, though.
The governor of Texas got COVID, and it was very important in all the news reporting about it. Like, he was vaccinated. Don't think that he was one of the unvaccinated who got it. He was still vaccinated. He's telling people to get it.
Well, see, that's the thing that gets me about these a lot of these Republican people in government, that they're basically throwing shade on the vaccine, but they're all fucking vaccinated.
Yeah.
So it's like, so why are you getting? So if I was out there, I follow them, but if they went and got vaccinated and they're telling me, maybe I shouldn't, or that I definitely shouldn't, I'd be like, well, wait a minute. That does not compute, Will Robinson.
Yeah. Well, Raven's not here, so I'll go ahead and speak on this. Raven lost someone close to COVID, and very close. And so the rush to get this vaccine out has had technological spin-offs. And one of the things that has now spun off is Moderna is using mRNA to develop an AIDS vaccine.
Oh wow.
And the IAVA that Raven used to support was one of the supporters of this research that's coming out with this vaccine. So in a very, very strange way, the people that we've lost might actually be saving people in the future, because this race to get this one vaccine out for this one plague has now turned into, well, hey, does this technology also work for this, and this?
Right.
And it's not, the AIDS vaccine isn't the only thing they're working on, too. They're going to come out with like pretty much the everything vaccine. Anything we haven't been able to crack before, they're gonna take a stab at. And
nice. I wish I had bought Moderna stock, a year ago.
No shit, right? Fuck.
Yeah.
I could have too, because I was actually looking to buy something and I just wasn't paying attention. I knew better, but oh well.
I heard you guys talking about vaccines.
Yeah.
Well, I am a late vaxxer because I had the COVID earlier in the year and I didn't feel any urgency. But I did get it. I just got my second shot like last week. So I'm kind of
to next April for your booster.
Stupid, because I already grew a tail. So anybody out there, don't do it. You grow a fucking tail.
Well, we've been going for almost 6 hours, so I think I'm gonna call it quits. But this was a good discussion.
It was fun.
Yeah. Thanks for
sticking through, even though we yelled at you sometimes.
Yeah, we were yelling.
Okay.
Go Steelers.
Whatever.
Shut it off now. I said like the mic drop thing. Stop turn it off.